Fight.
Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota, presently suspended. Get over it. This is actually criminal. No potentially criminal here. This is actually criminal. We are here for day 6 of the Karen Reed trial. I do have it pulled up. I've got to get, gotta pull this tab up. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. Oh my God. This over here. Make it a large. There we go. Right? Get the hell out of here for now. How's it going, guys? Good morning. Still getting everything set up. We'll get tweets sent out and all that stuff. Share the show, hey, please. I appreciate it when you do. It helps. It helps. I can only do so much. Oh, Jamie Carroll. I was afraid I wasn't going to stream today too. Not really, not true. I knew I would make it eventually. I was just worried I'd be late. Sometimes I don't trust myself to be on time. But no, I'm here and excited for day 6 of this trial. We had voir dire of the ARCA doctor yesterday. It looks like the judge, I don't know if she's actually issued the order, but will issue an order demanding that they produce their report in an extremely short amount of time. She's going to pick some arbitrary date and be like, I told you to make the report sooner and you didn't. Because that's how she sounds. What's wrong with her? Her blood type is Thorazine or something. What's wrong with this judge? Okay, let me get... I was super excited, very amped today when I got down in my office and my camera was just working. Wayfaring Broad, I'm shocked too that I've been on time-ish. But I'm the only one that walk across the fire for you or whatever. So I had to be on time for you guys. You guys like that Melissa Etheridge song? I do. It's too early in the morning to sing, so I'm not doing that. Oh my gosh. How many quarters can you fit in your nose? You guys stop. I stopped huffing quarters a long time ago. I mean, eventually when you graduate to 50-cent pieces, you just don't have time for quarters anymore. It's not fulfilling. Is Law of Self-Defense not co-streaming this anymore? Not at present. No, he has switched over to the Christopher Schur trial, which is Christopher Schur is a police officer who said, sure, I'll shoot a guy in the back of the head. And so now he's on trial for murder. That's how that works. So if you shoot someone in the back of the head, even as a police officer, they're like, you know what? Maybe that's not legal. I don't know. They really don't know how to party anymore. I mean, come on. What's a bullet among friends? No, so he's covering that trial. It's a use of force trial, which is that's much more up his alley than Karen Reed. I mean, she used some force in a car, I guess. Maybe that's what the state says. But he's going to cover that trial. I doubt it'll be as long as this one. He may rejoin us. I didn't kill the stream. The stream's up. So. How many quarters of ketamine can you fit in your nose? That's my favorite meme name that people have come up for me with is ketamine. I find that one to be wildly funny. Okay. I need to tweet this shit out now. See, we got the stream started, but it's only because I backloaded all the work. I'm like, I'll do this after this thing starts. Bronca's streaming over on X as well. Let's see. Oh, man. It's amazing. I don't know. It's amazing to see how the world works. It's funny. People are just fine making jokes and saying whatever you want, but you make a joke back. Oh boy. Suddenly it's like an allegation or an accusation. It's like, no, it's just a joke. You like candlelight. It's not my fault. But everybody's okay with jokes until you make one about them. And then suddenly it's like, oh man, that joke's too far. Oh, I thought we were in the adult pool. My bad. Turns out we're in the bitch pool. Okay. Sorry, I'm doing the annoying thing where like you read your own Twitter and you don't like read it to anybody else. But hey, whatever. Make a joke in chat, get banned? No, you can make plenty of jokes in chat. I just told people exactly what they can't talk about anymore. If you want to free speech it, go free speech it somewhere else. That's fine. Here's the thing about free speech. You don't get to go into someone's living room and just scream obscenity at them. And they're like, you can't stop me. Oh, I can. There is a level of reasonableness to to the speech that is allowed on platforms that people have control on. And when people give you free speech, and reminder that other people are giving you that free speech. That's a gift. They're not the government. They have the tools. They can stop you all they want. When they give you that free speech and you abuse it over and over and over, they'll eventually stop. So people can be people. Come make fun of me all you want. I don't care. But there are just limits. There are just limits of decency that do exist. All right, we are live for Karen Reed. Day 6. Hope you guys are liking the thumbnails. I'm very much enjoying making them. I'm just using ChatGPT to make them. Someone got me to try out AI. Well, it was Grifty. He sent me an AI thing. I was like, well, AI just works like that. I just talk to it and tell it what to do. That's better than Ryan. Tell him what to do and it doesn't happen. No, I'm just kidding. I don't I don't want to make it seem like Ryan's not doing what I asked. Let's see. We're live for Karen Reed, day 6. The state will bring more witness testimony as their case in chief continues. Come join us. YouTube. I got to put the thumbnail over on Rumble. That's right. I was using Rumble Studio yesterday, and I was getting bad reports about the quality of the stream going to YouTube, and I don't know why, but the bit rate from Rumble Studio to YouTube is too high. And so I think that's what causes the choppiness in the bad camera going on yesterday on YouTube. And it's not related to my other camera problems. Those excuse me, are separate. And I have to figure that out at some point. But there's no way to control the bit rate between Rumble and YouTube. The bit rate for streaming on YouTube is about, the recommended bit rate's 2,500 kilobits per second, I believe. And then what it was receiving is like 6,300, which causes some sort of mess. Well, I'm unmuted. Yay. We have a fan now, and the fan is now making noise. Let's see.
Yea. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning,
Cough me,
Council. Good
Yep.
morning, Ms. Reed. Good
What is
morning,
that?
John.
Is that a Massachusetts thing? You do
have
cough at
asked you those
maximum
same
volume.
3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
No.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no and shook their heads. Before we start, at the end of the trial, when I give you your instructions, I'll explain to you what a stipulation is. But essentially, a stipulation really is just something, a fact that the lawyers agree to. So what the lawyers want me to tell you, what they agree with, is that last Friday, when we were on our view at 34 Fairview, you may have seen an object in the front lawn. It looked like a rock. If you saw that, please disregard it. They want you to know that that was not there on January 28th to January 29th of 2022. Thank you. With that, could we
Thanks,
have Mr.
Judge.
Whiffen back, please?
Can you make me? I like being large. I may be joined by my good friend, Good Logic, later today. I'm going to send him the link now, and he is able to join at any time.
All right, Mr. Alessi, you all set?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Whee!
Your Honor, if I may address the court. Mr. Brennan and I have agreed, as we did yesterday, to stipulate into evidence portions of Mr. Whiffin's March 2025 report. So if I could have it marked.
Mr. Whiffen.
Thank you.
Exhibit 43. Thank you.
Captions.
Thank you.
They don't have captions on this one. Let me find one that does. I'll keep this up until I can make the switch. I'll do maybe NBC 10 has it.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Whiffen,
Good morning.
and welcome back.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay, we got it.
Thank you.
Just for a second, I need to
Thank you.
kill this other tab.
Mr. Whiffen, I just handed you, which is in evidence as
Mr. Whiffen SS.
43, and this is a portion of your March 2025 report.
That's too small.
If you could just take a moment to look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to do that, I'd ask you to turn to page 28.
I don't know. I feel
And just,
so.
if you could,
I
sir,
feel so
just pick up your
tiny.
head and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Don't need to do this right now. When can you see me at Hackamania? It would be Thursday and Friday. Oh, this guy gets a laptop? Seems like cheating. Why they keep having to ask permission to approach? Because they're not supposed to be, like, they can't be
you.
by the witnesses.
Ready, Mr. Whiffen?
I am.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is to, with your honor's permission, is to publish pages 28, 29, and 30 and start with page 28.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf? And if
Oh,
you could
baby.
enlarge the text down below as much as you can so the jury can see it.
I'll put myself way up in the top left here.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. So, Mr. Whiffen, this summary section of your report is a summary of the location section that you wrote in your March 2025 report, correct?
That's correct.
And it states the location data on this device contains a vast number of records while traveling between 12/19/33 and 12/24/38. These records all have a high horizontal accuracy value as well as bearing and speed information which conforms to the streets being traveled. Next paragraph.
Sorry, I'm terrible.
The device arrived outside 34 Fairview at 12/24/38 where it remained static for about 30 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did I read that correctly?
Sorry, yes, you did.
Yeah, so
I
at the
don't
end of
like
it
that.
says, show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
I would like you to, Mr. Wilk, if we could switch back to the timeline of Mr. Whiffen that we had published yesterday in DEC.
I just don't like how tiny it made me.
79. Mr. Whiffen, if you could please, we just read that portion of your report that says at 25:30, the device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you put that in
There.
your timeline?
I did not.
It's kind of important information, isn't it?
I believe with the declining accuracy, the value that those records provided was more limited.
But it was
It
was
doesn't matter.
important enough for you to write it in your report, but you didn't put it in the timeline, correct?
Tinier than your
Correct.
shoulders.
Now, if you could continue on your report, page 29, Mr. Wolk, if we could put, and we're going to be flipping back and forth between the timeline in your report.
Okay.
If we could go to page 29, enlarge it, the text, so the jury is able to read it along with us. We're going to start from the top. So the next says, from the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move towards the house. However, since the bearing information appears to be based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So the first part is again a statement that the device has started to move toward the house. Now, if we could go to the next paragraph. This location data is immediately followed by 12 minutes of low accuracy records, which offer no reliable location information. So I just want to make sure I've got the time period here right. The 12 minutes is from 12:25, correct?
Yes.
And
That's
so
correct.
12:25 plus 12 is 12:37. So the range we're talking about here is from 12:25 through 12:37, correct?
Correct.
Then, if we could go to, Mr. Wolk, please, back to the timeline, slide 82. So I want to discuss with you the very top entry, Health 12/31/56, where you have the entry start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters. And yesterday we agreed 25 meters is approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
And that is what you have in the timeline. Let's understand what
I'll give a
that
little boost to the
means.
courtroom audio. Heard it's kind of quiet. Think I
At
can.
that time period, 12/31/56, do you recall writing in your March 2025 report
That should be a little bit
that
better.
the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds?
Related to the location data, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, if we could, Mr. Wolk, go back to page 29 of the report. So what I want to do is go back to that paragraph up at the top from the combination of the device.
I don't know if the judge actually made a ruling. I would assume yes.
From the combination
didn't
of
talk
device
about it in
location
court.
and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move toward the house. However, since the bearing information appears based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. So you're talking about difficulty saying with certainty, correct?
Correct.
But it is certainly possible that the device was at that location and was moving toward the house. That's possible, correct?
Based on location data, yes.
Now what I'd like to do, please, is to go stay on that report. And the third paragraph says, the reason for such low accuracy location data at this time is not known, as there are many possible reasons why the accuracy was be reduced. There's a little grammar issue there, but
Correct.
in fairness to you, sir, we do that when we write long reports. But I think that your intention here is
Your intention was to
why
not
the
sound like an
accuracy is
idiot.
reduced at
Was
this
reduced,
point,
yes.
correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct. Yeah. Well,
This
sounded a
could
little bad.
include
Little
reasons
bad.
such as the device entered a building covered area, the result of weather conditions, geography, poor connectivity, or interference, to name a few. So those are the reasons you gave, which could contribute to some low accuracy, correct?
Correct.
And interesting, the very first reason you gave is that the device could be entering a building or covered area. And that phraseology could include a house, correct?
Correct.
It could include a garage attached to the house, correct?
Correct.
And it could include the house at 34 Fairview, and it could include the garage attached to the house at 34 Fairview, because both of those are buildings or covered areas, correct?
Correct.
Then you go on in the next paragraph to say it is known that the device was not being used at this time, and is this time that include that 12:37, 12-minute range, 12:25 to 12:37?
Yes, it was not being used for location purposes.
Lawyer is
So
a
that's
lefty.
another reason why, right, the accuracy could be a little bit on the lower side.
Correct.
Now, the next paragraph says, at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher, and that's relative to what it was recording before. It's not that it's high, but it's higher than what it was just moments before.
Correct.
The data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside. Although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown in the map below in white. So let's go down and look at what you had in your report for the area in white. In the area in white that you're referring to, there are two white circles, the largest one there. This, in fact, was a depiction that you included in your report on page 29, correct?
Correct.
Interesting and notable, you did not include that depiction in your timeline that you discussed with the jury yesterday, did you?
I did not know.
But it was important enough for you to put that depiction in your report, correct?
Correct.
And notably, the larger white circle covers a substantial amount of the house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
This kind of
So-
matters a lot.
Given your testimony on direct yesterday with Attorney Brennan, the phone of John O'Keefe, according to this depiction, could be anywhere within the largest white circle, correct?
Correct.
And this depiction was not offered by you or the Commonwealth in your presentation to the jury yesterday, correct?
Correct. Not in the PowerPoint.
Yeah, it's just left that out.
Now,
The
if
part
we
where the
could
location data includes the house.
go back, Mr. Wolk, to page 29 of your report, into the text. And if we can enlarge the text just a little bit, please, for the jury, Mr. Wolk.
Like that alone, that picture is devastating.
So,
and you
the
left it
paragraph
out,
that
didn't
begins
you?
with at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher accuracy information. Again, the data centers on a location
Data?
slightly closer to the house than the roadside, although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown on the map in white below. And I repeated that just to connect this part of the text to that diagram with a big white circle. Have I done that correctly?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, sir. The next paragraph. Over the next few hours, the GPS coordinate and the associated accuracy radius jumps around numerous times between the house and the road. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
And therefore, over the next few hours, according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
Based on the low
Say it.
accuracy information, yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
The answer is yes.
The next paragraph. Well, we'll stop there for a moment, and I would like to, Mr. Will, go down, scroll, please, to that diagram that's right below that text again. Yesterday, you discussed the Waze application with Ms. Attorney Brennan, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that Waze location data is more accurate than the data that comes from the Apple apps like health data and location, correct?
Incorrect. No.
I'm sorry. Is Waze location data, in your view, accurate location data?
There isn't really a thing such as Waze location data.
I'm having too much.
Waze location
yes,
data
there
doesn't
is.
really exist. Waze is requesting location data from location services, and location services would respond with high accuracy information.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah, but Waze
Correction.
logs that data.
So when someone is using a Waze application, is the information they get through that Waze app accurate?
It tries to be accurate, yes.
And as a general matter, is the Waze application more accurate than the Apple information regarding location?
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing because it's coming essentially from the same source, correct?
Yes, Apple provides that information to Waze.
Right. So
The
you had
state said
testified
in opening,
yesterday that at a certain point,
the Waze was the most
the
accurate.
Waze application ceased functioning, correct?
Correct.
But just because it ceased functioning, the Apple applications were still taking effect, and that's why you could make this depiction on this item that is on the screen now, correct?
Correct.
If we could, Mr. Wolk, go to page 30.
Sabina, technically, it doesn't say that
And
the phone was in
what
the
I'd
house.
like
It
to
said the
highlight,
phone could be in the
please, is
house.
the text, so if we can enlarge it up at the top. So you then state, while location data from this data source, cache SQLite, is usually able to identify the location of the device with a high degree of accuracy and reliability, these records are so close that making a distinction between the device's actual location on the front garden is impossible, correct?
Correct.
Your words, impossible.
Correct.
Did you provide any of the information in that paragraph in your timeline or to the jury in your direct testimony yesterday?
Not in the PowerPoint, no.
Next paragraph. If the location records are limited to just the records between 0025, which is 12:25, and 6 a.m. and with an accuracy radius of 10 meters or less, there are 46 records, all of which fall within the red circle shown below. Go ahead, Mr. Wolf, if you could scroll down. And that is the only depiction there that you included in your timeline yesterday, correct?
Correct.
So you took one of two depictions in your summary of the location, this one, in terms of your timeline presentation, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of
Is he wearing these
the
same shoes
timeline.
yesterday? I don't know.
and Mr. Woke, if we could go back to the previous with the other.
I feel like his tie's different, which makes me think his shirt is different. He might be wearing the same jacket.
It's on page 29. If we could enlarge that depiction, please. So you testified that the flagpole and the fire hydrant are more down toward the small black circle. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And yesterday,
Yeah, Ellie, we saw Bev
you
stumble through that announcement.
rendered an opinion that you believed that the phone was mostly in the location by the flagpole and the fire hydrant, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a minute, please.
I mean, just the raw, obvious difference between having the circle that shows the phone only outside versus the other circle which shows the phone could have easily been inside the house. And the omission of that is it's stunning, but it's the state. That's what they do. Here we go. What do we got? Real quick. Where am I? We've got the fact that your recovery is pissing people off is making me so happy. Keep it up. Also, about to run Crushbone with an 8-ball. Cheerio. Damn it. Thank you. Thank you. Here we go. We got another one. This is one of the voice tips here.
What's this? Nick on time, not late, and homo? This must be a sign of the apocalypse. Hi to your kids. Hi to your wife. We gonna die.
Okay, the Ronnie O'Neill voice just came out perfect.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
If we could dim the lights again, please. Thank you.
It's the exact same suit.
So,
Oh, that's embarrassing. It
enlarge
probably still
that
smells like the bar then.
So yesterday, Mr. Whiffen, you focused your testimony and your opinions on the smaller black circle, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't discuss at all or disclose at all this depiction, and therefore didn't discuss or disclose at all the larger white circle, correct?
Not when discussing my overall opinion.
Right.
Gator,
So-
yes,
so-
I
so
will.
the answer
We'll give it a
is
no.
shot. We'll give it a recap in a
So-
minute.
the fair way to interpret, and this is what you put in your report, this is your depiction,
Uh-oh.
is that, and based upon what you said yesterday, the phone could be at the very edge of the top of the circle, correct?
Correct.
And the phone could also be at any point, so you can, in theory, put a phone anywhere around the very edges of that entire circle, correct?
There's caveats to that, but yes.
Well, I'm just asking you
Yes.
a question.
The answer is yes.
Your testimony yesterday in this depiction, the phone could be anywhere in that location
Yes.
within the area of that white circle.
Correct.
Arson fire. I haven't had a head cold in a while. So no, I guess not. Carmen, there is a
I would
Matthew.
like to now
there's a
go
Matthew Harris
back
voice.
to the timeline, Mr. Wolf, where we had left off, which is slide 82.
Mr. Smith's government class. Tell him it's not your fault. God didn't install a volume knob on a lessee.
And at the very top entry, you have health, time 3156, and then the description, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and we agreed about 84 feet. And this is where the device began moving toward the house for a period of 20 seconds. Is that correct?
It's the time that 36 steps started to be recorded. I've got no idea of the direction of travel.
I want to focus on the time, 12:31:56. Are you aware that a firm called Aperture, on behalf of the Commonwealth, has submitted a report that states that there was a trigger event at 12:31:56 that they refer to as the supposed collision? Are you aware of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
I recall seeing a
So you
report.
don't,
Sorry.
You don't have to answer
Sorry,
that. Mr.
apologies.
Wilson, That's okay.
What's a little smirk?
Mr. Whiffen,
Thinking about ice cream. I like
do
ice cream.
are you familiar with
Vanilla.
a firm called Aperture?
I'm vaguely aware of them. I've heard of them once.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Dr. Judson Welcher?
I'm not, no.
But you're familiar with the firm Aperture.
I am.
And do you know that the Aperture firm is working on this case?
That's the only reason I'm aware of this company.
Right. And do you know that the Aperture firm has used your data in your report? Do you know that?
I believe I saw something about that.
Do you believe you saw something, or do you know that they've used your data for a report in this matter?
I recall seeing a report. I don't recall whether it was my data that was being referenced.
Do you recall seeing a report from Aperture?
I do.
So you reviewed a report from Aperture.
Several months ago, yes.
And did you read the whole report?
Eat some
It was a
prescription
PowerPoint
meds.
presentation, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, I
It-
reviewed it.
And you recall reading that entire PowerPoint presentation?
I don't recall what it said, but I remember reading through it.
Fair enough. Do you remember, as you sit here today, reading about a
Oh,
trigger
Tilly
of-
T, you should have a
of
burger.
number 1162-2? Do you recall reading that?
I recall seeing reference to a trigger event.
What did you understand the Aperture firm that's
Honestly,
paid
this
by the
player is
Commonwealth,
stupid.
what do you
I don't think so.
understand they meant by trigger 1162-2? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall the specific slide that discussed a trigger? Objection.
Do you
Wait, what?
recall that, Mr. Whiffen?
What's the objection?
Very vaguely.
Would it help your recollection if I showed you a slide from that report that you said you reviewed to refresh your recollection.
All right, so why don't I see Councilor Tybau? Bring that with you, Mr. Alessi, please.
Okay, so someone had asked for Gator Aaron, I believe, asked for a recap of this case. The brief recap is the woman on screen right now, long brown hair, is Karen Reed. She is accused of murdering her boyfriend by the name of John O'Keefe, a Massachusetts police officer. She's accused of murdering him with her Lexus after a long night of drinking and partying with cop friends. The problem with the case is that it doesn't really look like they have any evidence to support the murder happening. It kind of looks like he may have been murdered by his friends or killed by his friends. Maybe it's by accident. And the murder is being pinned on Karen Reed. So she was tried last year. They came to the conclusion of a hung jury. They were not able to get to a verdict either way of guilt or non-guilt. So now the state is trying again. So it makes it kind of a mess. Here we go. We got.
I'm tired of getting raped in prison. Please, nose man, get me off. I mean, out.
Oh no. Oh no. By the way, the AI voices are super tips. You can go to supertip.gg/RL. There are a bunch of voices. There are more on the way. We can really just make as many as we want. And I have Ryan working on some. We're going to have an Alessi voice soon. I have a feeling like Alessi and Ronnie O'Neill are great voices, but it's a fun system. It's like an alternative to doing super chats or whatever. The creators who use super tips get paid right away, and they also YouTube they take way less of a cut. They take a 10% cut versus the 30% cut that YouTube takes. So it's pretty cool little system. It's a lot of fun. You guys can play around with it, send in super chats or super tips making fun of me in different voices or talking about the case or whatever you want to do. I mean, give it a shot or don't. You certainly welcome, of course, to just watch the show in whatever way makes you comfortable. Why don't you have an Ethan Ralph voice or Medicare? Well, because you just haven't made him yet. For now, I figured focus on getting some of the voices that are attached to this trial is good. So we have the two paramedics who both have an AM problem. And I think I told Brian to make a voice for the judge. Can you pin the super tips link? Oh my gosh, I forgot to do that. What an idiot. Try out super tip. Oh, wait. Super tip.gg/. Let's see. Thought we were done with the expert. This expert's voir dire. What gives? This guy is not being voir dired. This is his testimony. The voir dire experts were different guys yesterday. This is a state witness. The voir dire experts yesterday were from ARCA. They are for the defense. And I believe the judge basically indicated, and I'm not sure if the order has been made official, but the judge has basically indicated that she will allow them to generate their report, but she's ordering them to have it done by like May 5th or something like that. Forgot the super tips link. What kind of grifter are you? I'm rusty. I'm out of practice. Stop making fun of me. Tilly T, should I have a burger, pizza, or fish and chips? Now I'm hungry. I say burger. God, I'm starving. I want some eggs. Sabina D, how do you rehabilitate this when the Commonwealth witness says that the data shows John was in the house or at least his phone? And again, the way they're going to rehabilitate it is to point out that they're going to have the guy re-emphasize that it's low accuracy data. And that's why he didn't include it in his report, is because he felt the accuracy was not sufficient, and that just because the phone could be in the house, on the low accuracy data, the circle for low accuracy data encompasses the place where the phone has been understood to be, which would be not in the house. So that the location of the phone, still, just because, again, as the data becomes less accurate and the circle expands, the phone's still within the circle of where it's understood to be. Can you legally ask the state's expert, why are you gay? Yes, you can.
Why are you gay?
You can always do that. Anytime. He's not gay.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
I can't. I still laugh at it every time.
May I, Your Honor?
You can approach.
Thank you. Mr. Whiffen, I'm handing you this to Ms. Brennan.
Look, Alessi is a destroyer of expert witnesses. He's really effective on cross, and he immediately gets these guys to admit that their analysis is not great. It's not thorough. They leave things out.
Okay.
She murdered him with a law subscription. Yes, Alexis next. No, journalism one. Wasn't the law version.
Mr. Whiffen, does that refresh your recollection with regard to an aperture report that discusses a trigger of 1162.2?
It does, thank you.
Pardon me?
It does, thank you.
And how does it refresh your recollection?
I remember seeing that several months ago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. There's a blower on here that I'm having trouble hearing Mr. Whiffen. If you, sir, could bring the mic, it's not your fault. If you could bring it and speak a little louder, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I recall seeing that as part of the report that I
Look
read.
at how
2 months
angry
ago.
this Brit
And
is.
you recall the time of 12:31:38 now, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back to your timeline. '82.
You always hear super tits?
So-
Me too.
You just spoke about a trigger 1162.2 associated with a time of 12:31:38, and we are now at the timeline of 12:31:56, correct? Objection.
Sustained.
What?
We are now going back to the timeline, deck 82.
Some of these objections just
and
don't
you
make
see
any
up at the
sense.
top where it says health 3156. You see that, sir?
I do.
And then it says start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, which we have said is 84 feet or so. And this is when the device begins moving, correct?
Correct.
And that is after the trigger of 1162.2, correct? Objection.
Sustained.
Let's go to the next entry on the timeline, which is 12:32:03. You see that? That's Doppler.
I do.
And then you state pocket state cleared.
Yeah, MG law. It's really annoying.
Is the
Also lets
phone
the
at
judge
that
just
time in a pocket?
pick whatever she wants it to be.
It's impossible for me to say. I can say that the camera was blocked, but I don't know what was blocking it.
You're saying at this point the camera is blocked?
It had been blocked, and at that point, it became unblocked.
So at this point, it became unblocked from a previous block status,
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
Does there have to be some human manipulation of the phone at 12:32:03 for that to happen?
Technically not. There are scenarios that wouldn't require it.
Is it more likely than not that there had to have been some human contact in action for this pocket state clearing event to occur?
Yes.
12:32:04 is the next. It's a type unlock, device unlock with Face ID. You see that, sir?
I do.
Is there some human action that has to occur for the device to unlock with Face ID?
Typically, you must be paying attention to the phone.
Sorry, sir.
You must be paying attention to the phone, assuming that that setting's enabled.
So someone had to be looking at the phone.
Yes.
At 12:32:05, application focus. What does that mean?
The messages application was at the foreground of the device being used.
Next entry, 12:32:06. We discussed this. It says read message, pull behind me. And that is associated with a Jen McCabe. It's a Jen McCabe message of 31:47, correct?
Correct.
And does a human have to be reading that for that entry to be made?
The message needs to be on screen. If the conversation with Jen McCabe was already on screen when the device was unlocked, then that message would automatically be considered read.
Next entry, app lock, 12:32:09, end application focuses messages, and then it says device locked with lock button for the last time. That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And it actually requires somebody to take the cell phone and press the side button to do that, correct?
It does, yes.
So there has to be some degree of coordination for that to occur, for a human to be able to have something that hits that button, correct?
Certainly, yes.
Do you understand what a term fine motor skill means? Do you
Yes.
understand that? And would that person have to be using fine motor skills to do that?
Yes.
Next entry, 12:32:16. End of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, again, 84 feet. That is in your timeline because that's when you believe the end of the health event, the end of the 36 steps occurred, correct?
That is the time that the device data shows the end of the health event, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Here we go.
You need a monograph voice once it would not cause you more legal issues.
Shouldn't cause me legal issues.
Do you need the light, Mr. Alessi?
Yeah, it would be helpful. Thank you,
Could
Your
we have the
Honor.
lights, please, Dave?
Need a Jesse Ventura AI voice. We need to bring
Do
him
you
back as the
recall
governor.
writing in your March 2025 report the following? The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 25.4 meters, again, that 84 feet, according to healthdbsecure.db. Do you recall writing that?
I do.
And you used in your report 36 steps were recorded covering a distance of 25.4 meters or 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
Do you know a trooper named Nicholas Garino?
I'm aware of him, yes.
Are you a little more than aware of him? You've worked with him on this case, haven't you?
He sent me some of the files related to it, but further than that, I've got no relationship with him.
But isn't someone sending you files on a case you're
Oh.
working with the person? Isn't that a fair conclusion?
It could be.
"36
Do
steps,
you
not
recall
34
reading
feet
any reports
for
of
you. Maybe
Nicholas
very
Garino?
short legs."
I don't recall reading a report by Nick.
Does that mean you didn't read it, or you just don't recall reading it?
I honestly can't remember if I did or not. I remember some of the reports that I read for this case. I don't recall if one was by Nick.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a portion of his report to determine whether you would have read it?
Please.
Thank you. Moment, Your Honor, please.
Sure.
So MG Law, I agree 100%. For those on Rumble and for those who may have missed it in the chat, he says stating a 1 or 2 word basis for an objection like leading or relevance or calls for legal conclusion is not a speaking objection. Giving an explanation for why you made those objections would be. Yes, 100%. Although it's clear this judge has eliminated even that level of
Thank you, Your Honor.
discussion. My theory is that it locks a judge into making a correct legal decision that is appealable if they get it wrong. I don't think judges like that. They want to just, let things happen as it were, if you will. But I don't think that fear is really well founded. Appellate courts give broad deference to judges to make evidentiary decisions.
Yes.
Overturning an objection would have to hit the clearly
Show Mr.
erroneous
Brennan.
standard,
Yes.
I think, or abuse of discretion. But and that's going to be really difficult in any case. But to me, that's the only reason I could see why they wouldn't want to at least just have the grounds of the objection.
Mr. Whitman?
Thank you.
And may I stand by the witness, Your Honor? Thank you. I am providing you with a document, and I would ask if that refreshes your recollection as to whether you've read a report of Mr. Garino.
A report or this report?
This report. Thank you, Your Honor.
Kevinowski says, seems an obvious question would be if Karen's phone moved backward when she was in front of the house.
I don't recall ever seeing this report.
He said they didn't have orientation data of the phone, so forward and backwards wouldn't be. I guess who cares if it's
Have you ever had any
oriented that way?
conversations with Trooper Nicholas Garino?
Very briefly.
But you have, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Did Trooper Garino tell you that he measured the distance from the flagpole to the front door and it was 72 feet? Did he ever tell you that?
Sustained.
He said object to form.
Did you ever have a conversation with Trooper Nick Garino about the distance from the
Don't say Nick
flagpole to the
Garino
front
too
door of
fast.
3430?
Maybe.
Troop Nick Garino.
Maybe.
No.
So is it maybe then
Cancel.
you had a conversation with him in which he stated to you that that distance is 72 feet?
It's maybe.
So if we go back to what we were discussing earlier about the steps and the distance covered. And this is in your report of March 2025, where we've talked about this, and it's the final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Is this the correct slide?
No, it's not.
So let's take
Yeah,
it down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me start that over. The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 5.4 meters or 84 feet. 84 feet is greater than 72 feet, correct?
Correct.
So if the distance from the flagpole to the front of the house is 72 feet, and your report notes 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet, that would put those steps within the house, correct?
It would.
Let's continue on with the timeline.
Don't tell me what to do.
Deck 83. We now have Doppler 1233:14, and then Doppler pocket state. Do you recall in your report adding a word to this, that your report said pocket state detected? Do you recall writing that?
More than likely, yes.
Yes. But the detected word is not on that slide, is it?
It's not, no.
What does pocket state detected mean?
There was an active check by the Doppler function, and it detected that it was in a pocket state.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Yes. To switch? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. By the way, we've got a video
Thank you, Your Honor.
summarizing the voir dire of Dr. Wolf that I had Ryan clip together from last night. So from yesterday. So we'll get that posted probably.
Do you need
Around
this slide up there,
lunchtime?
Mr. Alessi?
I was just going to check that. I think the answer is going to be no, Your Honor.
W. McMaster, you could probably go back. 50 minutes is not how long court has been on. I sat around yammering for a bit before it.
I would now like to change gears a bit and go to temperature with an iPhone. You recall that discussion in your direct testimony?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Wolk, if we could please have the slide deck, but a different page, slide 60. And just tee it up, but please don't put it on the screen yet.
Dude, Nick Garino's
iPhones
stole
don't
my truck.
record
Oh, no,
ambient
no, no.
Or the environmental temperature where the phone may be at any given time, correct?
Correct.
But the iPhones, including the iPhone of John O'Keefe, log the temperature of the battery inside of it, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that function, examiners and folks like you can use the battery temperature of an iPhone to identify increases or decreases in temperature within the environment that the iPhone is physically located in. True?
I believe so, yes.
And that's right out of your report, right? Your March 2025 report makes that very statement, correct?
Yes.
the battery temperature of an iPhone generally matches the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, correct?
From my testing, yes.
And when an iPhone is in a lock state with little activity occurring on the device, the battery temperature is heavily affected by the ambient temperature in the environment, again, matching the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, right?
Correct.
And what I just read is right out of your March 2025 report, correct?
It sounds like it is, yes.
He sounded excited
And
about that. Oh,
You actually
yes.
established this in various temperature testing and test scenarios in your March 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Let's discuss those two tests.
Tide will roll. The thing about court reporters that's really nice is you need transcripts. So in my county, they don't have court reporters that are live
You had
transcribing the
an
hearing.
appendix to your
video it, and then
report
the court reporter goes back and
that
refines the
discussed
transcript.
two test scenarios with regard
having
to
those
temperature,
transcripts
correct?
produced
Correct.
Can
And
I
that
just
was
ask?
append-
I'm sorry, Mr.
and
Whiffen,
produced
do you have
quickly
your
is-
report with you, sir?
is really
I
helpful.
don't have a copy in front of me.
I'd be happy to provide him.
Really
with a copy
sucks
of
having
his
to wait
report
like
so
days
he
and
can
days and days
have him
for a
follow along.
transcript
I
when you
think
need
that's
it
great.
right
Thank
away
you.
to write a
Would that be
brief.
helpful, Mr. Whiffen?
Very, thank you.
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go.
Here you go. Take that.
And Mr. Whiffen, feel free at any time to.
Alan Jackson's your
reference that
secret
report.
weird crush.
And if you could, turn
He has
to page 77.
Very powerful temporal vein, which I think is indicative of
So are you
maybe
ready?
higher brain
am, yes.
function
Thank you.
and
So
anger.
let's look at test scenario one. Test scenario one, you took an iPhone. If I'm remembering correctly, same model as John O'Keefe's?
Believe John O'Keefe's was iPhone 11. I used an iPhone 10.
But sufficiently
similar.
similar for purposes of this experiment? right?
Correct.
Or this test?
Same iOS version.
Yes. So it's the same iOS version, the software inside the phone, just a different model.
Yes,
And it's the software that's important for this test, correct?
I believe so.
So you state that you placed the iPhone inside a freezer, correct?
Correct.
And now if we could, Mr. Woke, if we can put that, do we have that in would be page 77? And if we could enlarge that chart, please. Enlarge it just a little bit more. We're not concerned with the text at this point. So we can just get the chart as large as possible. Thank you. Thank you. So what I'd like to do is focus on January 29th. Excuse me. This is your experiment. When did you do test scenario one, approximately the date?
This is a good question. It was sometime probably in December last year.
I'm sorry.
In December last year, I believe.
December 2024.
Correct.
So what you did here was you took the phone, you put it inside a freezer. What was the temperature of the freezer?
I actually don't know.
But it was a freezer.
It was freezing. Yes.
It is sort of your just regular freezer that
freezing.
everybody
A
has.
regular chest
Nothing
freezer.
special about it.
No.
Let's look at some of the data that you have from this. Let's start at the 1710 time frame where it's placed in the freezer and you've got, and we're going to go with Fahrenheit, if that's okay with you.
Of course, yes.
Thank you. 73.4 degrees, correct?
Correct.
And then if you go all the way down to the 1725, which would be 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Can you state what the drop in temperature is of the battery temperature in just 15 minutes in a freezer?
Approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
So it drops 50 degrees Fahrenheit in just 15 minutes.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that if you do the math, that that's about a little over 3.5 degrees per minute? And if Your Honor, if he
Unless
wants
he's
to use a
pretending he
calculator,
doesn't know the
calculator,
math.
just accept my estimate, whatever Your Honor.
He was
thinks is
born
appropriate.
knowing the math.
However, you can answer the question, Mr.
I'm
Whitfield.
happy to accept your answer. That's fine.
Let me just make sure. I have a moment, Your Honor. .33, would that sound fair, sir?
That sounds fair.
So it's about 3.3 degrees Fahrenheit per minute drop, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next page of your report, page 78, where test scenario 2. And in test scenario 2, you took the same phone with the same software and you placed it outside at a temperature of 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
And we could enlarge that, please, Mr. Wolf. And if you could just scroll up, well, just if you just leave it there, it's fine. So if we take the time that we start out with a control temperature, and then we've got a battery temperature at 9:02, and this is the battery temperature of the iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And we've got 66.2 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to call that a baseline for purposes of what this chart is?
The device had already been outside for 2 minutes at that point, but yes.
Okay, so we'll just refer to 66.2. And then if we go from 9:02 down to 9:15, a period of 13 minutes, correct?
Correct.
So at 33.8 degrees and 13 minutes, what is the drop in temperature in degrees? What's the drop?
Sorry, between the 9:02 and the 9:15?
Right. So does it go from 66.2 to 35.6?
It does.
And sir, so I don't have to have you do a math on the fly. I've calculated it, that drop at 30.6. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct, yes.
So you got a drop of 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes at an outside temperature of 33.8, correct?
Correct.
It's almost like it was cooling down at an accelerated pace after a little while.
We're going to come back to this, but what I'd like to do is to compare.
He does not want to hear. We're going to
these
come back
two
to this.
Test scenarios. The one we just saw at 33 degrees Fahrenheit, where it dropped 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes, again at an outdoor temperature of 33.8, and then test scenario 1 in a freezer, where it dropped 61.2 degrees in just 15 minutes. Now let's go to the slide 60, which was in your slide presentation yesterday, of what you stated was the temperature change in the iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. You with me, sir?
Yep.
Thank you.
Freezers run at a pretty low
So
temperature,
if
though.
we
Somewhere around
start
0.
out at 12:13,
I believe.
we see a battery temperature of 82 degrees Fahrenheit.
And
correct?
outside,
Correct.
Then it
temps are,
drops,
you know,
a little
40.
bit to 77, a little bit to 72. And what I want to focus on is keeping the starting point for my questions here at the 12:37 time period on the morning of January 29th. And that's 72 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So if you take the time period from 12:37 to 12:50.
Don't talk to me about your commie
15-minute
Celsius freezers.
interval, correct?
Use American freezers.
The phone only drops 11 degrees Fahrenheit in 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
We
If
work
you
in
then
freedom
go
units.
to 12:37 and give it a little bit more time, down to 1:36 a.m., the temperature, and that's just about an hour, right?
Correct.
And the temperature drops from 72 to 50, only 22 degree drop in an hour, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you compare this chart in the drop in temperature, for example, 12:37, 12:53, in 15 minutes, it's only dropping 11 degrees, to your experiments, where with the first scenario with the freezer, it dropped $50 degrees in a 15-minute period. Is it correct to say that there was a much more dramatic drop in temperature in your test scenario 1 than what actually occurred on John O'Keefe's phone for the time period we just covered in January 29th?
Yes.
And then with regard to even test scenario 2, where the temperature is 33.8 degrees, that's the ambient, the outdoor temperature,
Correct.
right? At that temperature, just above freezing, you've got a...
Sorry, that's below freezing.
I'm sorry?
It's below freezing.
What is freezing in Fahrenheit?
Don't know, but it's 0 degrees Celsius.
Right.
And it was -5 degrees Celsius at the time.
Right, but would you agree that, and I want to be fair to you because I know you use Celsius more
Yes.
than
I want to
Americans
be
use
fair to you, you
Fahrenheit.
dummy.
But would you agree that 2 degrees Fahrenheit is the freezing point in Fahrenheit?
I honestly wouldn't know.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, God, come on.
So in any
Yes,
event, in your
really?
experiment at 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit,
Are you serious?
you're getting a drop in your experiment in 13 minutes of 30.6 degrees, right?
Correct.
But much less drop in temperature on slide deck 60 of the actual iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not know.
Don't you think that that would be an important piece of information in analyzing where the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
So you didn't think it was important, even though you issued a report discussing the temperature of the iPhone, and you did 2 test scenarios, one in a freezer, one in an ambient temperature of slightly above 33 degrees, and you didn't think it important to take the final step to see whether there was anything to be gained from that comparison to determine where that phone was located?
My testing proved that the battery temperature is affected by ambient temperature. My report shows the data that was on the device. I also don't know the condition that the phone was found in, whether it was in a case, whether it was in a pocket. So to me, the ambient temperature in Canton at the time wasn't particularly relevant. I just wanted to show what data the device had recorded.
Relevant.
The information that you create from your digital forensics analysis, including everything that's in the slide in your report, including battery.
By the way, Celsius is no longer allowed in the chat. You have to say degrees communism.
One sec, sir. I'll go back to the question. In digital forensics, you work with law enforcement often, correct?
Correct.
And you work in law enforcement in investigating cases, do you not?
Yes.
And so oftentimes, the law enforcement is using your digital forensics information to help them solve cases, correct?
Correct.
You didn't suggest to anybody on law enforcement that they might want to take a look at this temperature information to assist
How could you think
in
ambient
determining
temperature isn't
where
important
this
if you're
phone could have
talking
been
about
by
the
the
temperature of
temperature?
the phone?
You never raised that with them?
I did not.
Sorry, the delta of the
And
temperature of the
do
phone.
you know whether any law
murder.
enforcement person was aware that you had done all this temperature analysis?
It was in my report.
So you create a report as part of this case, and you deem the temperature important enough to do 2 test scenarios,
Water boils at 100 sickles.
important enough to put it in a slide presentation to this jury. Yet there's no discussion of that between you and any member of law enforcement as to what it means?
The details were provided in my report, and there was discussions, but it never came up as to say what was the temperature in Canton that night.
Oh, so there were discussions.
Not with law enforcement.
Oh, who were
As
the
part of my preparations for trial.
Oh, tell me about who you discussed this temperature information with.
It was with Hank.
You're hesitating, and I can't hear you. Who did you discuss
with
it
Hank?
Excuse me?
With Mr. Brennan.
Attorney
Sorry,
Brennan?
Yes.
You discussed temperature with Prosecutor Brennan.
It was in my report.
It was in your report, but you said you discussed. Which is it?
It's in my report, and the discussion was that it is in my report. I'm not in a position to suggest that investigations take place and change based on my report findings.
Oh, sir, I'm not suggesting what you just stated. I'm just trying to get information about, you mentioned the verb discussed. Didn't you, in your
Yes, I
answer
did.
moments ago?
Yes.
Isn't discussed a verbal thing? It's not a written thing?
It was discussed in preparation for trial, yes.
Oh, so there was a discussion, a verbal discussion with Attorney Brennan about temperature in your preparation for trial.
Yes.
Was there any interest at all as to what this could actually mean for the potential location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone on these very important time periods in January 29th that might assist to determine at various times whether Mr. O'Keefe is in a covered building based upon the temperature rather than outside? in a nor'easter on January 29th?
I'm sorry, what was the question there?
Yeah, the question is, was there any discussion about the investigative value of what you had done in determining where that phone could have been on key time periods on the morning of January 29th?
That wasn't part of the discussion, no.
It wasn't part of the discussion. We went through, you may recall in my questioning, in your report, where you stated that it was possible that the phone could be inside the house of 34 Fairview based upon that big white circle. You testified that the low accuracy at certain points could be because of it entering a covered building, correct?
Correct.
And you do a temperature experiment to track the very accurate temperature change of an iPhone, and it doesn't match up the actual data with either of your test scenarios, and you don't raise that with anybody. Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you ever put together in any kind of form your test scenario 1, your test scenario 2, and the actual temperature chart of the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So how do you mean put it together? As in compare the two?
Exactly. Compare the two and reach any conclusions about location, because you spent time, did you not, sir? A lot of time in your reports on location of the phone.
Yes.
But yet, with all that data, all that testing, all the experiments that you did, you didn't include in your slide presentation and you didn't include in your report what that could mean for the location of the phone, did you, sir?
I'm struggling to see the comparison there.
Let me see if I can ask it in a different
Please.
way. Nowhere in your slide presentation did you have any discussion yesterday about how your test scenario, did you bring up, by the way, in your slide presentation yesterday, your battery temperature at all, your tests?
Not the tests, no.
Right, so you didn't even raise yesterday in your presentation about where the phone might be located. You didn't even raise the experiments that you did, correct? Objection.
Sustained as to the terminology. Ask it differently.
Did you yesterday in your presentation to the jury in any way discuss your battery test scenario 1 and 2 in your March 2025 report?
I believe there was mention of testing, but not to the amount of detail to say what the testing was.
Right. So there was no detail given at all
No
about
detail.
it. You just mentioned that it occurred, but no detail in your discussion
Correct.
at all. And are you aware, with regard to the battery temperature, that battery temperature in investigations can be used to determine locations of phones at certain times? Are you aware of that?
No.
So
How are you not
never
aware?
used
This is just
battery temperature information in all your years in any way for any investigation of a case in determining location of a phone?
Again, I don't see how you can determine location of a device from a temperature reading, other than to say whether it was inside or outside.
So battery temperature
That matters.
and the chart that you gave that is up there, in your opinion, has no relevancy to the topic of where a phone might be to investigators in a case? Is that what you're saying?
Is that what you're saying, Mr. Whiffen?
I'm saying I can't take a temperature reading and make a determination about a GPS location based on the temperature reading.
That's not my question, though,
Okay.
sir. And
That's
I
the state's
appreciate your
argument.
answer, though. My question is, you work with law enforcement investigators regularly,
Yes.
correct? Isn't this information
The jury
of
has to sit there and
potential
go,
relevance based
wait,
upon
but
your
outside
experience
is
with
the location.
investigations. Isn't this information at least potentially relevant in investigations?
I believe it could be. That's why I included it in my report.
Thank you. But you didn't include a discussion of it in your testimony yesterday, correct?
Correct.
I just want to be clear on a final point on as regards to temperature. Were you aware of the temperature in Canton on January 29th, 2022?
I know it was a blizzard, but I don't know what the temperature was.
May I have a moment to switch
Sure.
topics? Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Whiffen. I'll be right back.
So far, I mean, again, as far as cross-examination, Karen Reed's team is doing fantastic. They've dissected every witness's testimony to the maximum effect. They haven't really left any major issues unimpeached, so to speak. Now, again, there's no official rule, like there's no win, lose on witness testimony. There's not like the judge rules, this is good, this is bad. It's just, it's just the impression that you create for the jury as they're watching. But they've done a very effective job, in my opinion, of tearing down the testimony of the state witnesses, especially the experts.
Your Honor, if I may.
Who's
I have
paying for
one
all her
last
attorneys?
point to
They're
make.
doing this pro bono.
If we could put deck 60 back up, please. Mr. Whiffen, if you bear with me, I just
Of
have
course.
one final set of questions. If you look at this chart, and you, under January 29th at 12:13, battery temperature of 82 degrees. But you then go down, what I'd like to start with is 12:37 again. And this is a key time point, 12:37. You've got a temperature of 72 degrees. And then 8 minutes later, 8 minutes, the temperature only drops 6 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Again, using 12:37 is what I refer to as the baseline. You go all the way down, and you see to 12:53 a temperature drop of only 11 degrees. Do you see that?
I do.
Thank you. That you can, excuse me, Your Honor, one moment.
Okay.
He needs a moment between every two questions because he's got to recharge his
The final data point on this slide.
His
Mr.
power
Whiffen,
effort.
and thank you for bearing with
yelling
me.
into the mic.
At 1:36, there's a temperature of 50 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Several hours later, at 6:06, 4.5 hours, the temperature drop is only 7 degrees, correct?
Correct.
I'm switching. May I have a brief moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have Exhibit 42, please?
What is Exhibit 42?
It's
Okay, thank you. We've got it. Thank you, Tori.
May I hand this to the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Whitman, I'm handing you Exhibit 42.
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 42 from your March 2025 report?
I do.
And sir, just take a fair time to familiarize yourself with the exhibit before I start asking you questions. They're going to be very brief. And I'm going to be, you look what you need to, but I'm going to be focusing on just under detailed analysis communications on paragraph 3, on page 43, the top 3 or 4 entries.
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready, sir.
Heather Whitaker says Emily D. Baker worked in the LA DA's office with Alan Jackson, loves him. He seems to be a fantastic attorney.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have 43, which is in evidence published?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, please. And if you could enlarge.
Keeps asking
Don't
these
need the
dudes to
text,
enlarge for
so
him.
we can just go to detailed analysis, communication, call history. And now if you could just super enlarge the first few entries. Yes, that is great. So what I want to do is just cover the information here. Whose phone is the subject of the entries on this chart?
This is John's phone.
And if we start with the first entry, reading left to right, 12:14:36, end time 12:15:20, incoming call from Jen McCabe. Duration
Jen McCabe.
44 seconds. You see that, sir?
I do.
You see, and is that a
Yeah,
call
we'll
that
recap
is
it
answered?
in a minute.
Yes.
If you go to the next entry, 1847, just 12:18:47 to 12:19:23, outgoing call duration 36 seconds to Jen McCabe, duration 36 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Is that a call that is answered?
Difficult to say. That could be a outgoing call that lasted 36 seconds of ringing, but I believe it was answered.
Well, how is it that you can tell the first one was answered but not the second one?
Because it's an incoming call.
Okay, fair enough. So if we go to the third entry, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call from Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I don't mean to interrupt. Could I ask about the display?
Ooh. All right, we've got while they're doing that, I got a couple of quick super tips. Here there's some questions out there about like using the voices of people for super tips. So I brought in an expert.
I didn't give consent to the use of my voice, and I'm a fat retard who thinks I have a copyright interest in my own voice. This is because my legal analysis is as good as my cardiac stress test results.
Jeez, that's a little harsh on yourself there, Sean. Settle down. Wouldn't want you to pop one. Here we go. We've got, this is from Shut Up, I Can Cook. How's it going, Cookie? Morning, Gremlins. Welcome back, Nicholas. I'm testing out this super tip thing. Please let SCOTUS know founders made them the least powerful branch. Yeah, but they made themselves the most powerful branch with judicial review right after that.
As your partner, I really missed your hibbity-jibbity squirrel words.
Yeah, Sean's right. You're a brain damage. You don't have a copyright interest in your own voice. You have a copyright interest in a specific voice that you create. That has to be something that you actually generate and then record. You can't just say, oh, you can't use my voice. I'm sorry. There's been the legal analysis on it for quite a long time. It doesn't take really anything to notice. And if you're trying to say that you're going to go for your right of publicity or whatever, these voices are obviously used for parodic effect. They're not meant to be the endorsement of any sort of product under a false pretense. So you've got a problem there as well. Again, shoddy legal analysis is not my fault. But hey,
Sit there and tell us more about how you didn't consent to the use of your voice.
official RY Nirvana says, what I would give for someone to randomly yell in this courtroom, I'm declaring bankruptcy.
I'm told this seems like an appropriate time to take our morning recess, so why don't we take a 15 or 20-minute recess?
Recess time.
Please rise for the jury. The jurors break this way, please.
Now I get to remember getting bullied. Do we have a curt voice where he argues with ChatGPT and disagrees with the finding yet? I mean, you can make it do that. We have a curt voice yet. All right. Tilly T. Nick, when they said about no snow under him, if there was snow under, wouldn't it have melted due to his body heat? I mean, it depends on how long he's there. But yeah, yes, even if he's dead, you don't get cold that fast. So yes, even if he was dead in the snow, the lingering body heat from that warm body would definitely have some effect on the snow, right? It would, if nothing else, create a pocket of space that is warmer than the area around it. You'd have to get the body really cold for it to not do that. In fact, this is a weird thing that this guy who's supposed to be an expert in this, like in figuring this out, is one, unaware that 32 degrees Fahrenheit is freezing, and two, is acting, Hank Brennan is acting like the temperature change and the battery matters dramatically. He's telling us that this is how we know that the phone was outside the entire time, is because it was on a consistent downward trend of temperature. But of course, we just had Alessi basically break down that's not true. It was moving downwards at a consistent rate, and then it moves downwards at an accelerated rate, which would imply that it moves to a much colder temperature. Now look, I'm not a science at all. I'm a literature and creative writing major, right? So I don't know anything about this. What I do know is that thermal mass matters. The closed nature of a system matters. So putting a phone in a freezer is not the same as putting it outside. It's certainly not the same as putting it outside under a body or in a pocket. And for the guy to act like none of that is relevant and none of that can help you figure out where a phone might be at any given moment is crazy. So let's see, we've got and it's like, look, if you have an analyst who's collecting this data, and then more importantly, is his report interprets the data, and he doesn't know basics like the freezing point of water in Fahrenheit. When he's talking about a delta T over time, that matters. That matters quite a bit. You're talking about the change in battery temperature. You're putting it in your report because you think it's relevant. You don't have the 30 seconds to Google the freezing point of water. Also, to Google the temperature of the freezer you're putting a phone in for testing versus the temperature outside, in a storm. Another thing is snow is actually a pretty good insulator. So if you have the phone outside and you have a layer of snow building on top of the phone, it will actually cool at a slower rate because the phone will generate heat. It's like an igloo, right? The phone battery is warm. A layer of snow on top of it will generate an insulating layer and trap that heat from the phone battery near the phone. That matters too. And these are basics of science that you learn at like 5th grade camps. I mean, this is 5th grade German camps. This isn't high-end engineering. This is not theoretical physics. Like, this is basic science. And this guy just doesn't seem to employ any of it. So what good is his analysis? You would pay for weight loss tips from me? I used to give them out for free. That was a cocaine joke. I'm sorry. Teacher Mr. Shortbus says, hey, Nick, glad you're back. I'm a teacher now. And since becoming one with all the liability paperwork I have to deal with, I understand Shakespeare, kill all the lawyers, but not you. You're good. No, I mean, I have to go with them. Although my license is suspended, hopefully my license is suspended when I die or when all the other lawyers die. That would be, suckers. I do need to do my continuing legal education at some point, but I think I have to do like 45 hours of it. And then I can have my license back, maybe. Probably. Like, it's only gone because I didn't do it. I was kind of busy. Let's see. Oh, here, let's play some of these super tips. So we're just on a morning recess. We got about 15 minutes. Here we go.
Hey, Nick, it's your close friend, Diddy Dax. I'm doing another rewatch of Cuties with Vito, if you're interested. We'll be at the Barbie Dream Mansion. Please bring blow.
I can't bring it anymore. It's illegal now. That joke is that it was already illegal. I don't know if you guys know that. That's my legal analysis of having cocaine.
Nick, is this case crumbling before our eyes?
Well, I don't know. And here's why I don't know. Because it's easy to get wrapped up in the details. And this is one of the things that's interesting to watch with the chat. You guys know a ton about this case if you watched the first one and have been into it. I don't. I like that about me. I like that about you, because I get to see your observations and see the things that, and all of this stuff. The problem with the position that you're in is if you know a lot about the case, you get mired up in the details and you stop with the most important thing. What's the jury's impression of what's going on? What is the jury hearing? Not what do you know? Not what details are you like figuring out if they're going to bring back, or if they've already missed, or if they've changed their story. The prior case only matters insofar as there is now a block of on the record testimony that can be used to impeach any particular witness if they're called back. Other than that, the prior case didn't happen. The other jury is not really allowed to know anything about it, or this jury is not really allowed to know anything about it. It doesn't do them any good. They can't utilize the results of the prior case to make their decision in this case or anything like that. So, in theory, of course. So the question is, what is the impression that the jury is getting? And I want to caution people, because the defense is doing an extremely effective job dismantling the testimony of the state witnesses. However, the theory of the case that the state has presented based on their opening statements relies only in part on the forensic data that this guy is testifying to, the Celebrate guy here. The real thrust of the case, though, is in Karen Reed's own impression of her own guilt, her own consciousness of guilt, her own admissions and statements that she's made. The state's building the case on Karen Reed believing that she murdered John O'Keefe and saying it. Now, you can disagree with that assessment, but that's the case they're building. And as far as that goes, the state's doing a pretty good job. And just because they're dismantling some of the forensic data, forensics go only so far. Someone saying I killed someone goes a lot farther, farther than it should, in all honesty, because people are dumb. People are really bad at figuring out what they've done. A lot of times they, oh, I killed someone. Did you? Did you actually kill someone? Are you a doctor? Do you even know? She doesn't know if she hit him or not. She's saying, I hit him. Is she saying, I hit him? I hit him. I hit him. I don't know. I must have hit him. That doesn't mean she did, but it sounds like she does. It sounds like she knows she did. And the state's going to introduce this confession of guilt or consciousness of guilt argument. We've learned that about the video clips that they've been introducing as well. This is her knowing that she did the wrong thing and being guilty of it, et cetera, et cetera. That's their case. That's the thrust of it. And it's powerful stuff. That is what gets convictions. Admissions win cases for the state more than probably anything else, because people make admissions all the time when they talk to the state, when they speak publicly. They don't mean to, they just do. And sometimes they don't, but the state says it's an admission anyway. And if they can convince the jury that it's an admission, you're toast. So I want to caution people on getting into this place where they go, oh, no, this Karen Reed's team is just kicking the state's ass. They're not. The state isn't doing the best job. I mean, their witnesses are getting dismantled, as they should be. But if they can get the jury to stick with the notion that Karen Reed is self-confessing to the crime, then all they have to do is not oversell it and let her sell her own guilt to the jury. So just be cautious, because you know a lot about the case, and it's easy to get mired in the details and to miss the forest for the trees, or whatever it is, whatever the stupid expression is. Heisenberg says temperature drops exponentially. Newton's law of cooling starts cooking fast, then slowly equalizes. Liz Botts, welcome to paralegal status. Thank you. Narlon says, what are the odds that Karen Reed was involved in the takeout of O'Keefe? The term pervert in her late night voice messages seems a red flag. Man, I don't think so. So far, if she was, that was dumb, because they framing you. But we have a lot of trial left, so don't take my assessment as this is one way or the other. I think that when we combine legal analysis and entertainment, there's a tendency to, it doesn't matter what I do or say about the case, right? Like, I'm not lawyering in this case, so I can let my biases show through. I get to be excited about things or angry about things in different ways than just a pure analysis, because it's also entertainment. We also like the drama of the story is there too. This is true crime plus true law, so to speak. And with that, there's a tendency, especially when you start to realize where the audience is, and everybody knew where the audience is going to be going into Karen Reed. Very sympathetic. She's a very sympathetic character. The case is very sympathetic towards the defense. You're not going to find too many people arguing on behalf of the prosecution, as far as I've seen. I have seen a couple, but mostly people are on the side of the defense. And so the person presenting, in this case, me or any other streamer, may have a tendency to, or a proclivity of siding in the same way and amping up or overselling the success of the defense team. You want those things highlighted. You want people to feel good, while they're watching. That's part of the entertainment that helps. Or you want them to feel really, really bad. Like, you want the anger, you want the emotional response, either way, from an entertainment perspective. And so I just want to caution people against that, the tendency of everybody to kind of insert those things and muck up the analysis, if that makes sense. Oh, here we go. This should be good.
Nick, this is me potentially criminal, and I give you full access to use my voice. Clip this so everyone knows that I have a micro penis as well.
It's super tips are never not funny to me.
You may trust him with numbers, but you can't trust white blonde-haired devil women. They want our black seed.
Oh my God.
It is remarkable how professional the DA, the judge is treating everyone. Really QL stuff, as it were, if you may.
Oh my gosh. So we have expert analysis coming in from all kinds of people. Here we have one from Matthew Harris.
I don't have a foot fetish. I just like to challenge myself.
What? Why? Oh my God, it's my favorite voice.
Nick, Congress ceded their power to SCOTUS, and the American citizenry believes SCOTUS rules the day, which is not true at all. Congress can overrule SCOTUS, and the Prez is the CEO.
Yeah, yes, 100% right. The idea that the Supreme Court has ultimate authority on these things is an idea, and it's an idea that we kind of just let go. And that handshake agreement between the Supreme Court and everybody else, like, no, yeah, you guys are cool too. That lasts about as long as it does, and then it'll stop lasting. And when Congress and the president decide to flex back on the Supreme Court, it'll happen when the Supreme Court has finally exhausted its credibility with the American people, and it has favorability ratings down near where Congress is. And both sides have been angling towards this. You know, Congress and the administration of Biden and Trump chipped away at SCOTUS's credibility. But SCOTUS chipped away at its own credibility too. It's not really their fault. Like, a bunch of partisan hacks got appointed and put in place over the past couple decades. And now you have highly partisan rulings happening. But that's not as new as people make it out to be. At the end of the day, these people still, like, I've talked about this before, but these people still go out. You know, they go to the grocery store, they go to a speaking event or whatever, and they don't want to be killed. It's kind of important. People started showing up at Supreme Court justices' houses, and they protested on the streets in front of their houses and stuff like that. And it became very real for them how their credibility is changed over the years. And so now they have the option of adjusting how they rule, which John Roberts does all the time. You could see him. His guiding principle is something that is different than the purity of law that some people want. His guiding principle involves legacy. It involves, this will be the Roberts court. And for some people that matters. I don't know why, because by the time it's the Roberts court and he's not in control of it, he'll be dead. So quit bitching about it. What are you going to do? Watch from hell? He is a lawyer after all. He doesn't get to go to heaven. What do we got here?
I'm recognized as a Supreme Court expert among the LawTube community. If you question my analysis on anything, I'll ban you, descend into a childish rage rant, and possibly end this stream abruptly.
Oh no, Kurt. So what? So Kurt got mad that the AI told him his brief wasn't any good. That's funny. Let's see. We've got this one from Deep Surface. In my own voice, fuck Nate, fuck Sean, fuck Kurt, fuck Kino. Wait, I'm seeing a pattern. Do all the obese losers hate you? Welcome back. I don't know. Maybe.
Hi, Rikieta. You should call the Vatican. Tell them the law pope is alive. Also, I need to be fat shamed. Just hit my highest weight. I've got a 1.5-year-old son. I need to do it for him.
You need to be fat shamed? You need to be fat shamed. Well, I mean, yes, you do. You just hit your highest weight. I assume you haven't hit anything high in a long time because leaving the bounds of gravity is difficult for you. Don't do it for your son. Do it for your knees. Do it for your joints. Do it for the sad, sad state of the rest of your body. Get your ass off of a couch, chair, whatever hoist that you have to move around and become ambulatory again. Stop being an embarrassment. You've got a 1.5-year-old son. What? Don't eat him. Try that. How many kids did you have before? You down to just one left? Stop chomping on children. It's not good for you. No, seriously though, man, get up, get out. But most importantly, stop eating. Stop. You got to stop. Everybody, believe me, stop eating. If you want to lose weight, that's where it starts. It's not like, oh, exercise. It's diet and exercise. And it's mostly diet. Diet is less. That's your diet from now on. Less. Don't eat a salad. You can't afford that. You can't afford a salad. Too many calories.
Maybe if you paid me, I would still be your alcohol-soaked attack chihuahua. I shake like one and got a mean bite. Thanks for letting me keep the black guy with one eye.
God damn. You guys are savage sometimes. Oh, my goodness. Osgott says, I'm at work half listening. Nick, could you sum up the picture the defense is trying to paint with this witness? Times, temp, and what it means. Oh, yes. Sorry. I meant to do that more specifically. So that witness was a Celebrite expert. So he did data extraction on the phones of a couple different people, including John O'Keefe and Karen Reed. And his report is using that data to try and paint a picture of what happened that night based on what the phone has recorded, location data, temperature data, et cetera, events where the phone is turned on and off, attempting to unlock, where the phone is put into what's called a pocket state, where the face camera is not available to try and scan a face when something happens and the phone would otherwise be trying to unlock. So he takes all of that and compiles a report and tries to reconstruct how the night occurred, like where this person may have been at what times, for example, using location data. And this is a big question because the state's case relies on him not going inside the house, that he was outside the entire time. There's location data in there today that is it was not brought up on direct examination, but is on cross-examination, brought up that there's location data that was that includes the interior of the house for a period of time and actually movement towards that house of several steps. I believe 84 feet of movement, something like that. It was a lot of meters. I don't remember the exact number. But anyway, this movement data brings up the possibility that John O'Keefe was inside the house, which then means John O'Keefe is in contact with a bunch of people who are not Karen Reed. He does not appear to have been hit by a car and launched into a snowbank. Instead, something else happened. There's another cause of death. Of course, this is reasonable doubt if the jury believes it. But, that's the main thing here. That's what the defense is doing with this witness, showing that the witness's report favors the state and is unreliable as to the actual factual record of what happened that night. And the implication would be that it was intentionally so, that the report is written in a way to frame Karen, or frame is maybe too strong a word, to implicate Karen Reed. Susie Q says, I give up on the AI super chat. Alessi is the GOAT. How many witnesses until prosecution gives up? We're going to have an Alessi voice on that thing as soon as possible. I have no idea how many witnesses the prosecution has to call. I have a purported witness list, but that doesn't mean they'll call all of them. So I'm just gonna let it go. We'll see. Hey, here we go. That's good. I've got this AI thing making thumbnails here. I'm going to have to do a stream where we just mess around with AI sometime, sitting around doing stuff, because it's funny. I don't know. Have you guys played around with ChatGPT or anything like that? I love that. Maybe if you paid me. Let's see. All right. Jameson Jones, you follow the Billy Mitchell versus Carl Jobs thing. Billy Mitchell getting a W was not on my bingo card. Look, man, it's one. I think he won in Australia, right? Like that's the trick there. I don't know how to say this, like, because I can't say that I was right about that case entirely. But I'm one of the few people who was like, no, Billy Mitchell has a strategy here that's, that actually may be effective. It wasn't effective in the States. He wasn't able to win against a defamation claim in the States. However, he did get Guinness to reinstate his records. I think he got his record reinstated in the Galaxy record book as well in the end. And now I know they've changed and they're like, well, it's like a different category, but he gets to keep his status, whatever. But that, his strategy was to rehabilitate his reputation as much as he could. And so what he did was get his records recognition back to the extent that he was going to get it. And then effectively threaten people who called him a cheater. Now, he didn't win in the States, but Carl Jobst is Australian, and they don't have the same speech protections there that we have here. And so when he brought the case home to Australia, which I don't think Carl was anticipating, that really hit him. But I believe the suit against Carl Jobst in Australia was about the death of Apollo legend. I believe that was it. So, Buzzian says Carl Jobst made it sound like the lawsuit was about Mitchell being a liar. It was about Jobst saying he caused a guy to die. Right. But see, it's all marketing, right? Like on both sides of that issue. And then once the lawsuit starts, both sides are entrenched and you just kind of have to go. But, I was one of the few people who was saying that Billy Mitchell had a possibly effective strategy. And I really laughed when he got his award back from Guinness, because I was like, uh-oh, that's not good. It's not good for everybody else, because that meant that the organizations didn't want the smoke, right? Like it's too much shit for fucking Billy Mitchell. What does it matter to have the line in Guinness that says that Billy Mitchell has the Donkey Kong world record? They don't care. They don't need to sit there and fight a lawsuit over it. Solomon 7589 says, maybe this has been answered, but since they don't state the grounds for objections and the judge just assumes, how could that affect any appeals? It makes it much harder. It makes it harder for appeals because, if there are no specific grounds for objections, then any grounds judge uses works. However, I talked about this a little bit earlier. A judge's discretion on ruling on objections is it's protected by the appeals court. The appeals court is there typically to say, yeah, the judge wants to have enough information to happen. So you have to get to a high standard of the judge getting a ruling wrong legally, and then also sufficiently prejudicing the party, in this case, the defendant, so that the ruling causes, interference with their rights in some way. Now, obviously, if evidence comes in that shouldn't come in, that is interference with their rights. But just because an objection occurs, and even if the judges at the appellate panel may disagree with it, they give a lot of deference to the trial court judge, because the trial court judge is the one who has to assess the evidence and make the decisions, and that's their job. The appellate court, their job is not the assessment of evidence. Their job is the application or the assessment of the application of law. And so they defer to the district courts and the trial courts what they're good at. I hope that helps answer that question. Here, 1 second. I'm gonna keep this muted for a minute while we do this.
Your Honor, my client, Mr. Rakita, has a very large nose. A small cartel-run drug operation has set up camp, and he must empty the coke from his nose daily. He is innocent.
I do. Very large nose.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach, please?
Yes.
Everybody knows I never shared any drugs.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, I have a replacement Exhibit 42 redacted. Obviously,
Redacted?
replaced Exhibit 42. And it's per stipulation with Mr. Wright.
Yes, Vigil's gonna be, I think, safe. Thank you.
May I present it to Mr. Whiffen? Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Whiffen. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Mr. Wolf, if you could again, please enlarge, we're going to be focusing on the top entry of the chart again. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffen, we had started going through the top three entries. The first one you had indicated was answered. The second one you, as I understand it, could not tell. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the third entry, which is reading left to right, 12:29:44, end time 12:29:51. Incoming call duration 8 seconds from Jen McCabe.
Correct.
That's the third one. So because it's an
So,
incoming.
Mr. Leslie, we need to enlarge this.
Okay, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, can you enlarge that pursuant to the judge's order? Is that sufficient, Your Honor?
If you can make it as large as possible for the jurors, please, even if you have to do smaller segments.
If we have to, Mr. Wolf, knock off the final right-hand column, that's insignificant. There you go.
All right, that's better. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to now go to the last one for this Exhibit 42. It's reading from left to right, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call duration at seconds from Jen McCabe. Again, it restates duration 8 seconds.
Correct.
Given that it's an incoming call, you can conclude that that was answered, correct?
Correct.
Now, if we could go back down and focusing on just the first three by way of example, Mr. Wolf, do just as Her Honor has requested, enlarge it as large as possible. Those three, after the first three, yep, starting there, just take the first three by way of example. All right. Mr. Whiffen, you should feel free to look at the hard copy Exhibit 42 if that's more helpful to you. But what I want to do is to focus on start time 12:33:35, reading across activity, incoming call, unanswered, and then to the right, Karen Reed. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see the same types of entries for 3409 and 3438?
I do.
And those calls are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
So in contrast to the, now Mr. Walker, we can go back to the chart, trying to capture 6 and enlarge those ones last time. Thank you.
You think he wonders how deep he can get the microphone into his mouth?
First one at 14:36, and then skipping one to 29:44. Those are answered, but then starting, excuse me, at 33:35 and 34:09, those are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
I learned how to not
Take
bag
that
in
down, Mr.
college
Wolf. Thank you.
at university.
We have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics.
Sleeping psychopathy. It's not my fault that's how the guy sounds when he's eating a microphone. Why do I get blamed for everything? Susie Q working on a Bev voice. I think we're also going to get a Karen Reed voice. Which would be horribly shrill and screechy from what I've heard so far. Oh,
Mr.
man.
Whitman, when
I do
did you
not want to listen
start
to her at all.
working on this case? What was the date, approximate date?
On this case or on this exhibit?
On this case.
Holly, I like his voice.
Approximately September 2023.
So over a year and a half?
Correct.
How many times have you been in Norfolk County?
This is my second time.
So you were here once previously?
Correct.
Do you recall yesterday discussing what you had done with an iPhone, driving around and then moving it with your hand?
Correct. Yes.
In the year and a half that you've been on this case, did you ever take an iPhone and do the same activity on the route that you were discussing yesterday between 34 Fairview and One Meadows?
I actually did it on Sunday night.
I'm sorry?
I did it 2 days ago on Sunday night.
And with regard to your time on this case,
Karen looking at him like he's
what
the
was
next
the
victim.
results of that?
I object, Your Honor. I'll need to be heard briefly.
I'm sorry?
I object. I need to be heard briefly.
Okay. Come on over.
I need to be heard briefly. Here we go. We got
I love Nate. His eye makes it easier to burst my nutter butter inside him. Also, I'm legally classified a freight train full of cum.
ew. No, gross.
My health app is broken. It says I have taken 0 steps this week, but I step on my own toes all the time. At least I think those are my toes. I haven't seen them in a while.
You're a fat man with problems. You need to learn to control yourself.
Super tip is very fun.
Okay, the Jesse Lee Peterson voice is really good. Oh man. Ah. I mean that. So you never know, like what. I don't know how to do any of this. The super tip team. You never know what voice is going to actually come out. You just upload a bunch of. You upload a sample, and then what happens happens. You know what happens in the dark. We don't talk about. But
I hope you die in prison as well.
Jesus. Yeah, that the Jesse Lee Peterson voice just came out perfectly. That was great. What do we got here? While we're waiting, I didn't know this was going to take so long.
Nick, as your executive hate officer, this super tip operation is doing well for our online hate factory. The fields are flooded with hate tears. The crop will be fabulous this year.
That it will. Limitless hate. Available now at Ricada Law on YouTube and Rumble. Anywhere super chats are sold.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Whiffen, I am now going to proceed to a different topic. Do you recall discussing the Google search, how long to die in the cold?
I do.
And you discussed that.
It's hose long to die in the cold.
Correct?
And they do.
You were a police officer for years before getting into the data forensic analysis of
Well, that's
cell
why
phones,
he
correct?
doesn't know
You were
Fahrenheit.
a response officer of the South Yorkshire Police from 2004 to 2009.
Correct.
You continued policing with the Calgary Police, working patrol, correct?
Correct.
You work frequently with law enforcement.
I do.
Indeed, law enforcement is the predominance of your work, correct?
Probably about 80% of the work. Yes.
What percent?
About 80%.
80?
80.
Your work is used in investigations for law enforcement, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
In your area of work, you use and apply various forensic methods that are extracted, that data is extracted from a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And you have various forensic methods to analyze that data, correct?
Correct.
And that data that you analyze is often used by law enforcement in their investigations, right?
It can be, yes.
It can be, but it also is from your experience, correct?
I'm sorry, are we talking about my actual analysis or analysis that's created by the tools that me and Cellbrite create?
Your analysis.
Okay, my analysis is typically used in investigations, yes.
So it's typically, your analysis is typically used by law enforcement.
On the cases I work, yes.
Right. And you know that is going to be the case oftentimes when you're doing your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, correct?
Correct.
Such as cell phones, right?
Correct.
So, and there's something called an extraction process from a cell phone that you discussed in your direct testimony.
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I want to cover, because it would be covering old ground, but I want to cover some of it.
Okay.
It's important, is it not, that the extraction process on a cell phone be performed correctly.
It is, yes.
And that's so that the data that's extracted from a cell phone is complete, correct?
Correct.
So that the data is correct.
Correct.
And so that the data is reliable.
Correct.
And data forensic examiners and people in your area of work need to ensure that the extraction file has not been tampered with, correct?
Correct.
Because if an extraction file has the possibility of tampering, then the information and data from it can be unreliable, correct?
Correct.
And there's a generally accepted methodology for how to perform an extraction of data from a cell phone, correct?
Typically, yes.
One of the key ways to determine whether the data extracted from a cell phone is valid and has integrity is to evaluate whether the extraction process created what is called a hash value, correct?
Correct.
And a synonym for a hash value is a hash signature, correct?
Correct.
And a hash value or hash signature, I'm just going to use hash value. Is that acceptable to you?
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. So a hash value is a unique and usually consists of a long string of numbers and letters that's generated from the data file from a cell phone using a computer algorithm, right?
Correct.
And one of the computer algorithms is SHA 256, right?
Correct.
And is it a fair analogy to state that a hash value can be thought of as fingerprint for a data file from a cell phone?
Yes.
And is it also a rough analogy that a hash value can function like the seal on a milk container? In other words, if you open the milk container and the seal's broken, that the same analogy can be provided that if you don't have a valid hash value, then there is a question with regard to the contents of a cell phone, just as there might be concern about contents of a milk carton. Is that a fair general analogy?
Yeah, if the hash doesn't match, then something has changed in the data.
So if the hash doesn't match or you can't determine a valid hash file, it's sort of like opening up a milk container and that seal cap is off, correct?
Okay, I'll accept that.
Thank you. Now, if a data file is altered
I have to
in
hit the
any
bathroom
way,
in a minute here.
the
Goodness
hash
gracious.
algorithm is going to produce a different letter in numeric string than the previous hash value for that same alleged data, correct?
Correct.
So that alpha numeric number is important because it can, if it's different, then it means something happened to that data, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it important for examiners, anybody in data forensics, to know whether or not the data they're looking at has a valid hash value?
It would depend, in my opinion, on the origin of the data.
But you would agree that it's much better to have a valid hash value for data than not, correct?
I'd like to see the hash value match, yes.
You would like to see the hash value match,
Yes.
correct? Now, once data from an iPhone is properly extracted and you get a hash value, then the examiners of the data seek to pass and decode the data to try and make some sense of the data in a more user-friendly format so that a report can be created for investigators, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, bro, really, I try to squeeze commentary in between things. I don't know that there's that much need for commentary during most
Do
of
you
the trial.
recall preparing a report?
Certainly
for
not
the
that we need to,
iPhone belonging to Jen
in my
McCabe,
opinion, we would need to
dated
stop the video
December
constantly.
2024.
I do, yes.
And in that report, you discussed your views of a Google search of House Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And in that report, you rendered various conclusions about that Google search, correct?
Correct.
And you rendered various conclusions about what is called a timestamp.
Correct.
And the timestamp that was in question was
I mean, we all have our styles.
2:27:40
I do it this way.
a.m. on January 29th on Jen McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And the question that you were looking at is that timestamp that appeared in the data, that timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., whether that belonged to the Google search, House Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
Hose long to die in the cold.
And you testified yesterday with regard to that very issue, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your report of December
Did not get a Dr. Muffin's voice yet.
2024, you discussed the hash value of that cell phone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yesterday, in your direct testimony, you didn't mention anything about the hash value with regard to Jen McCabe's phone, did you?
Not in my testimony, no.
The answer is no, correct? No. However, isn't it correct that in your report of December 2024, you had an issue with the hash value from the data from that phone?
I didn't have an issue with the hash value at all, no.
So You didn't note that it was not possible with the gray key extraction as the PDF containing the extraction hash value that it was unsigned? That was not an issue in your report?
The hash value matches, but because I didn't do the extraction, I'm unable to actually validate that was an original hash and hadn't been modified.
Exactly. So you didn't do the extraction, but you couldn't validate the hash value, could you?
No.
So you couldn't determine whether or not any of the data on that cell phone of Jen McCabe had been tampered with, correct?
I take a holistic view of the data and try to find anomalies and didn't see any that raised any flags.
That wasn't my question, sir.
Okay.
I'll try it a different way. You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct. They were always unsigned. Okay, apologies.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And you went on, did you not, in your report to say that this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss any of that doubt, that suggestion of authentication, but can't be guaranteed 100% at all in your direct testimony yesterday?
I didn't know.
And again, hash values are very important concepts for data forensic examiners, correct?
For integrity, yes.
That's something a little bit lacking.
Do you know the chain of custody of Jen McCabe's iPhone?
I don't, no.
So you don't know the chain of custody of her iPhone. You have an unsigned hash value, and you can't guarantee the hash value authentication, correct?
No.
The objection's overruled.
Not from the hash value, no.
Let's go back to the 22740 timestamp and the question of whether that timestamp is associated with a Google search, "House long to die in the cold." You understand there is a dispute as to whether that search was performed at 2:27:40 a.m. as the timestamp states, or whether that was performed later in the morning, say around 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You understand there's a dispute.
Yes.
And do you understand that the defense asserts that that timestamp means what it says, the Google search occurred at 2:27:40 a.m.?
I'm going to allow it. Do you understand that?
I do.
I didn't hear your answer, sir.
I understand.
You understand that?
Yes.
So there are various data forensic tools, are there not, to evaluate what is called an artifact, this timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And those data forensic tools include Celebrite tools, your company's tools.
Yes.
And some of those Celebrite tools are called Physical Analyzer.
Correct.
And then you have another tool, I believe, called Insights.
Insights is a suite that includes Physical Analyzer. But yes,
So it's Insights is a suite,
essentially the same tool.
essentially the same tool. So does Insight, well, essentially, but they're two different tools, correct?
The two different versions of the same tool.
Thank you. Two different
Like the two
versions
paramedics.
of the same tool.
Yes.
But there are other tools from other companies, are there not, sir?
There are.
And a competitor of Celebrite that can be used to analyze that 22740 AM timestamp and to potentially resolve that dispute of whether the Google search "How Long to Die in the Cold" occurred at 22740 AM or later at 6:23 or so AM. There's other companies and tools that can be used for that, correct?
Correct.
And isn't one of the companies that can be used a competitor of Celebrite called Magnet Forensics?
Correct.
And they have a tool called Axiom, AXIOM, that evaluates questions such as this, correct?
They do.
And is Magnet Forensics a reputable company?
They are.
Am I correct that yesterday you essentially said that as of today, no Celebrite tool, no Insight suite such as Physical Analyzer, today shows that 22740 AM timestamp?
Correct. If you use any version from the last approximately year, that timestamp won't show up.
It won't show up as you sit here today.
Correct.
But that's not always been the case.
Correct.
With regard to Celebrite forensic tools, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in the first proceeding in this case, in June of 2024, when you testified under oath, the situation with the forensic tools was Celebrite Forensics Insights did not show the 22740 AM timestamp, but another version of Physical Analyzer did show it, correct?
Correct.
In that second program, that second tool, Physical Analyzer, not only showed it at 22740 AM, but it showed it as a deleted state, correct?
It's a deleted record, yes.
A deleted record.
Yes.
Deleted. It deleted it.
Did you mention that yesterday in your direct testimony?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
No, we changed it since then.
Exactly. You changed it since then.
Yes.
Your company removed it
Yes.
after the first trial.
Before the first trial.
Well, you removed it from one tool before the first trial, but you didn't remove it from the other Physical Analyzer program, did you?
Up until the following version was released.
No, I'm talking about the time of trial when you were testifying.
I appreciate that. There's some complexities with how we released the software, which resulted in one being released several weeks later and one being released several weeks earlier.
At the time of trial,
yes,
last year in June, when you were testifying under oath, one of the Celebrite tools showed the timestamp of 22740 AM, correct?
Correct.
But that timestamp doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist today, does it?
Correct.
Celebrite removed it.
Yes.
You
Could
mentioned.
I see Counselor Sidebar for just a minute, please?
What? Why? Because it's devastating to the prosecution for the jury to hear that that their forensic analysts removed data. Oh my goodness. Here we go. We got some of these things here. Thank you. You guys are taking more and more advantage of the super tip system.
Hey, Dick Regatta, fuck you, buddy. Ha ha ha. Just kidding, man. I love you. Like in the way that homosexuals love each other, like rubbing tips type of love.
You back at you, JL.
The size of Nick's nose, amazing.
Amazing. Amazing. Oh my God.
Let the record show Yeah, we got a red coat on the stand. This the same knuckles. What landed on the rock that landed on the back of the black man, just trying to purge demons from a baby.
The Ronnie O'Neill voice is it's perfection. I can't take it. I cannot take it.
Thank you, Your Honor. So with regard to the first proceeding, there was one Celebrite forensic tool that still showed the 227.
Ronnie O'Neill axe murdered his girlfriend and daughter, and then
shown
defended
in a
himself by
deleted
yelling
tape.
at the jury.
The record was deleted, yes.
The record was deleted. And then after that, Celebrite outright removed the timestamp from so none of its programs had it. Correct?
Again, if I could explain a little bit about how it works.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
If you could just respond to my question. Is that correct?
The timestamp's been removed, yes.
However, the competitor of Celebrite that we just talked about, Magnet Forensics Axiom,
yes,
that program at the first proceeding showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, as you sit here today, the Magnet Forensics program, Axiom, still shows the 2:27:04 a.m. timestamp, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And Magnet Forensic Axiom is a reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Celebrite removed that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, which is in a deleted state, in response to issues raised in the first proceeding, correct?
It was changed because of the research that I did, and that was verified by the forensic research group.
But the issue arose because of what had come up in the first proceeding, correct?
In the first investigation prior to the proceeding, yes.
In the first investigation in this case, correct?
Yes.
So Celebrite, after the first proceeding, after the investigation, just outright went and removed the timestamp.
It's not unusual to change.
I didn't ask if I just asked whether they
removed it.
But Magnet Forensic Axiom still shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, right?
Again, they refer to it differently, which is why they can
But they
do that.
still show it.
They do still show it.
Can you just finish the answer?
So-
Sorry. Just let him finish the answer. Is that what you said, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, my apologies, but I'm having trouble hearing, but I'll pause more just to make sure you're done. In that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, the dispute is whether it's associated with the search, How Long to Die in the Cold.
How long? How long to die in the cold?
Let's talk a little bit more about the first proceeding in this case. In terms of your testimony under oath in that first proceeding, do you recall stating that it was your opinion as to whether that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp was associated or not with the Google search, How Long to Die in the Cold?
I believe so.
Right. So you called it your opinion.
Yes, probably.
You didn't describe it as a fact. You described it as your opinion, correct?
Correct.
Because you realize that there are other fair interpretations of that timestamp and when the Google search occurred, correct?
I think even if I believe it's a fact, it's my opinion.
Right. So it's your opinion.
Yes.
So You also, do you recall stating that there's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27:40? You recall that?
Correct.
And you use the word evidence, correct?
Correct.
But that evidence on the Celebrate program is now gone, correct?
No,
It's not gone?
it's not gone.
So
where is it?
2740 timestamp still exists in Celebrate programs?
Sorry, are we talking about the additional evidence that shows what
Oh, no.
happened at 2:27:40?
No, I'm just asking whether,
Okay.
I thought we had that clear, but I thought, is the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp show up on any Celebrate program as you sit here today?
The decoded value does not show a timestamp for
Thank you.
that artifact.
Sir, does your work include shaping how examiners will see the data when they open it?
Yes.
So you shape how the data is going to be, correct?
Yes, we have
Yes?
ways to create the data so it's usable. Yes.
So the
we
answer is
shape it.
yes, you
Yes.
shape the data.
Yes.
That's not a good thing to have your witness say. We shape the data.
These various forensic tools, Celebrate, Insight Suite, including Physical Analyzer, Magnet Forensics Axiom, these are all tools, and we know that no one has access to the Apple source code on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
And
I
the
mean,
best
Apple
source
does.
of information about what may be happening inside of an Apple iPhone would be if one could get the source code and look into the source codes to see what's actually happening, correct?
Correct.
So what happens is in data forensics, because Apple considers it proprietary and people can't access the source code, there's these various data forensic tools that in some ways try to serve as a surrogate, given the fact that there's no access to source code, correct?
Correct.
So the best information would come from the Apple source code, but nobody has access to that, or few people do. Therefore, these other forensic tools are used.
Correct.
So sometimes examiners have to give opinions like you give because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
So it's your opinion oftentimes with regard to ultimate conclusion.
Based on research and testing. But yes,
Not
it's an opinion.
100% absolute certainty because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
You have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
What is Alessi going to yell at me about next? Is it true that you modified your reports?
Before I do switch topics, a couple points on the 2:27:40 timestamp, if I may, Mr. Whiffen. The Google search in question associated with that timestamp, the dispute over that, is house long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you understand, sir, do you understand the significance if Jen McCabe made that Google search, house long to die in the cold, at 2:27:40 a.m. instead of 6:23 a.m.? Do you understand the significance of that?
Of course.
Sustained.
He said yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. I said sustained.
Oh, thank you. I didn't hear that.
Jurors, strike any answer that may have.
What do you understand to be
I
the
said
significance
sustained. He said he's hard of
the
hearing, you
dispute over
dummy.
22740 timestamp?
Sustained.
Mr. Whiffen, with regard to the 22740 AM timestamp, have you looked at any forensic tools to answer that question other than Celebrite tools and your tool Ardex?
I've used Axiom as well.
So you used Axiom, and so did you therefore see that 22740 AM timestamp still appeared?
Yes.
Did you discuss that with the jury yesterday, that you analyzed the Axiom program and that 22740 AM timestamp still appears?
I didn't. No.
You did not.
I did not.
Could we please, with the court's permission, put the PowerPoint presentation back up and go to deck 26?
I started doing YouTube so I'd never have to look at a PowerPoint again.
Mr. Whiffen, does an iPhone discriminate between whether it's in a car, a bus, a bicycle, or walking?
It can, but I don't have the research on that.
Right. So as you sit here today,
Really?
you can't say that an iPhone can tell the difference between a car, bus, bicycle, or walking, correct?
The iPhone can, but I haven't researched that data fully enough to understand it forensically.
So you
I can't, but the phone can.
Does an iPhone merely register movement? Let me rephrase that. Does an iPhone register movement?
It does.
Do you recall yesterday discussing movement at a speed of about 1.4 miles per hour at 12:24:37 a.m. on
Yes.
January 29th, 2022?
I do.
A person walking at a normal to even a slow pace can walk at approximately 1.4 miles per hour. Is that correct?
It sounds reasonable.
And
Sounds
does it sound reasonable that a normal speed of walking is between 2 and 4 miles per hour?
Reasonable.
Switching topics, Your Honor, if I could have a moment. You can take that. Okay, thank you.
So hey, you guys just dropped a video. It's kind of a summary of Hank Brennan yesterday doing voir dire on Crash Daddy. You guys can check it out during a break, or if you like leave or want to watch later. It's out there.
When you were examining Jennifer McCabe's,
I'm going to hit the bathroom,
phone,
guys. I'll be right back.
you used an operating system called iOS 14, correct?
That's one of the versions of iOS I used, yes.
That was one of the versions.
Yes.
do you understand that Jen McCabe's phone was actually using iOS version 15?
Yes, I do. 15.2.1.
15.2?
2.1.
Thank you. And do you recall saying, with regard to iOS 15.1, etc., that the iOS operating system, your words, had fundamentally changed, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to, we're back to Jen McCabe's phone, we're back to 2740, the issue of deletions. You stated yesterday that that deletion occurred after January 31 of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you couldn't determine how that deletion occurred with certainty, correct?
Correct.
And you gave 3 possibilities that you analyzed, correct?
3 or 4, yes.
3 or 4. And one of them was deleted by user, correct?
Correct.
Another one was that the search occurred but never loaded.
That would be the reason that there was no data found in the history.db file.
But that was another of the 3 or 4 reasons, correct?
That wouldn't cause the deletion of the record
Right,
necessarily.
Right. And then you you discussed those possibilities, but you can't state with certainty how that deletion occurred, can you?
Correct.
You have doubts about how it occurred, is that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it occurred, but I can't prove it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
I have an idea of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate it. So my idea is unsubstantiated.
So is it fair to say you have some doubts about how the deletion occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable?
Yes.
Under the circumstances?
Yes.
Your Honor, that is the extent of my questions of the witness at this time.
Okay. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you.
Oh, yay. Hank's back. Guess who's back? Back again.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As a forensic analyst, do you study data?
I do.
Do you consider it a science?
I do.
Are you a criminal investigator like a police officer in your present role?
Not anymore.
Are you a detective in your present role helping aid one side or another in an investigation?
I'm not, no.
At some point, you and I spoke about reviewing phones.
We did.
You had begun your whole process in some of this work before you had met me.
Correct.
And I'd asked you to look at
He
Mr.
worked
O'Keefe's
harder
phone.
Correct.
after
Did I
meeting
ever
you.
tell you what you should look for?
No.
Did I ever tell you what I wanted to see or what I wanted the results to be?
No.
Did I ever share with you parts of the investigation that had nothing to do with your actual data analysis?
No.
would it be inappropriate or not helpful for an advocate to provide you information that might taint or influence your thinking when you're looking at data in a case?
Objection, Your Honor.
100% it would be problematic.
When I asked you to look at data in this case, did I ever express any opinion whatsoever that I cared one way or another what your results would find?
No.
Did I ever attempt to
Such a silly
shape
question because obviously he cares
influence
what the results
your
are.
process by offering you information that had nothing to do with your assessment of data?
No.
And so as a scientist, what a legal investigator or an advocate for either side thinks, is that relevant to you?
No.
The data is the data?
The data is the data. I can explain my opinions on the data.
The science is the science?
The science is the science.
That's sustained. Watch the form.
Now, counsel showed you some parts of your report regarding John O'Keefe's cell phone, didn't he?
Yes.
You saw select pages from that report?
Correct.
A few pages you were asked about?
Yes.
But you wrote an entire report, didn't you?
I did.
And do you think that your entire report puts into perspective some of those select pages that you have
Select
shown?
Definitely, yes.
pages.
So I move to introduce Mr. Whiffin's entire report.
May we approach Your Honor?
Okay.
Okay. Oh my goodness. This is this case is a lot of sidebar. Just an absolute ton of it.
Honest question. Why do lawyers say defendant? Why is it not defendant? I don't understand. They sound ridiculous. Or am I saying it wrong? Also, I'm a little thirsty. Nick, may I have some cum?
No, you can't have it. It's mine. Stay away. Go find a homeless and get some.
Andrew like to suck my penis. That's right. Legal Mindset is paid to suck my nazy dick. With a failing career, you wonder how he makes any money. Well, now you know.
Wow. That was a little bit. It's aggressive.
Igor X3 Nuzzles pounces on you. Ooh woo, you so warm, couldn't help but notice your bulge from across the room.
Oh my God. What is happening now? Now it's getting more comfortable.
I tried to get a girlfriend at the AutoZone, but she said she'd rather drink motor oil than look at my mopey face. I'm going back to making disgusting steaks in my toaster oven like a weirdo.
Who made steaks in a toaster oven? Is that real? No, he did. Well, look, I got the strip steak. I'll just put it in the toaster. Oh, wait, is it one of those toaster ovens with like a I used to have, my parents used to have one of those when I was a kid, like the little ones, not like I thought you meant a toaster, like he slapped a steak. He was like, waiting for it to spring. We'll just put this baby up to 9.
Do you still have your report with you, Mr. Whiffen?
I do, yes.
Okay.
You probably mean one of those little toaster ovens where it's like an easy bake oven, but for adults.
Let's start with questions
But adults that are
counsel
children?
asked you about the battery. When you were trying to determine how the battery worked, you shared with the jury that you did certain testing.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that testing?
To make sure that the battery temperature sensor would be affected by environmental temperatures, such as being in the freezer, such as being outside, being brought back indoors, and to make sure that the fall and rise of the temperature sensor, at least the pattern would match the expected pattern and would match the thermometer that was alongside it.
When you put the batteries or the phone in the freezers, did it matter what the temperature of the freezer was when you put it in it?
I didn't believe it did.
What was the purpose again of putting it in the freezer?
Just to remove the device from the warm environment, which was outside of the freezer, placing it inside the cold environment of the freezer and just seeing how the temperature dropped.
As you mentioned, you look at data through science, correct?
Correct.
And so did anybody ever share with you the important points of the decrease in temperature of the cell phone battery to try to influence your results?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm
Going
sorry,
to
could you
allow it.
Did
rephrase?
anybody try to tell you important points of the evening on January 29th, 2022 in an attempt to influence your studies on the fact that a battery or a phone, when it gets colder, the battery temperature decreases?
No.
So when you developed the graph of the battery temperature and you followed the progress of that temperature declining through the night, was there any other scope or focus of yours other than to simply track the data?
Just tracking the data.
Similarly, when you looked at healthcare data, were you asked to try to see if the healthcare data could fit a certain theory or argument?
No, I was not.
No.
You were looking at the healthcare data. Were you looking at it independently?
They don't need to ask.
I was.
It's the
Now,
state.
it's not your opinion, or you're not taking a position.
The state
What's
hiring
the meaning
the,
of that data matching
investigator.
Up with, are you?
No.
No
They
one's
know
asked
what-
you to give an
they know what the
opinion
state
about the
wants.
coordination of data, have they?
No.
So if the data just coordinates on its own, that has nothing to do with your opinion.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain it as.
You mentioned when you put a cell phone in a colder environment, like a freezer, you noted that the temperature goes down.
Correct.
Do your studies also show that when the cell phone is taken out of a certain temperature and put in an increased temperature, the cell phone battery temperature goes up?
It does.
Do you have available for the screen the battery graph that we had on your PowerPoint?
I do. 2 seconds.
"2 seconds." That's what he tells all the ladies.
If you could go back one to where it's just the chart, please. And if you could enlarge it, we'll start near the top.
2 seconds.
Okay. At 12:20:43 on January 28, 2023, the battery temperature is 77 degrees.
I'm sorry, that's 8:43 p.m.
That's
all right?
8:43 p.m.
Yes, the first record.
77 degrees.
Yes.
And if we look down to the last box on January 28, 2023.
Yes.
So at 23:28, that's 12:23:28.
Objection, Your Honor. Move your approach, please.
This is going to be tedious. I don't know. I think at some point, all these objections are, I mean, the jury is going to be sitting there going, okay, come on now. Come on now. They don't want to hear sidebar every 2 seconds where they just have to sit there and wait for people to talk silently to them, you know, just constantly. So at some point, I think, you know, I was very critical during Rittenhouse of the non-objection, but this one, it seems overdone, and it's both sides. It's not one side or the other. And that's kind of the annoying part of it is like, well, the other side's objecting to everything. I'm going to too. I don't want them to get their message in. But after a minute, man, some of these things are just, the jury isn't there on it.
I'm going to ask. Mr. Whiffen, I'm going to ask you to start at 12:13 on January 29th, 2022. Battery temperature 82 degrees.
Yes.
And now you are also tracking healthcare data, weren't you?
Correct.
You are also tracking location information.
Correct.
At 12:22, the battery temperature is 77 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
And during that time, 12:22, that is the time with the location data where we see Mr. O'Keefe's car traveling near Cedarbrook, isn't it?
The form sustained.
And at 12:22 on January 29, 2022, where does the location data show Mr. O'Keefe's phone in progress?
It's around Oakdale Road, I believe.
And the travel that you're noting, is that consistent given the speed of being within a car?
I believe so.
And do you know whether or not that car had heat on?
I've got no idea.
No, they're just driving around the cold.
You have healthcare data that the phone moves for a 20-second period, right?
I believe so,
And that-
yes.
That is after the Waze information stops.
Correct.
So you have to watch the form. I know it's hard to orient.
It's not hard to orient. He's doing it on purpose, Bev.
In your PowerPoint presentation, you are tracking the Waze information, aren't you?
I am, yes.
And at some point that switches to more local location data?
Again, Waze is not recording the location data. Waze is requesting location data from Apple's location services, and location services is doing the recording of the location data.
So if we're following the phone through Waze at 12:24:25, is it in a car moving at 16.6 miles per hour?
According to the data, yes.
And at 12:24:26, according to the data, is it still in a car moving at 17 miles per hour?
Sustained is to forms.
Can you pull up your PowerPoint and we'll start at 12:24:25. We can show the jury the progress of that phone.
Okay.
And at 12:24:25, how fast is Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone moving?
The data on the device says that it was moving at around 16.6 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:26.
17 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:27.
15.9 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:28.
14.5 miles per hour.
24:29.
12.1 miles per hour.
24:30.
11.5 miles
I
per
know
hour.
Karen Reed's getting old, but these are grandma numbers.
10.4 miles per hour.
24:32.
8.9 miles per hour.
24:33.
7 miles per hour.
24:34.
5.2 miles per hour.
24:35.
3.5 miles per hour.
24:36.
3.2 miles per hour.
24:37.
1.4 miles per hour.
And 24:38.
0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second.
And at 24:38, that phone is stopped near the flagpole.
I would say so, yes.
Then the location data gets more broad.
It does.
There is no movement at that time after the car stops. Is there any movement when the car stops at 24:38, between 24:38 and 24:30? Is there any movement indicated on the healthcare data?
Not from the health data, no.
At 20,
Not from the health
at
data.
12:31:57.
What about any other data?
Does the phone demonstrate any movement?
If I may just look back at my
Of
report,
course,
just to
please.
recall.
Does this guy even know how long a mile is? He doesn't know what the freezing point of water is in Fahrenheit.
What time was that, sorry?
12:31. 57.
Yes, around 12:31, 56 or 57 is the start of the health event, 36 steps.
How long? How many seconds does that phone move for?
Haven King, I do know how long a mile is.
20 seconds.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Correct.
And that is that the only time that the phone moves from the point it stops at the flagpole until the next morning?
Correct.
The only time.
Correct.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Yes.
And when that phone moves, you can't tell if it's walking a straight line or in a circle.
Correct.
You don't know if the phone is pacing back and forth.
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained as to form.
Can you tell how far a phone moves from its origin, from its original point when you're counting steps?
No. iOS creates the calculation, number of steps times the person's gait, and provides the 25.4 meters value.
At 12:32:16, when that phone stops moving, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving, do you know the next time it moves?
Sounds like an older Cecil.
I'm going to allow it.
It's approximately 6:15.
Now, less than 5 minutes later, 12:37, that battery in that cell phone gets another temperature reading, doesn't it?
It does.
Does it go up?
It goes down.
And it goes down to what degrees?
72 degrees.
And over the next 8 minutes, does that temperature even or go up?
At 43 minutes past, there was another reading of 66 Fahrenheit.
And then at 12:53, that's about, what, 21 minutes or so after that phone stops moving? What's the temperature?
I'm sorry, at 12:53?
Yes.
Oh, 61 Fahrenheit.
61 degrees?
Yes.
And over the next 14 minutes, does it drop again?
It does. It drops to 55 degrees at 1:07.
And at 1:36 a.m. that morning,
It's down to 50 degrees.
and this health data shows that that phone hasn't moved. Does
Correct.
this healthcare data show that this phone hasn't moved since
There's
12:32:16?
no more steps were recorded.
Now, you had studies where you put the phone in a freezer.
Correct.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in anything?
I didn't know.
Did you use any type of heat source that would slow down the process of the temperature dropping?
No.
Let me ask you a hypothetical. If a person, a human,
What are those?
was lying prone on a cell phone outside and had a body temperature directly touching the phone,
He had a body
in your
temperature.
opinion, could that slow the process of the temperature decreasing as compared to just simply putting a phone in a freezer?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
He's
When you
already
put the phone
established
in
he
the
doesn't
freezer,
know
did you wrap
how
it in any warmth?
temperature works.
No.
Any clothing?
Nothing at all.
Now, you don't know the temperature, but you said there was a blizzard outside.
That's my understanding, yes.
At 6:06 a.m., is there a change in the battery temperature of John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, the temperature has dropped to 43 degrees Fahrenheit.
So there's a 7-degree drop in temperature at 6:06.
Correct.
Were you shared any of the facts or information that has nothing to do with data and science? Were you shared any facts or information about what may have occurred to that cell phone and its exposure to colder air that morning, minutes prior to 6:06 a.m.?
I may have heard around that time is when John was found.
Oh, so could you answer the question, yes or no, that Mr. Brennan asked you? Did anybody share information with you about that, sir?
Nobody shared it with me, no.
If the phone was in an environment and it was exposed to
ask the
further
memberships.
Colder air or drop in temperature, could it register a reading?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Sure. Let me ask a different question. The phone drops to 43 degrees, John's phone at 6:06. 6:14, is there another change with this phone dropping in temperature?
Yes, it drops to 37 Fahrenheit.
Do you know what, if anything, happened as far as the environment that phone was exposed to seconds before 6:14?
I don't.
No, he has no idea. He said he can't figure that out.
Do you know if that phone at 6:15:01 was then placed in a warmer environment like a pocket or a car? Do you know?
No idea.
But your data shows at 6:35.
He said he can't trust the data to find a location.
Correct.
Doesn't it?
It does.
So at 6:14, you don't know if there's been any increased exposure, do you?
No, I know that according to the battery temperature, it's increased, but I don't know the reason for that.
Now, if you look at the battery temperature at 6:06 a.m., it's 43 degrees.
Yes.
That's a change in temperature, isn't it? Is that a change in temperature from 136?
It is.
Looking at your healthcare data, is there something happening relative to the phone at 6:04 to 6:11?
Are you gonna teach the forensic analyst how to reconstruct things out of his own data that for some reason he's not able to do?
That is 432 steps were recorded at that time.
Can a phone record steps if it's being moved back and forth?
Wait, what?
It may record some. It's difficult to say how many would be misunderstood as being steps taken.
If you're shaking an object that moves the phone violently, could it record steps?
What?
Again, potentially it could record some, but it's not a consistent enough pattern of movement for it to be recorded as lots of steps.
Now at 6:14, the temperature is 37 degrees, and you just offered us that by 6:35, over the next 21 minutes, the degrees goes up by 6 degrees.
The degrees goes up by 6 degrees.
You don't know what was happening with that phone at 6:15:01, do you?
I don't.
I'll allow it. Do you know?
I don't know. No.
Next question.
But what you do know is this healthcare data at
Guy likes to ask
6:15:14.
leading questions.
Correct.
And that demonstrates what?
At 6:15:14, it was the start of 180 steps.
So the phone at 6:15:14 is again moving.
Correct.
And after that starts moving wherever the phone may go. it starts
Wherever, we
getting
don't even know where the
warmer
phone.
temperature.
We don't know where it is now.
Correct.
Is the phone in the room with you right now?
Now, you shared with us location data, and you explained the difference between Waze and other types of location data. I had asked you an opinion about where the phone was located based just on location data, nothing else. And when I asked you that opinion, I didn't ask you to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did I?
I don't recall.
I asked you if it was consistent with being near the flagpole the entire night.
Sustained.
Based on location data alone, are you offering an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty where that phone was?
It's difficult to say with a reasonable degree of certainty based on the randomness of the location data.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, Mr. Whiffen. Could we turn the AC off, please? Thank you.
No, it's difficult to give an answer based to a high degree of scientific certainty based on the.
He didn't ask you to a
sporadic
high
nature of the
degree. He asked
records
you
that
to a
night.
reasonable degree.
Based on the data you have, just on location data alone, is that location data consistent with that phone being near the flagpole area from midnight until 6:15 the next morning?
It was my damn cool.
There's also information because the broadness that it could have been somewhere else.
Trying to adjust my desktop.
Yet it is consistent.
It is.
You didn't just rely on location data for your opinion, though.
I didn't. No.
Watch the form, Mr. Brennan.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Did you rely just on location data for your opinion?
No, I did not.
Did you also consider the health data?
I did.
And did you also consider the battery temperature?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In addition to location data, what are the other things
He
you
just
considered
told him exactly what he wants
in
him to
your opinion
answer.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that phone was at the flagpole the entire night from 12:30 until 6 the next morning?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
It was based on the location data that recorded high accuracy, based on the health data that showed when the device moved and how far, based on the battery temperature information, and based on the Doppler face detection information.
Let me ask you some more questions about the health data. You were shown pieces of information on examination. You told us that health data, well, the phone was it your opinion the phone was in the car until it stopped at the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, does the data show that is the time that the phone was moving?
At what time, sorry?
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
And sorry, the rest of the question was?
Does that demonstrate movement of the phone at that time?
Yes, it did.
You shared that you can't tell the direction or the distance of steps.
Objection, Your Honor.
If,
I'm sorry, buddy.
no, please.
Pardon me.
If that phone moved from the flagpole in a straight line away from the flagpole, like for example, towards the house, wouldn't it have to move again before 6:04 to get back to the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
I would presume so.
All right, you asking me to strike that, Mr.
Yes, Your
Leslie?
Honor.
I'm going to strike that.
Does health data register when a phone moves?
It does.
Sometimes it might not. Cat minds and
I'll ask
ramen
you
flavors
some more
are
detailed questions
complicated
about your
questions.
research into a phone that's been attributed to Jennifer McCabe. You had looked at one piece of your report on the screen, and that was a phone call register.
Yes.
Could you turn to that phone call register, please?
What are we doing with the slide that's up there, Mr. Brennan?
I would like to change it to the phone call register if possible.
Oh, it's not me.
believe it's Exhibit 42. If you, do you have the report that you could put on the screen regarding?
I don't
phone call
have.
Register?
I don't have this one that was shared as Exhibit 42.
This is now marked as Exhibit 42. In the phone call register, you noted that there was a call at 12:14:36.
Yes.
Have you found it? Is that you?
This is not me. No.
I think it's Ms. Gilman.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Could you enlarge that, please?
Which portion of it?
Up the top part. The first 4 or 5 calls. Thank you.
And we need it larger, Ms. Gilman, please.
We need it larger, Ms. Gilman. Come on, Ms. Gilman. This is the most dragged out testimony I can imagine.
All right, that's better. Thank you.
I need some Clive Barker villain to come make me gouge
On
my eyes out.
examination, you read that at 12:14:36, there was a phone call incoming
Yes.
that appeared to be from Jennifer McCabe.
Correct.
At 12:14:36, the location information is the John O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview by that point?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the question, is it?
Yes, is it?
No.
And then at 12:18:47, there's another call, and again from Jen McCabe.
That's an outgoing call to Jen McCabe.
It's an outgoing call to Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
12:18:47, the location information, does that place Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview?
No, it does not.
Then at 12:29:44, there's an 8-second call that you said you believe is answered. Do you know if there was any conversation in that call?
No way to know if there's any conversation.
And at 12:29:44, does the location information place John O'Keefe's cell phone somewhere
It does at Fairview Road.
at the flagpole?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll strike that.
Thank you.
Now, there is not a call. Well, let me ask you, the next call, what time is the next call?
33 minutes and 35 seconds after midnight.
And who's that call from?
From Karen Reed.
Is that before or after John O'Keefe's health data stops?
After.
At 12:37, you offered us that the cell phone battery's temperature is decreasing.
Yes.
How many calls have been made from the defendant to John O'Keefe by the time that cell phone battery stops dropping in temperature?
7.
Thanks, lady.
I want to turn now to some questions about your analysis of Ms. McCabe's phone. You were asked about hash values, a way of trying to confirm the integrity of the data on a extraction.
Yes.
When forensic analysts look at phones, do you sometimes get to actually see the phone?
Yes.
Do you sometimes have to use an extraction, a copy of the phone?
Yes.
Is it important to try to look and research or search the item to determine whether or not there's been any tampering?
Yes.
You were asked if hash values is one way to do that.
I was.
And you were shown or read part of your report about hash values.
Yes.
There's a second part to that, isn't there?
There is.
You didn't get a chance to share the second part, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Didn't get a chance
In this
to.
case, there
It's
wasn't
your
hash values,
job.
wasn't there?
There was.
Now, just so we can understand.
Ask him the
simply,
question.
How is a hash value created during the extraction process? What does that mean in very, very simple terms?
Yeah. At the end of the extraction, an algorithm is run on every piece of, every byte of data within the extraction, and it comes out with a value at the end. The idea is that if any of that data ever changes, be it through user interaction or through corruption of data in how it was stored, then that value will change at the end.
You mentioned Gray Key. Is that a software, hardware that makes the copy of the phone?
It's a piece of hardware and includes software.
How commonly is Gray Key used in the industry?
It's very common.
Did I hear you say that with Gray Key, the hash value is never authenticated?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to fall.
Does Gray Key authenticate the hash value?
The hash value is placed inside a PDF, which is not signed.
And is that common or typical in the industry?
That is the way that Gray Key do it.
Was there anything anomaly or untoward or different about the way this one was done?
No.
Did the hash value from the Gray Key extraction match the hash value?
It did.
Anything irregular whatsoever about it?
No, not that I can see.
Now, you don't just read software programs when they spit out reports, do you?
No.
As an analyst, as one of the
I just-
leaders of Celebrite, do you have a history of being a researcher?
Yes, I do.
A history of study?
Yes.
Have
Not
you
the
written
temperature.
reports
The
and
water
papers
freezes.
for people to learn?
I've written multiple blogs, done multiple presentations, webinars. Some of my blog posts have become peer-reviewed articles.
Okay. Is it sufficient to simply look at a report that is generated by Celebrite or Axiom or any other service and make conclusions just on the report?
I don't believe it is, no.
Why do you think that's imprudent?
Sorry?
Why do you think that is not prudent to simply rely on a report?
Objection, Your Honor.
He didn't say it wasn't prudent.
The tools are very good at surfacing data, but I believe it's up to the examiner to understand what that data means and to provide context to the information which the tool itself can't give.
And when you were considering the hash value and determine whether or not you thought there was anything wrong with the data, aside from the hash value, how do you do that?
How do I do
How
what?
do you make a determination whether or not this has integrity, the data hasn't been tampered with, so to speak?
Okay. So notwithstanding the hash value, I'd be looking for issues with the data that don't make sense. In this particular case, there was lots of data points that all appeared to work together. Like you would see one artifact change in one database and an artifact would change somewhere else. And it all just made perfect sense in how it was functioning. That kind of leads you to believe that it's not been tampered with, or the person tampering with it did an exceptional job to be able to cover all of these different tracks and make it undetectable.
Did you try to summarize that perspective in the part of the report that wasn't read to you on examination?
I did.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if there was any data integrity issues in the information you reviewed?
I don't believe there was any.
It was characterized on examination, there was a dispute about the time origin of the search, how long to die encode. Do you remember being asked the question about a dispute?
Yes.
Why do they keep not
Have
saying
you-
hose?
In your studies,
Pissed
in
me
your
off.
position, is there any viable dispute in the forensic data scientific community?
Hey, Rags brought me a
about that
sandwich.
issue?
Really
I
excited
don't
about
believe there
it.
is anymore.
Now, you got involved in this case because you received a complaint from a consumer.
I received a question from a consumer, yes.
And you attempted to resolve that?
Correct.
Sustained is to fall.
Other than that source, have you received any information?
I'll unmute
feedback,
myself while I take bites of this like a
opinions
degenerate.
that would make this issue in any way a dispute?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
Other than that one person, that one consumer, have you received any information in the forensic community which you're part of? Any data, any information that would suggest that your conclusions are in dispute?
Yeah, I received a very similar question from an examiner in Europe. fairly similar circumstances with a case and with a timestamp that didn't make sense, that was originating from the same database. I applied the same logic and theory to his question, and he confirmed it solved the issue for him. It all made sense then.
And since then, has in your world, academic and research world, forensic data science, other than the person who originally raised the question, has there been any dispute brought to you by anybody about your conclusions about when the search actually happened?
No. If anything, I've heard people who have confirmed the research that I did.
Do you know Jessica Hyde?
I do.
Is she well known in the forensic community?
She is.
You were asked questions about your law enforcement background and the fact that Celebrite is used as a forensic tool, oftentimes by law enforcement.
Yes.
Did you go into your company's software and change it to accommodate law enforcement?
No, definitely not.
Would you ever do such a thing?
No.
Why wouldn't you do something like that?
Aside from being unethical to change the data in that way, this is an artifact that is easily validated by any examiner. And if I was to tamper it for the purposes of changing the outcome of a case, it would be detected by all of our customers immediately and would destroy the reputation of Cellbrite, which I've got no intention of doing.
Before a prior proceeding, the printout from the software,
I mean,
when it was showing
he says
the
that.
timestamp.
But how
of
about
the
in the preparation of the
Safari,
specific report?
Search, was it labeled something in particular before?
The Cellbrite search
Yes.
was labeled last visited time.
Last what?
Last visited time.
And when it was labeled last visited time, did it show 227 on the report?
It did.
Cellbrite, after research and consideration, removed that label?
We removed the timestamp when we determined that it was not relevant to the last time that that page was visited.
Why was it important to remove that timestamp from the program and the software?
It was clearly causing confusion.
Does the company have concerns when consumers are confused about information?
Of course, yes.
Do companies
Oh,
have
it's confusing
concerns
because
if, a consumer
it
tries
doesn't
to
match up with what we
manipulate the
want
use
to
of
be
that
true.
information?
Of course.
Are companies concerned that a label could be misleading for somebody who may not have a higher level of experience?
Yes.
When that decision was made to change that for clarification, do you make that solely by yourself?
No, I did not.
Who do you consult with and who's part of that decision process?
So again, after my research, I passed the results of my research to the forensic research group. This is a team based at Cellbrite whose sole job is to do the research, do the coding to make sure that what we're giving to customers is correct. They spent some time validating the research that I did, verifying that my research was correct, and then they were responsible for making the change based on the updated research.
It was suggested that a separate software program, not the company you work for, Cellbrite, but Axiom, reflects this search as deleted. That's not entirely accurate, is it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Running an Axiom program, would it reflect
These
this
are all
search as deleted?
just leading questions.
Yes, it is a deleted
crazy.
search.
Does it have a label on it?
It does.
Is that carved?
Yes, it would be.
Now, are you familiar with the Axiom Artifact Reference Guide when it talks about the dangers of relying on the timestamp?
I'm not familiar with it referencing dangers, but I'm aware of the document.
Are you aware of the
High calorie
reference
law.
guide when it talks about Safari suspended state tabs?
Yes.
And offers that since these are local tab states, results from this artifact may contain an
We're not
early
even at
date
lunch
time
yet, boys and
compared
girls.
to the results in the Safari history artifact if iCloud Safari synchronization.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are you aware
He's just
of the reference
testifying through the
guide?
questions.
I am.
Are you aware that it cautions that a timestamp can be misinterpreted?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
No, of course it doesn't stop me. I don't respect clocks.
Sir, when you came to your opinion that the search for how long to die in the cold at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning of January 29, 2022, was the time that they were actually inputted, not 2:27. In forming your opinion, did you consider both Celebrite and Axiom software?
I did.
Did you consider other tools as well?
Yes, my own.
And tell us a little bit about your own tool.
He's pondering.
Again,
Tell
this
us
is
a
tool
little
I've
bit
been
about your own
writing
tool.
for approximately 5 or 6 years now. Partially for fun, partially for research purposes.
Me too.
And it's a tool I make available to other examiners globally.
Yeah,
And
of
sir,
course.
When you were
I like to make my little tool available.
examine these searches that in your opinion were 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. Did you ever try to test it yourself and actually take a phone so you could either prove or disprove to yourself that that earlier timestamp didn't mean it was the time that it was searched?
Oh, definitely. That's the kind of thing that I do all the time when verifying artifacts.
And in your opinion, is that helpful in understanding how a timestamp earlier could relate to a later search?
Exactly, very helpful.
Would you be willing to do a live demonstration for us on the screen and show us how that works?
Yes.
How long would that take?
Will you show us your little tool?
Could you show
Please.
us?
Of course.
Okay.
Please show your little tool to the court. The last time someone had to show their tool to the court was that guy. He was charged with the murder of his girlfriend. And she is asphyxiated. And his defense was that he was very, very well equipped. And she choked on it. She literally choked on it and died. His lawyer wrote a letter to the court and said, Your Honor, my client is prepared to demonstrate the massiveness of his tool to the court in person if necessary. But that's the last guy I saw that, that was asked to get his little tool out in court. John Gamble says, no way this happened. Yeah, it was a news story. I think he won on other grounds. I think his case was dismissed out or something like that. And he never had to drop it on the table. That's a ballsy hashtag Lamau. It's a ballsy play though, right? Because you better not be bluffing. That thing better drag. What if he got it out? He's like, isn't it huge? And the jury's like, no. Guilty. Go to prison. Ah! Buzzian's here, trying to get back to the Karen Reed case. I'm just kidding. Law Nerd sent a couple of super chats a while back. Says one, great to see your Nick. I don't know if you've seen my Nick, but maybe. No, I'm kidding, of course. Thank you. And then the other one was love to you and your family. Thank you very much, Law Nerd. Very much appreciated. We've got Grifty also who says, I know you just admitted to altering data, but I didn't tell you to change it, right? Is basically what he got up there and said. Yeah, I mean, this witness isn't great for the state.
Seems like a good place to take our lunch and recess. 45 minutes.
Chuck Morris, don't tell me what to do or how to live.
Mr. Whitman, I'm going to
I want to share it with the world. Like this guy.
Please rise to the jury.
Sabina D says, do lawyers not tell their experts what the premise of their case is and expect the results to support that premise? I have a hard time believing that. Yeah, of course. I don't know how else to say it. Yes, when you're hiring an expert, you're hiring someone to give you an opinion, but you generally have an idea of what that opinion is going to be. What you can't do is tell them what their opinion should be. I mean, they're the expert. Their opinion is supposed to be neutral and for the purpose of informing the court, not for helping either side. But like, just because it's their purpose is not for helping either side doesn't mean either side doesn't hire them for their help. Like if there are two experts and one disagrees with your position, one agrees with your position, you're going to hire the one that agrees with your position because you want, like, assuming they're, credentialed. Why would you pay the person who disagrees with what you need? You wouldn't want that. You would, very limited circumstances I could think of where you would want to hire someone to get up there and say, yeah, no,
everything that guy just says is bullshit. Thank you.
Right? Not helpful. Not helpful at all. Let's see. Guy in college, 6'2", penis reached the top of his kneecaps. What if he had really short thighs? Like maybe he had just really tiny thighs, so it's not actually that impressive. Oh my goodness. So yes, the court is on break for lunch now. By the way, I haven't said this in a while, but guys, there's 2,100 of you watching here on YouTube. We've got 928, in precise, over on Rumble. Please smash those like buttons, share the videos where you like to watch, and let people know where they can follow along. Let's go ahead and do that. Really appreciate it. It's a nice, easy way for you guys, if you actually enjoy the coverage and the content, to help me out, help YouTube know that, oh yeah, I'm not dead and I'm still here. So that it really does. Likes are underrated. So I appreciate any of them that you're willing to share with me if you feel like clicking a button with a thumb on it. I mean, I know that that's weird. So I would understand, but I do like that. Brennan, notice Brennan's volume is much lower. This level of question is not as for sure. More like he's milking time. He just doesn't like microphones. I think he's allergic to them. John Campbell, I'm hopefully. We'll see. Unfortunately, Sargon and Az are awake on the wrong side of the planet. So the time that I would typically be able to stream with them would be during the trial. So we'll probably have to wait till there's a break in the trial or break, between trials or something like that. Quick sum up. All day, all of today has been spent on a cross-examination and then redirect of the Brit Bong who works for Celebrite. And I can't remember his name because who cares? But the cross-examination was done by Alessi for the defense. And he just dismantled all of the testimony. It was excellently and expertly done. So that was great. Now we're on redirect where Hank Brennan is back trying to rehabilitate his witness who was forced to admit that they deleted data from the report, that they ignored the part of the report that said that the phone could have been in the house according to some location data, that he doesn't even know what temperature is. I mean, I'm pretty sure he admitted to not knowing what a thermometer does. But yeah, that's the basic summary. Hopefully he's going to be done soon, and then we'll get to the next witness because this is really, really dragging on. But if you are new to the stream or returning to the stream, we do have a new feature. It is a super tips. You can find it at the pinned chats on Rumble and YouTube. The cool thing about super tips also is it doesn't matter what platform you're on, you can send super tips. In fact, it kind of doesn't matter what platform I'm on. Like if I was on someone else's show, you could send super tips through that as well. Austin says, no, Nick, I hate you and don't enjoy your content. Thanks. If Jen McCabe is next, you're going to love her. Why? What do I love about her? We got, here we go. We got some of these. Here's what super tips are. Here's what they're like.
Nate, looking like a Tamu Forrest Whitaker. Beta.
You mean bargain?
We got to get a bit. I wonder why it doesn't have him saying beta. That'd be great. Here we go.
Nick, this is the sniffy monster. I'm so lonely.
You're welcome, Hoof. Oh my gosh. Oh, that one was muted? Let's do it again real quick.
Nick, this is the sniffy monster. I'm so lonely. Won't you reunite me with my powdery friends? Thank you for not killing yourself.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Let's see, we've got this one here.
Hey, Nick, can you fat shame me? I dropped down 70 lb from 245 to 175 since October, and I am suddenly getting the urge to eat some bread. Let's go, make me unbreaded.
70 lady. Made it just perfect. I dropped down 70 lady. Hey, wait, if you're 175 and fat, like how short are you? Oh my God. You're down 70 pounds from October? Are you doing this at the direction of a doctor, or did you find my stash? Jesus. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I can fat shame you. 175 is 175 too many. What the hell are you doing? Every pound that you keep on is a pound of shame you carry with you, hopefully to an early grave, unless you get your act together, you fat piece of trash. Ah. Desert Pirate says, I went and did just that. Love Papa Rackets. Thank you. I think you mean, I think they mean like, wait, they did this in the chat, but I think they mean this. I think it was a thumbs up. You lost 42 pounds in 30 days. How giant are you people? Stupid phone. You lost 2 million. I cannot.
Hey, Nick, can you fat shame me? I dropped down 70 lb from 245 to 175 since October, and I am suddenly getting the urge to eat some bread. Let's go, make me unbreaded.
70 lady. Whoever you did the one where it said we're trying to remove a demon from a baby. Oh my God, that was terrible. Oh no, oh no.
Legal mindset, is that the attorney that can look at the sky and the ground at the same time?
Fucking evil eye of Sauron lodged into his skull. Why is one of them always looking at me? I can never remember if it's the right or the left. They do the work of two. The Iceman says a little off topic, but have you seen the news about the Buffalo school system allegedly covering up and obstructing investigating into sexual assault and kidnapping? I have not. But if you want to know which school systems are involved in obstructing investigations into sexual assault and kidnapping, it's pretty much any of them that have those issues are involved in covering them up. These people don't want these issues public because they're the ones in charge. They don't want a threat to their administrative positions or their teaching positions, especially if they're not, not all of these are tenure jobs or whatever. If they don't have tenure and job security, being a teacher is a nightmare on its own, because lots of them at the beginning, it's like they get a job for a year or 2 years and they get fired until they get a certain amount of years under their belt, in which all the bad teachers suddenly decide that that one's good enough to stay somewhere for a while. But yeah, these large systems don't want the bad things that happen within the large systems exposed. They don't. They're resistant to it. Why would they want it? If you think about it this way, the public school in which a sexual assault happens, if it gets out that it happens, it is now a news story. It is a news story about the failure of the administration or the teaching staff to properly police their schools. It's a new discussion about what new policies can be implemented to protect safety and security of children and their integrity. And half the time it's the teachers doing it. So no, they don't want to expose that. They don't want anything at all to rock the boat that they're in. These are government employees. Government employees like stability and predictability and endurability. They want to stay doing whatever they're going to do forever with no specific desire to excel or exceed. I mean, you're locked in. You're trimming off risk on the ends, right? Like you're narrowing the field. You're guaranteeing yourself a pretty good income after a while, but you're lopping off your potential on the top end, and you're limiting, of course, the risk on the lower end by having that security of a government job. That's how social. Don't want to say social services, but that's how social work functions in government. That government does not, it's not a profit business. I mean, it is for some people, if we are talking cynically and truthfully, but the actual function of government is not a for-profit business. There's not a bunch of room on the top end to generate additional income and wealth. It's not what it does. Like a sales job, you sell a bunch of stuff, you make a bunch more money. The government job doesn't have a sales pitch. It doesn't have commission work. It doesn't have room to do that because it is civic service. So they say. But again, they end up getting paid really well, and the extra benefits, the intangibles are nice. But that's why you get certain types of people gravitating towards those jobs. You're not going to get high energy alpha personalities going into government work because there's nothing for them to do and achieve. They're going to go in and do their job. Now, there's some people for which that systemic repetitive work is really great for them. Like they do it well. It meshes with their personality. It's within their comfort zone, and it matches what they need income wise and security wise. That's who ends up in those places. But the other types of people you get are people for whom the mission is more important than personal success. And the mission could be DEI. The mission could be, any cause celeb, cause du jour could be the mission for that person. And so then they will move themselves into government because they can affect change in their position. And that to them is more valuable than the paycheck itself. And that, I mean, who's to argue with that value? That is their compensation. Kevinowski says, one can't say, did I hit him without saying I hit him. Very good point. Have to be very careful what you say, in the aftermath of a crime. Let's see. Scott Christy Jones says, make me an offer on my Stoney's gift card. Well, I think it's worth about $0. Kimmy Joe says, I didn't even know that there is insurance to protect teachers and anyone who works with kids. It's called SAM. Man, there's worse than that. There's worse. There's the, do you guys remember the story about it was like how do I word it? It was the building where they sent the people who couldn't be fired very easy, but couldn't be allowed around children. This, of course, is similar to what the Catholic Church had done for a while when they would reassign quietly priests who had been accused of improper behavior with children or whatever. They would reassign those priests often to some place that they would not come into contact with minors. People were not happy with how that with that process because they believed that it was, the church was covering up its scandal, and two, helping perpetrators avoid prosecution for their crimes. I mean, public schools do this. They have places where those teachers end up and they just go to a building and do maybe light administrative work. It's a mess. I can't remember. It was several years ago that they had kind of an expose on one of them in a major district. It was probably Washington, D.C. or something else, One of these terrible places to be. Debbie says, I think I heard you say and said in the chat, your law license is suspended. Sure, you explained this, but can you do it again for me? Sure. You're the best law commentary and you're supported. Yeah, it's nothing crazy. During my legal woes and personal woes that accompanied that, I did not keep up with my required continuing legal education. My reporting period came up during that time, and I did not. I haven't finished my continuing legal education. So, effectively, every 3 years, I have to report 45 hours of continuing education, and there are a couple requirements, like you have to take a couple hours of ethics, etc. Doesn't really matter. I haven't done it for this reporting period, and so my license is suspended until I go ahead and get that accomplished, and then ask them to reinstate me. But that's what I have to do. That's not like they removed it for a cause other than I didn't do the thing that's a requirement. So, but we'll get around to it. It's not a big deal. It's just it's a chunk of time for one, and the classes cost money, so I want to make sure that I do them all at the same time and maximize my my expenditure, because you can buy like a pass that'll give you access to all of the material, all of the courses, for example, rather than buying individual courses. And if you plan it out right, you can save yourself a little cash. But I don't practice, so I maintain my license because I worked hard for it, but I don't need it functionally right now. So it kind of got low priority during everything else being a fucking disaster. Fletcher Boy says, worst thing about dating a teacher, they scream, Timmy, don't tell your parents. Salty C says, Google image search, teacher arrested. Google image search, Disney employee arrested. Wait, are you telling me to do that? I don't want to do that. I don't trust it. Stream your CLEs. I thought about that, but that would be a massive, that's a copyright violation. I'd be stealing their materials and restreaming them. Debbie says, just like us nurses, we need to do continuing education as a week. Yeah, of course. I want you to keep on top of stuff. And, for like, if you're practicing, there's a lot of practical uses for continuing education. One, if you're moving into a different field of law, or if you have a case in a different field of law and you need to catch up on, what the current status of law is, because every state has its own Supreme Court, and the U.S. Supreme Court has, makes decisions as well. And then, of course, you have the state appellate courts and the national appellate courts. All of those can impact the practice of law in any practice area. And so if you're not up to date on those, you may not be serving your client very well. So that's one of the uses. I mean, and the other is just if you are consistently working in a practice area, you just want to keep up with those changes, as they happen. But one's a keep up, one's a catch up. The other can just be general curiosity, and some of the continuing education stuff is really, really interesting. I like when there's very specific legal issues that they offer a full class on for that is practical, that involves in-depth sort of notes on practice and how you address certain things. Because I mean, it's one thing to research like second-degree assault in Minnesota, right? But if there's specific cases that really hammer in on one of the sections, one of the subdivisions of second-degree assault, and your client's in there, there may be like a full-on lecture that tells you all of the current law, the main citations, what you need to look for, how you address it. Some of the other ones are procedural sorts of law with really specific practice, like debt collection, for example. For debt collectors who are trying to recover money for their clients or for themselves, if they bought the contract, they have very specific rules that they have to follow. And if they don't follow those rules, the person who they're trying to collect from actually has a cause of action against them. But the requirements are really specific. And but if you know those requirements, you know what your client can be entitled to, and you know what to go after, and you know exactly what you're going to what you're going to put in your demand letter straight out the gates. So those sorts of things are actually really interesting. I don't mind doing them. I just wasn't in a place to pay attention to any CLE during the pendency of what I was going through. The Iceman says, I'm Buffalo. You might enjoy looking at it from a legal ethics perspective. According to a whistleblower, Buffalo police officer, the obstruction is coming from the district's legal counsel. It becomes tough because the client is the school district. And so the legal counsel working to protect their client is acting ethically, even if the overall ethics and morality seem askew. The legal system that we've built is adversarial, which means each side is entitled to representation, and it's not the representation's fault. Now, any representative could act in a way that is unbecoming. Like that's obviously possible, but just the general nature of it, like someone has to defend the rapists. Like the rapists are entitled to a legal defense. It's not the lawyer's fault that person raped someone, and the lawyer taking on the case isn't endorsing the rape. What they're doing is they're forcing the government to do their job. They're forcing the government to prove out the case that the government is asserting, and that's a good thing. We actually do want that. We want the government to prove out prove out their case, even on the most seemingly obvious cases. We want them to respect the rights of every single person, because if you think that they're like, oh, they give this person too many rights, guess what? They're going to disagree on which person's rights are important, and yours will become unimportant. That's how it will go. You're like, well, I don't care. I'm not a rapist. It's like, well, the government may not care as much about rapists as they do about some other thing that they decide that you are. Like maybe you have wrong think and wrong speak at some protest or at some public gathering, and then suddenly you're right. Wait, this happened. When was that? It's kind of big. I think it was like it was in a month, or early month, like maybe February or something. January. It was January 6th. January 6th, right? I bet a bunch of the people arrested on January 6th and held without trial for over a year, I bet some of them thought that like maybe rapists didn't deserve as much protection. Maybe they weren't entitled to the same rights, or that murderers weren't, or thieves or drug dealers or whatever it is. Everybody has their pet peeve criminal category where they go, yeah, but not that we don't want them to have all this protection. And then suddenly that came home in a very real way. I think it was a big shock to the right, because the right has been for the past several decades, the law and order party. functioning a heavier handed approach to crime, while the liberal side has been advocating a softer approach to crime, right? And I think it was a huge shock to them to go, wait, the government does this? And then, of course, you know, you have people on the other side, or maybe of different demographics, going, yes, all the time. That's what we've been saying. Isn't it bullshit? But yeah. Put her coke in the bank and let it grow 5% until she's 18. See, that's funny. Your court time didn't act as continued education. No, which I think is unfair. I also think that, unironically, think that trial streaming has could be qualified as continuing legal education. I mean, it maybe could. You can qualify certain things in the alternative. I don't think they would give you the full hours, right? But maybe if they, you know, if you're watching an entire trial and they give you like an hour or two of criminal law, I don't know. Who knows? Oh, what do we got here?
That's right, Nick. As a lawyer myself, I do not endorse murder. In fact, I despise murder. Down with the government. I did nothing wrong. I mean, my client did nothing wrong.
I like the Ronnie O'Neill voice. It's really perfect. Oh man. So we are on break. Joe, good logic, is he's going to join me at some point. He says his plan is to join me in the afternoon. And he's on the East Coast, so he's been in the afternoon for a while. So I don't know if I believe him anymore. Do I have Daryl Brooks voiceovers? Yes, I do. I do. So let's see. Oh, I did. I mentioned this earlier. I released a video today, like a regular video. It's the chopped up voir dire of Hank Brennan, or Hank Brennan's voir dire of Dr. Wolf, and just the insane bullying that happened right on the stand. So if that tickles your fancy, go ahead and do that. I'm going to try and get some more videos out that aren't just the live streams of the trial itself, so that people, you know, they don't have to invest 8 hours of time into content. So how am I? I'm doing pretty well. Doing pretty well, actually. Just like I've only had to drug test one time so far, which is fun. I don't have any desire for drugs or alcohol, which I wasn't really concerned with in the first place, but hey, who you know, I guess it's good to have that non-concern manifest, and we'll see. I know what they say about substances and all of that, and I've learned so much about addiction. Because I had to go to treatment. They made me go. I was kicking and screaming. Actually, treatment was kind of like, it was fun in its own way. My favorite thing, I've got to find it. I'm going to go ask them what it was. What it is it was a video, and it was like made in the 90s, you could tell. And it was 3 people talking about their drug addictions and how it happened. And if I remember right, the video was about attaching drugs to like a certain activity, and so then that activity becoming like a risk factor for them. Like for me, I guess, to put it into, we could put these things into localized perspective. I would go out to do karaoke at at a dance club, and so that's where I would do a lot of cocaine. So a trigger for me, I guess, according to the literature, is that if I go to this dance club, I'm going to want to do cocaine. Apparently, like that's what it says. I haven't tried it out because I don't have any cocaine, so I don't want to go to the dance club. See, it works in reverse too, I guess. But so the video was about that. It's about identifying triggers and stuff. And it's like, it's in the 90s and everybody's wearing sweaters with like, dress shirts underneath the sweater. And they have the black guy comes out. And of course, it was so bad. He comes out and he goes, I like to have sex while on cocaine. It's like, yeah, of course you do. But why would you put that in the video? Oh, God, it was funny. So I want to get it because I definitely want to make you guys see what I had to sit through. How old are you going to a dance club of 43? I didn't start dancing until I found myself at 42. They also serve liquor at dance clubs. And people at the ones from, like Mexico or whatever. You could just buy people there, I think. No, it's but a lot of my time spent in recovery was so whenever someone would graduate out of the program, like you would watch a movie. And so I spent like several hours watching movies, which was like, I've already seen these. I made them watch Mystery Men, which is great. Ben Stiller and William H. Macy. Fantastic movie. Like the movie didn't have to have anything to do with any. I think they wouldn't let me watch Blow. I didn't ask. I just know they wouldn't because we weren't allowed to say anything funny about drugs. Because then the people there might want to do them again. Austin says the Buffalo sexual assault story came from a YouTuber, Angry Cops. Yes, that's what I heard. Debbie, welcome to Lawyer Status. Also says, where's the best place to support you? Best place to send super chats, Rumble or YouTube. Keep making clips, helps your algorithm. The best place to send super chats is the super tip system, which you can find pinned comment on both YouTube and Rumble. Otherwise, wherever is really fine. There's not a ton of difference between either YouTube or Rumble as a platform. The super tip system's the best. You can do text tips, or you can do use the voice AI or the AI voices to say whatever you want. And there's a lot of good voices on there, so you can check that out. We've got more on the way. So, hey, thanks, Rice. I mean, I don't know if I'm a good person. I'm just a dude. Buckmaster says cocaine boosts dopamine, feeding the narcissist's need for power, control, and superiority. I don't know. Well, I mean, maybe I'm just not a narcissist. The way I described cocaine was it makes you feel like you could do anything, but you don't do anything except more cocaine. Like you're like, yeah, I could build a shed, but like you're not doing anything at all because why would you? Why would you leave where the cocaine is? So I don't know, but you do feel awesome on it. Like that's the whole point. This has been one of the weirdest parts of the aftermath of all this is like trying to talk about it with people because they get really uncomfortable when you say stuff like, well, yeah, you feel awesome on these substances. And they're like, and it's like, well, why do you think people do them? Obviously that's the purpose of them. And it's false. Like it's a chemical infusion in your brain that can, will eventually throw things off, they say. And it's probably true, but, your brain tricks you into liking everything. That's the dopamine infusion of cocaine. I mean, in a similar way, getting drunk has a similar dopamine effect. It's just not as strong. But then, so yeah, everything you do gets associated with good your brain's reward system. So everything is awesome. Like it's hard to not have a good time. But when you do have a bad time on cocaine, it's really not fun. I mean, because everything is kind of like amplified. But it's not worth it. I want to say that very clearly. I sometimes forget to say that. It's It's actually not worth it. It seems worth it as long as you're not getting caught. Really does. Because you're like, yeah, so what's wrong with this? Everything feels great. Everything's going fine. And then you get caught with it and everything is not going fine anymore. In fact, it goes catastrophically wrong from that point on. And it's not worth it. That's the lie of drugs, is they tell your body, or they tell your brain chemically that they're worth it, that they're worth the risk. And as you do them for a while and you don't get caught. I mean, I was doing cocaine pretty regularly for 2 years and had no consequences. And I mean, I didn't really like, there are places that you hide it, but then there are places that you don't. It's like, and you'd be surprised. You'd also be surprised how many people do this stuff if you've never encountered it. Tons of people do. That was really shocking to me. But yeah, it lies to you because you know, things work out, you don't get caught, and then you're just like, oh well, I mean, who cares then? I can just do I could do my own thing. That's not true. As long as the legal system in the United States is the way it is, you cannot do your own thing. They will eventually catch you, and you will eventually get really, really fucked over. So I don't recommend them. But I never really did recommend drugs. I just did them. Lost Bullet says, hey, you, Canada just re-elected the Liberal Party. Yes, you're still in Canada. Perfect. I say 51st state, Alberta coming soon. We got to catch up soon. Yeah, man. Congrats on your education endeavors. I hope they concluded well. Here we go. What we got?
The best feeling was the rush on the way to pick the coke up. Beta!
Beta. Why does it say beta? How does Jesse Lee Peterson not have beta in there? Might have to do a different sample for that one. I don't know if the rush on the way to pick the coke up was the best feeling. I think doing the cocaine was the best feeling for me. I don't know. Maybe we're different. Let's see. So as far as the Karen Reed trial, again, recap for those who are joining. We're on day 6. The state is continuing its witness examination. We started the day with on cross-examination from Alessi. Alessi is the expert destroyer. And he was cross-examining the Celebrite nerd, is what I'm going to call him. I don't remember what the guy's name is. I don't really care. He's the guy with the British accent, and he did the cell phone extractions and then put together a report on his sort of conclusions based on the aggregating of data. Ken says you didn't have delivery. No. This is my first day in treatment. You go and there's it's mostly group treatment is what I was. Let me back up. I don't know if you guys care about this. It's just me and 2,000, 3,000 of you almost just hanging out for lunch. So I figured we'd talk like lunch. We can talk Karen Reed if something comes up. I don't know, but we've been watching that all day. So my first day of treatment, I was prescribed outpatient relapse prevention treatment. It's pretty close to, if it's not the lowest level of treatment you can have, it's pretty damn close. It's a 1.0 on the whatever the fuck the addiction score thing is. It's I was not actually diagnosed with substance use disorder or alcoholism. Some people may disagree, but hey, the expert said you're not that. That doesn't actually matter. I don't know if people know that, but like someone saying you are or aren't something doesn't mean you are or aren't. But that's my lack of diagnosis. But I was prescribed to go to relapse prevention therapy, which is a 40-hour program, mostly group therapy. And you go in and talk. And so your first day, you sit down and they're like, oh, new person. So everybody has to say their name and drug of choice. And, for my group, it was like meth, weed, meth, fentanyl. And then they got to me And they're like, what about you? And I'm like, well, I'm Nick. And I guess my drug of choice is cocaine, Molly, and ketamine. And one guy looks at me, he's like, cool. And then the next guy is like, where'd you get that stuff around here? Like, because you can't get it around here. So no, it was, they don't have delivery. It was a giant pain in the ass to go get it. Which is why frankly, that's why I had the amount that I had, because there's a pain in the ass to go get. It's not like you could just go grab an 8-ball or whatever. Nick, they put you on Anabuse. What the fuck is Anabuse? No? Like a medicine? No, I'm not. I have no prescription medicine related to addiction. The GM says none of that happened. I mean, it did. It was weird. But mostly people were just confused as to where you get cocaine. Because around here, it's a small poor county. It's meth. There's meth everywhere. I've never tried meth. I don't like the idea of it. I've seen what it does to people's teeth and shit. It's horrible. So the expert was an acquaintance. Yes, an acquaintance who has been doing this for 20 years. So, you know. You know your doctor. I mean, kind of. I hadn't seen her in... Shit, how long has it been? I hadn't seen her since high school. So I guess at least 22 years. No, wait, I guess it's at least 25. Well, 25 years now. So it would have been at least 24 years since I had last seen her. So yeah. What was the K doing for me? Ketamine? I like hallucinogens. Ketamine's a hallucinogen when you take enough of it. And it doesn't produce bad trips like LSD can or anything. It's just cool. It was just, it was something I would do, like in my bedroom. That was it. So finish the group story. I mean, the main reason I was telling the group story is just like, it was, someone asked if I had delivery, but there wasn't really any, there wasn't anything like that around here. And, yeah, that's the main thrust of that story. That's the reason I was talking about it. Group therapy, though, it was fine, but it was mostly, again, we had the like trigger identification exercises, you know, how to avoid situations that might tempt you into doing drugs or alcohol or whatever your thing is. And then, those exercises, but then a lot of the other stuff was, these are group therapy. And the sad story of addiction is the origin of a lot of it. I have a different origin story because I'm dumb. I just decided at 40, I was like, you know what? Drugs sound fun. And so I started doing some drugs. But a lot of those guys were not in there for that reason. Their stories involved years and years of abuse, family situations that were really, really rough. Lots of times they would get involved in dealing as kids or like running for dealers. Even out here in the middle of nowhere in this tiny town, there's plenty of that goes on. You know, people abuse their children everywhere. There's bad growing up stories all over the world. So that was some people misunderstand my comment when one of the things I had said was I didn't fit in with that group. I mean, I got along with all those guys. They're really cool. They're really cool. They're really nice. Like you're in recovery. Most people wanted to be there to some degree, or they're kind of resigned to being there. And so like when I say cool, like they're just chill people, but I said their stories aren't mine. I didn't really fit in there, and that's what I was talking about. So people are like, aha, he doesn't think he had a problem or whatever. It's like I don't know if problem's the right word. I was obviously abusing substances that I shouldn't have been abusing. But what I meant was like I wasn't abused as a child, right? Like my dad didn't fight me and break my ribs or anything like that. I didn't have to deal with those issues. I didn't grow up we lived in a really shitty neighborhood or actually like right next to a really shitty neighborhood in Houston, and there was plenty of really scary stuff going on very close to my house. But that was only until I was about 9. And then we moved up to the suburbs of Minneapolis, and I didn't have to deal with anything like that really as I grew up. So like I didn't grow up in that world. And so that's what I meant. But I don't know. I like hearing people's stories. They liked hearing mine. It was a good time. But that's what I was referring to with saying I didn't really fit in with that group. And that's what treatment for me was, is something to get done with. They don't let you graduate unless they think that you're actually graduating, so it's not like it was just like, oh, I have this task to get done. I mean, I did have a task to get done. I had to do it as fast as I could because I was trying to get my kids back as fast as possible. And so, they said, you need to do treatment. I'm like, hell fucking yeah, I'm going. Bam. As many days as I could go per week, maximum amount of time that I could get into. Because I had to get my 40 hours done. But they don't like let you out unless they think that you've adequately completed your treatment. And I did plenty of my time in there, and it was fine. But like I didn't need anger management classes, for example. Like that wasn't helpful for me. So I just kind of sat there and took notes and listened. But learned about various personality disorders and all sorts of stuff. But it was mostly just educational for me. I don't know. But I'm pretty fortunate that I don't have a physically addictive personality. I never really have. I don't crave things. It's just not how I operate. So John Vito 222, thanks for the donation. I don't know what your message said. It says it's retracted now. So mercenary grip, here we have this.
Get off my back, Nick. My dating life has improved dramatically since the blow-up doll was delivered by Amazon.
That was cold. Why are you guys so cruel? Why aren't you more cruel? Just kidding. Just kidding. It's pretty fucking funny. Why did you start drugs? I assume something went wrong in your life. Is it fixed, or are you going to go back to drugs? I don't have any desire to go back to drugs. Like I just can't for 5 years. So I guess you get in the mindset automatically that like you at least are there. But 2, it's like I spent 40 years not doing drugs. Not doing drugs again isn't hard for me. I don't ever mean to say that to cheapen someone else's experience or struggles, because that's not it at all. I'm very fortunate that that's how my life was. So, why? Heard they were fun. It's not that complicated in light of that. And I'd been offered them several times and turned them down. It's like, you know what? Maybe I could do this safely. Maybe I could try these things out. I've heard some good stuff. But hey, the other thing, there is a truth about drugs that isn't, not all drugs, # not all drugs. There is a truth out there, though, that like some of the illegality was openly based on restricting trade to certain countries that had a racial component to it. And And a lot of what is said about them is not actually backed up by science. Like the education programs that America runs, the DARE program, et cetera, they're not entirely accurate. In fact, they're very inaccurate. And if you want any evidence about this, you can just look at the propagandizing of marijuana that has happened for the past, I mean, how many decades? And it just hasn't ever been true. Like reefer madness and the ensuing thoughts about marijuana, whatever you think about it, it's just not true, and it never was. They didn't limit that untruth to just marijuana, right? Like they did justifications for all sorts of things. That said, don't do drugs. Very illegal. Do not do them. It will ruin your life. It's not the if the substance doesn't, the consequences will. So, but hey, like I said, I got into a place where I decided to make some choices that went against my values. And I got burned really bad by it. So, is Court out for lunch? Yes, Court is out for lunch. Now you can help EVS get off the pipe. What kind of pipe? Like a tobacco pipe? Ugh. Nosy Rosie says he can go if he has a plan and hit some meetings and stay away from the tempting stuff. Personally, I wouldn't go to Vegas. I've been for the, like, there was a period of between 5 and 6 months during our family case where I was completely sober, not a drop of alcohol, no grains of drugs. Like, you couldn't have them tested constantly. So I did that already. And after that period, really nothing was that tempting either. And I knew that I would have this period coming up where probation would be a likely outcome. So it's like, once that happened, I got into a state, I don't have any desire for it. I've been out to plenty of events that have alcohol at them. For example, I was just at a charity event and there's an open bar there. I walked up to the bar and grabbed a Pepsi. It's not that difficult. So I'm really not concerned about Vegas in any way. Again, I didn't do drugs until I was 40. I didn't really drink until I was 35 either. So it's like, again, I've spent most of my life not imbibing any of these things. It's not a big deal for me to not do it. For other people, different stories. I don't ever want to tell people what to do, but I'll say this. Most of you are not doing drugs right now. You're not having any trouble with it at all. So don't worry about it too much. Here we go.
Hello, Rakita fans. If you weren't aware, I am a mukbang streamer, and tonight we are trying to see if my blood pressure can match my 180 IQ. Also, I have a micro penis.
Is that going to be the sign off like everything? Oh.
Nick, how do you feel about Hackamania now that Vito's redirected any potential ire towards himself?
I want to go more now. Oh my gosh. Vito deserves all of the ire that exists in the world. Here we go. Execution.
Hey, you're a felonious, adulterous, drug-sniffing, child-endangering cuck, and yet somehow you're still cooler than me, but I've got ass cream to apply, so you're below me. Fuck you, Nick.
I don't agree with all of those things. Jesus. I'm not a felon. How dare you? I was not adjudicated guilty. I guess I could be if I violate probation, but the terms of my plea agreement is a stay of adjudication, so there's no actual finding of guilt or conviction yet.
A blow-up doll? Really, Kurt? You're better than that. I'm sure Dollhouse Phil would hook you up with a lightly used short stack doll with triple G's on a payment plan.
Oh man, I wonder how that Dollhouse Phil guy is doing. He won his he had his legal challenges with the British government. Here we go. Let me mentioned doing this earlier. So Peaches, thank you. I said when I saw you I would moderate or add you as a moderator, so welcome. What the hell was I just talking? I was just about to talk about something. Damn it. And I forgot. Fucking ADHD. Oh no, I was talking about Dollhouse Phil. He had so Dollhouse Phil was he sells adult lifelike dolls that people can have sex with. That's the polite way to put it. That's what you would say in church. And the British government seized one of his products and said that it was a doll in the image or likeness of a child. Now, the part of the joke of that last chat was that the doll is merely a short stack. So it's a short person or a little person, some would call them. I don't know, with G cup sized breasts. So obviously not a child. The doll is not designed to be childlike in any way. It's just short, because I don't know if people know this, but there's some short women out there. And so the UK government seized the doll and said that he was trying to sell these child materials. He did eventually win his case, from what I heard, although I haven't talked to him specifically about it. So he emerged victorious. On the other hand, the owner of the Baldo company, I believe the company that created the Baldo and sold it and owned the patent to all testicular penetrative aiding devices. Because there were more coming than just the Baldo, I guess. But they own the patent to that. That company, I believe, was seized by the UK government and is no longer owned by the owners. So it's really too bad. There was I did have the opportunity to buy the entire company. Unfortunately, I had been arrested and my income severely reduced. But it would have been funny. Leon's Law says, is it probation kosher to use ADHD medication, the meth stuff, Vyvanse? I don't have a Vyvanse prescription. I have an Adderall prescription right here. And I have modafinil, and I have the full license to use any medication that I'm legally prescribed. So yeah, it's good. Like, it's fine for me to have those. Adderall doesn't, I have heard that Adderall is like comparable to, I don't know what doses people take. I have a very low dose. Just 10 milligrams. Like it's for pretty specific situations for me. And, so I don't know what that, like, I know that some people use a whole lot of it, and it's like cocaine, I guess, that lasts a long time. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, if I tried to like dump a bunch of Adderall into my system, one, I would run out of my prescription that you can't refill except like once a month. And two, that would eventually, it would show up on a P test as being anomalous amounts of Adderall, because Adderall triggers the meth test, I believe. Or there's I think I take a 15-panel drug test, which involves meth, but also other amphetamines. And I think Adderall triggers that one. 30 milligrams is like Coke if you don't have ADHD. Yeah, and I'm not diagnosed, but I'm pretty sure I have ADHD. It seems kind of obvious now. But yeah, so I don't know. I do have narcolepsy, so that like also impacts how stimulants work in the brain. Did you hear about that stuff called Rhinotrank in Philly? Nope. Nick collects ADHD plus N2 as well. What the fuck is N2? Vyvanse and nothing works for sleep. I'm jealous, fighting with insurance to cover the expensive stuff. Yeah, I don't need help with sleep because the narcolepsy kind of I just lay down. Oh. Okay, so you have ADHD and narcolepsy. Gotcha. I know how that goes. You have trouble sleeping? I don't have any trouble sleeping unless I have some sort of anxiety about something. Oh,
You are unmuted.
you're unmuted, coward. But I'm going to mute the court for just a minute. While we hit a couple of these real quick.
Zorbaz not expanding outside of Minnesota is a crime of deliciously epic proportions.
I think it's Zorbaz. It's got a line over the A, which would imply a long A sound. I kind of like that place. It's pretty decent.
Kurt, do you love black people? Also, I heard you have a micro penis. Amazing.
Amazing. Ginger with a Soul says it's overrated. I mean, you have to understand that selection is limited out here, so anything that doesn't taste like trash is pretty good. Oh,
Effect
sorry.
that location data as far as receiving some high accuracy, mid, and low
Sky
level.
could hear
What
it,
could
but
affect the receipt of that information?
So primarily, the requesting application defines how accurate it needs the data. iOS location services then determines the best technology to use in order to work out that location. And it can use GPS information for the most accurate. It can use Wi-Fi cell sighting, so it understands the Wi-Fi networks that it can detect close by, and it knows where those networks are. And from that, it can derive where it itself is. Similar idea with both Bluetooth beacons and with cell tower technology. It understands where the cell towers are. It understands where the Bluetooth beacons are. And if it can see those particular cell towers or beacons, it knows roughly where itself must be.
You share with us there are some factors that can affect that location data?
Yes.
In addition to being in a building, like a house or a business, that's one way it can be affected?
It is.
And there are other ways as well, isn't there?
There are.
And could you share again the other ways that location information could change?
Yeah, the weather can play an effect on it. The geography of the area, whether it's in a rural or urban environment, other kinds of interference. If there are other items close by that are emitting electrical interference, it could affect the location data as well.
How about a body being on the phone? Could that affect location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
If a human being was covering the phone so it wasn't exposed to the air, could that affect the location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I didn't see a problem with that question.
You were shown Exhibit 40. It was one select.
And the
piece
answer is
the
yes, of
report.
course.
It was a graph. With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 40.
Yes.
Exhibit 40 has two circles, one darker, one white.
Yes.
And do you remember being asked questions about this particular exhibit?
I do.
And in addition to this exhibit, is there other information in your report that wasn't shown to you that would put this in context?
There is.
This exhibit is to demonstrate a window of when location data was taken for a particular time.
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form of the question. Mr.
This photograph, what does it represent?
There were two particular time periods of approximately 5 seconds where multiple records showed identical latitude and longitude. So the same center point of the radius, but the radius themselves differed. So in this case, the white circle or the white circles show the lowest accuracy and the highest accuracy for 5 records that were all within a 5-second time period. And that shared the same latitude, longitude as the central point.
Looking at this snapshot of 5 seconds, is this still consistent with your opinion that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you opine that the cell phone was in the flagpole area the entire evening of January 29th, 2022?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, it still aligns with my opinion.
When you provide a report with all the different graphs and explanations, do you expect it's going to be shared with the defense attorneys?
Of course.
And you understand in this case, everything is shared.
Of course.
And when you shared your report with this piece of information, did you include a summary chart that wasn't shown to you?
Oh, damn it. Now I was muted.
I believe I did, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you your
Thank you.
report. Do you recognize your report?
I do.
And what page are you on?
22.
Do you recognize anything in particular as far as a chart on that page?
I do. There's a chart at the top with the location data that was used to create the image shown.
Does that chart help explain this photograph?
It does.
And move that chart into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Lefsey?
No objection, Your Honor.
What I said while muted was, Alessi always sounds like offended when he objects. I don't think he actually is. I think he's just how he says it. But objection, Your Honor. It's just,
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like Ms. Gilman to show us the chart.
Yes.
How long of a time period does that photograph encompass?
The photograph has got 2 time periods of 5 seconds each, which are approximately 40 minutes apart.
I don't know if people know this, but
What does this
photographs
show? Can you explain the chart?
don't
that
encompass
goes
the
along
time
with
period.
That photograph that was shown to you?
So this chart is, or I should say, the map shows 5 of the records from this particular chart. But we can see that all of these records have a consecutive timestamp 1 second apart. The latitude and longitude is identical for all of these records, but at the same time, the accuracy drops from 43 meters to 7 meters within that same 8-second time period. The idea was to demonstrate that if you had one of these records on its own, if you only had the 43-meter accurate record, for example, then the phone could be anywhere within that 43-meter radius. But as time goes on, the accuracy is refined. The same central point is used by iOS, but we've now got an accuracy of 7 meters. And again, if we were to say that the phone is anywhere within that 7 meters, it's a much more accurate representation, according to the data, than the 43 meters would be. And with an 8-second time period, if the device was actually moving during that time, I wouldn't expect to see the latitude and longitude remain exactly the same. There'd be some degree of movement in the coordinates.
When you're producing location information in the circles that represent the location change, small, medium, large, at different times, does this chalk help represent that there can be changes in the location data, but the item can remain dormant?
So ask that differently, Mr. Brennan.
what is the exact point of the demonstration or this chalk? How does that help us understand the movement or the lack of movement of a cell phone?
I believe it demonstrates the fact that the phone
There
is
you go.
constantly refining the location
Better,
data, the accuracy of the location data, even though
better
it's using the
question.
same central point, the latitude and longitude, as the reference point.
Although,
it doesn't necessarily mean the device
kind
had
of
to move.
Emphasize exactly what he wanted to
40,
talk
please?
about.
So looking at your photograph that you were asked about, there are two different circles, one dark and one light.
Yes.
And those circles are in different spots.
Yes.
Based on the chalk, or the chart you just showed us, are both of those different color circles consistent with a phone being in the same spot and not moving?
The previous chart that was shown only accounts for the white circles on this map. And it only shows the highest and the lowest accuracy. 20 minutes later, there was another similar scenario where there were multiple records with the same central GPS coordinates, but with different accuracy levels, and that's what was used for the black circles. Importantly, in my opinion, they all overlap, so it's possible that the device is somewhere in between those two circles for the duration of the time.
Now, finally, I want to turn back to the phone that was attributed to Jennifer McCabe. And you had shared with us your opinions about the time in which the searches at 6:23 and 6:24 were made.
Correct.
And I asked if you could just show us live right now how it works that a person can open a tab and there's a timestamp, a time when it's open, and then make a later search but still retain the original timestamp.
Yes.
Is that something you can do for us?
It is, yeah.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd ask Mr. Whiffen to give
Yes.
us a live demonstration of
Okay.
this.
Do you want the light off, Mr. Whiffen?
The light off would be better, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Okay. First of all, I will highlight on the left side of the screen here, this is actually a live representation of what I have on a phone that's in front of me. So as I move this around, you can actually see on the screen that the screen refreshes. I'll also point out the iOS version here is 15.2.1, which matches that from Jennifer McCabe's phone. On the right side of the screen is the tool which I spoke about earlier, the one that I've been writing for several years. I make it available for free for any examiner who wants to download it and research primarily iOS devices. Here, you can see I've got a live connection to the device. So every file and folder that is on the device, I can see within this directory view as you would normally see on a regular computer. And we can see the browser state.db database. If I open that database up, you can see there are 4 tables, one of which is called tabs.
Mr. Whiffen, I hate to interrupt you. Can we make this larger? I know jurors earlier were hoping
I can try to.
have a larger view of what's up there. Is that going to
better.
impact your demonstration in any way?
It shouldn't. I should be able to work around it. Thank you.
Is that better for the jurors?
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
It's just a little closer.
Oh.
So we can maybe move that.
Let me pull forward.
Thank you.
Turn the air conditioning on.
So at this moment in time, the tabs table has 2 records. I'm just going to ask you to ignore those for now. They're from a previous demonstration. I can't delete those without taking longer to do this demonstration. If I go back onto the phone itself, just takes a second to refresh and open up Safari. And I can open up a new tab. What I will just do now is search for the time that we're on now, so 14:10, and hit go. So right now that page is loaded, sure. And I can go back into the database and just hit reload. That will bring the most recent version of the database from the device back onto my computer and show it back in this window in exactly the same way as I was viewing it a second ago. And you can see right now there's still only 2 records. So the fact that I did a new tab and a new search has had no effect on what I can see. This is different to on previous versions of iOS, where you would already now see a new record with the 1410 search.
Holy shit, that
which
looks
I've
like
made.
Windows 3.1 or
And then
whatever.
we do another search. Hopefully it's going to catch up with me. It's now 1411, so I'll do a search for 1411. Okay, we can see the page is loaded, and I can go back over to this tool and reload the database. We still don't have a new record that shows that a search is being conducted. I'll just take the time to do another little search and just do 1411X. Reload the page again. Still, nothing's appeared. I can even close down Safari, just minimize it into the background.
No, you can't.
And then bring it back into the foreground by just pressing the Safari icon. I can hit reload again. We still don't have a new record. And I can do a further search for now 1412. 1412 is loaded, and I can reload the page. Still no records present. I can now go into Safari and just close the tab. So now that tab is closed, and I can just prove that. So that tab is now closed. And I can go back over here and reload. And you'll see a new record has appeared. I'm just going to change the time zone just so that this shows accurately, and tell my tool to treat the timestamps as Eastern time. So we look at this particular record. You can see the title is 1412. That's the last item that I searched for. You can see the URL is the google.ca /search 1412. Again, that is the content that I searched for. And then we see this field here, the last viewed timestamp. And the time here still says 1410 because that's the time that I first loaded the tab. The fact that I navigated between, the fact that I minimized and reopened Safari bears no relevance to this timestamp. It is purely the timestamp that tab was created or brought back into focus.
To an untrained eye, can that
Focus,
development of
focus,
timestamp
back in
become confusing?
focus.
Yes, the name last viewed time
Untrained
clearly has
eye.
implications that would make you believe that it was the time that the page was last viewed. It's a
You'd
very
think.
simple test that I just demonstrated to prove that that's not the case.
So
Is
what?
there any other reason that Celebrite removed that process of timestamp?
So what's
other
it
than
for
to
then?
clarify that issue?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll allow it.
Purely because we determined it was unreliable to use as a time that the page was last viewed.
If an examiner simply made a report from Axiom or Celebrite or another software, but didn't have the time or skill to actually go into the data, could they be easily confused by this?
Yes, the way that Celebrite provided this information showed as last viewed timestamp. The way that Axiom provides this data is called last interaction time. So there is some leeway there to misunderstand it less from Axiom because it's talking about tab interaction rather than a web page that was last viewed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. The lights on, please. Mr. Alessi?
Briefly, Your Honor, if I may. Thank you.
Do you want Mr. Whitfield?
I'll believe briefly when
Yes,
never.
please, Your Honor. Good afternoon, and hello again, Mr. Whiffen.
I'll be back in a minute.
Magnet forensics Axiom still shows a 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on its forensic tool, correct?
Correct.
And Magnet Forensic is a reliable forensic tool company, correct?
As reliable as they come, yes.
The demonstration that you just performed, when did you create it?
The demonstration?
What you just...
Like literally just now as I was doing it live.
So you
is how
just
you mean?
created the demonstration now live on the stand?
That particular demonstration, yes.
Yeah. So that demonstration, therefore, was created after Celebrite removed the 22740 timestamp from all of its tool programs, correct?
No, incorrect. I mean, that demonstration I just provided was right now, it was live. Initially, when I did these tests, I did the same kind of experiment, the same type of testing back in late 2023, I believe. And after I did those tests and used that research, that is when Celebrite removed the timestamp.
Maybe my question wasn't clear. Let me
Yes.
see if I can rephrase it. The demonstration that you just gave, when did you prepare it? The demonstration, not just the demonstration that you just showed on the screen. When did you create that demonstration on your computer?
Hey, again, I've been doing this demonstration for 2 years.
My question, again, is the demonstration you just gave.
Yes.
When was the last time you altered that demonstration?
Other than to use different search terms, it's the same demonstration.
I'll try to differ.
Yes, please.
When was the last time you altered in any way the demonstration you just gave?
Right now.
So you altered it right now, and that alteration was made after Celebrite had removed the 22740 AM timestamp from its programs, correct?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Whitman, you are all set. So
Thank you.
very much.
May we be seen why Mr. Whiffen is collecting his items?
Joyce, feel free for identification.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, may I call my next witness?
Please.
Commonwealth calls Jennifer McCabe.
Face up quick and raise your right hand. You tell me the evidence you give the court, the jury, in the case, the evidence, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready, Ms. McCabe, I'd ask that you pull the microphone close. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Jennifer McCabe, MCCABE.
Ms. McCabe, how old are you?
I am 49 years old.
Are you married?
Yes, I am married with 4 daughters.
Without detailing your children's names,
Gotta get my headphones
tell us
in
a
one
little bit
second.
about your family.
Sure, I have 4 daughters that are 16, 17, 19, and 21. 2 are in high school and 2 are in college.
In raising your children, was your family active in local sports?
Yes, all 4 of my daughters played multiple sports from when they were young. 2 now are playing in college. My husband and I both coached them. My husband coached them from when they were young up through 8th grade in soccer, and I coached them in basketball.
Without telling me your address, what town are you from?
I'm from Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton with your family for?
I was born and raised in Canton, and now I'm raising my family there.
So your family, their whole life, you've raised them in Canton?
1 year we lived in Stoughton with my daughter.
Who do you live with now?
I live with my husband and my 4 daughters.
I could not live on the Northeast.
Can you briefly give me a little bit more background on your children's school and your participation in interaction with your children, raising them?
Yeah, so I was a teacher, and then once I had children, I stayed at home with them and basically was just kind of like your typical, I don't know, small town mom. I was the room parent. I coached them.
I'll allow it, but why don't we
Yes.
move on?
When I coached, I drove the kids back and forth on my team, would take them places, etc.
In the growth of your family and raising your children, at some point did you meet a gentleman by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes,
Share with us meeting John O'Keefe.
sure. When my 3rd daughter was in kindergarten, she became friends with John's niece. And during that kindergarten school year, unfortunately, Kaylee's mother and father both passed away, and John moved in the house and became Mr. Mom.
When John took over guardianship of the children, did you assist in an active role in helping him?
Yes, Kaylee and my daughter were very close, so she would come over and play. My daughter would go over there. Kaylee would come and have sleepovers. A lot of times it would be on Friday nights. I would have Kaylee, and then another individual would have Patrick.
Had you known John O'Keefe well before he took over guardianship of the children?
No.
During the time when he was the guardian of the children, did your relationship, not just with his niece and nephew, but with him, grow any closer?
Yes, we became very good friends.
How close of friends did you become over the years?
Trying to fix
Well,
our,
throughout the years, obviously, when they were younger, we talked more, just about the logistics of CCD, pickup, drop off, basketball, sports. But then he would also call me, about, as the girls got older, the girl drama or, the hormones and things like that.
Hormone.
He would also come over, and hang out and have a beer and, just talk about whatever was new in his life or going on, or, just the day in and day out struggles of his, life and raising the kids now. And figuring it all out with, work and family and all of that.
Leading into January 28th of 2022, so the jury understands.
Hey, there we go.
How close is your friendship with John O'Keefe at that time?
He was a very good friend of mine that I knew I could call for anything.
At 12:30 in the morning to come on over.
I want you to take
Hey,
us
listen.
forward to January
Oh my
28th,
gosh.
2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember it well?
Yes.
Take us to the early morning hours, January 28th, 2022. Did you learn there may be weather or a storm coming?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
We all saw the report that there was going to be a big storm, a nor'easter. So we all knew that basically all the Saturday activities were going to be canceled.
That includes sports?
Yes.
Was and is the sporting events for the children a big part of your life?
Yes. Back then I had, two in high school that played 3 sports, and they played club sports as well. And then the 2 middle school played club sports and town sports. So most of our weekends were taken up by kind of running from one sporting event to the next.
When you learned about the weather and the change in schedule, did it change your plans for that day?
No, not particularly. I had my day was pretty set out. I had my niece, and then I had sporting events. It was kind of my plans for the next day that obviously got changed.
Take us through the afternoon of the 28th. What's happening?
Well, I had my niece for the week, and she was picked up. My oldest was on the hockey team, and she was having a team dinner at the house. So I picked up pizza, got desserts, set it up for them. And then I left with my daughters and my husband, Matt, and we met some of the parents from the high school basketball team at a local pub to grab a bite and a drink before the basketball game, because my other daughter played on the high school girls basketball team.
Really looks like a stretched skin over a skeleton with
I
her.
believe it was 6 or
Cruella de Vil.
6:30.
Did you and
Without
your
the
family go to the game?
two-tone hair.
Yes, we did.
After the game, what happened?
After the
I put
game,
my
I
Coke
drove
face
my
against
daughter
her Coke face.
home. My sister, Nicole, sent me a text and said that she was going to be at the waterfall, and it was my nephew's birthday. He was going to meet up, and did I want to come by for a drink?
What is your nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
His birthday that night?
Yes, it was.
When you received a call to meet with friends and family at the waterfall, do you remember what time that plan was made?
I don't. My sister sent me a text at some point letting me know she was going to be there. So I don't know what time.
After the game and after some time, did you go to the waterfall to meet your friends and family?
Yes, I did.
Describe very briefly, what's the waterfall?
It's just a local town bar.
Do you remember about what time you got to the waterfall?
About 9 o'clock.
When you got there, was there anybody there that
She has
you knew?
nice hair.
Yes.
Okay, now take us inside the waterfall. When you get there, who do you see?
For some credit.
I walk in and I see Julie and Chris Albert, my niece Caitlin, my sister Nicole, and my niece's boyfriend Tristan.
You said you saw Julie and Nicole Albert in the waterfall?
Yes.
Were you related to either of them?
Nicole is my sister.
So Brian Sr. would be your brother-in-law?
Yes.
Also, you mentioned there was a niece?
Yes, Caitlin.
Is that Brian and Nicole's daughter?
Yes.
You mentioned the name Tristan. What's his relationship to your niece, to Brian Albert's niece?
He's now her fiance.
And was there anybody else I missed?
That's all who was there. I'm not sure if Nick Kolakidis was already in there when I got there or if he arrived right after. And then his wife joined us.
So when you're in the bar and you see your friends, what do you do next?
I immediately just, join them and sit down.
Were you eating, drinking?
I know I ordered a beer. They had appetizers on the table. I'm not sure whether I had any or not.
Were you drinking alcohol that night?
Yes.
As you're spending time with your family, did the night grow?
Yes.
Did you stay at the table where everybody was eating, or did you move inside the bar?
We were pretty much right around the table.
Did anybody you knew join you or join the group at some point?
Yes, a little while later, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins joined us at the waterfall.
So when you first got there, was Brian Albert already there?
No, he wasn't.
Is that your brother-in-law, Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Higgins. Did you know Mr. Higgins?
I had met him a few times when he was out with Brian.
You had met him a few times before that night?
Yes.
Were you friendly with him?
He was a friend of Brian's.
Was he your friend?
No, he was Brian's friend.
You knew who he was?
Yes.
So when Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins joined the group later, did they come directly to you or did they stay somewhere else inside the bar?
No, they came over to our table, I believe.
How long were you in the waterfall for that night?
Approximately 9 to little around midnight-ish.
About 3 hours?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate how many drinks you had, alcoholic drinks you might have had?
I don't. I don't know, maybe 2, 3.
Throughout the night, were you feeling any effects of the alcohol?
Not that I recall, no.
When the group was together, you mentioned a number of people have joined. Were you joined by other people later?
Yes.
Who were you joined by later?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And you talked about your relationship with John O'Keefe?
Yes, earlier, yes.
Did you make plans with him or did he just show up?
I believe he had started the
Jen got
conversation
you-
about the night with Chris Albert.
Chris Albert is a different Albert than Brian Albert?
Yes.
How was the relationship between them?
Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
Was Chris Albert there when Mr. Higgins and Brian Albert arrived?
Yes. Actually, Chris, did I miss him? Because Chris was there with Julie. Did I?
mentioned
I'm not sure if I said that when I was naming everyone at the table. I
You did.
apologize.
You may have.
Okay.
So when you first got there, he was at the table with your
Yes.
sister?
Yes, he was.
When moments before John O'Keefe arrived with the defendant, what was the mood in the group?
Cheerful. Good mood. Everybody was just out having a drink. We all knew the storm was coming tomorrow and, just a typical average night.
Celebratory?
Yeah.
You said you were going to see Brian Albert Jr. For his
Yes.
birthday. Was Brian Albert Jr. at the waterfall when you got there?
No, he was not.
Was Brian Albert Jr. there anytime when you were at the waterfall?
No, he was not.
Without relating a conversation with some other person, did you have an understanding where Brian Albert Jr. was?
He was at home.
Did you historically or typically see Brian Albert Jr., your nephew, on his birthday?
Yeah, typically we always, get together. We try to and do a cake for whoever's birthday it is. And then whatever, aunts or cousins are around, come over.
When John O'Keefe arrived at the waterfall with the defendant, do you have a general estimate or guess, not guess, but a general estimate of what time they arrived?
Approximately 11.
When they first arrived, did you see them?
Yes.
Where did you see them coming from?
I saw them walk in.
When they walked in, did you react in any way?
Yes, I was happy to see them
Why were you happy to see them?
because I loved John and I liked Karen.
So you were happy to see John?
Yes, very.
And you were happy to see the defendant?
Yes.
Do you remember your first interaction
What about
with
now?
John or the defendant that night inside the waterfall?
I
This is
believe
Ben anymore.
John walked over to where I was, kind of to my end of the table, and then maybe Karen had walked to the other end of the table. But I would assume I probably hugged both of them when I
Well,
saw them.
I'm going to ask you not to assume if you don't know. That's
Okay.
okay. You
Yeah,
said that
don't-
you had
don't
known
assume.
The defendant as well.
Yes.
Just know what you did, dummy.
Remember how long she had been dating John O'Keefe up until that point?
I know I met her in July of 2020.
Had you had a chance to spend time or interact with her over that time before that night at the waterfall?
Yes, I had.
And share with us some of the moments or some of the reasons that you would interact.
The first time I met Karen, John had reached out. We would do pool days with him and his niece and his nephew. So he had told me he was dating a new girl and he wanted to bring her over. He said that she had multiple sclerosis. I also have multiple sclerosis. So he thought that that would be something we could, we would talk and bond over.
Or
I
MSD.
said, yeah, great, bring her over.
No, you guys
So
got too much in
her
common.
and
Debilitating
John and
illness.
Haley and Patrick came over. We had a pool day. I liked Miss Reed immediately. I thought we hit it off. It was really great.
We're both going to
talking
die at the
to
same
someone
time.
my age
Early.
that also had MS, because I didn't really know a lot of people who have it. So it was really nice to have somebody to relate to. Then moving forward, we would see them, if it was my daughter's birthday party, when it was time for pickup, they would come in, have a couple drinks. Same thing for like a Halloween party, after basketball games.
So you spent time both with John and Miss Reed?
Yes.
Did you spend time with the defendant separately without John around?
No.
Did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
And were you friendly that night?
Yes.
After John and the defendant enter the bar and you greet, did you interact or spend time with Miss Reed at the waterfall?
Yes, I did.
And speaking of the defendant, do you recognize her here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you kindly point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's sitting right over there with a black shirt or a blue.
I don't
Is
know
she
if it's
between
black or
Attorney
blue. It's
Jackson and
ugly.
Attorney Yannetti?
Yes, she is.
When you
She
were at
looks
the
awful.
waterfall that night, do you remember who you were speaking to or where you were spending your time?
As to earlier in the night or after?
I'm sorry, after Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant arrived.
Oh, you're Darth
Yes,
Vader
Miss
room, like in the background.
Reed came over and spoke to me because I had seen her the Saturday before, and she had told me how she had started a new medication, and it was giving her some awful side effects. And I said, I'm shocked they put you on that, etc.
Let me not ask you about conversations you
Okay.
had, but about the moment that you were in. Did you spend time with Miss Reed that night?
Yes, I did.
Inevitably, did you drink more alcohol as the night went on?
I believe I had, like I said earlier, a couple of drinks, 2, 3, not sure.
Did you ever have a shot of alcohol?
I do not believe I had the shot, no.
Did you see the party, the group of friends and family doing a shot?
I was in the bathroom and walked out, and they were doing or had just done a shot.
With the court's permission, I'd like to display parts of Exhibit 22, which has already been introduced into evidence, which is video surveillance footage from the waterfall.
Okay.
I'd like to start at 10:54:20, please.
I really hope
Stop for
uncivil
1
law
second. Do you
doesn't sue
recognize
me
what's in
for
that video?
quote unquote cloning his voice.
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the waterfall.
Okay.
Kurt, you're a dork. Knock it off.
Drop us
Just
down.
making,
Drop us
making
down.
fun of you.
There you go. That's better.
If you could stop. Do you see the two people entering from the left?
I do.
Do you know who they are?
I believe that is Miss Reed and John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, is there any way to enlarge the top of the video where the other people are closer to the table or bar?
Make it clearer.
No. Okay.
Enhance.
That's a good
Looking
video.
at this video, can you
Helps-
tell or identify anybody
Helps the security.
under that timestamp? And if you can't, that's okay. But if you can you
Is that the
tell
guy
us?
who robbed your bar? I don't know. I don't know who the hell that is.
I think the guy right there, well, where she just is Brian Higgins.
Okay. If you could go up a little
Based
bit.
on
Ms.
his
Gilman.
mass.
They have an
I
Italian just
believe that's
rub
my
up against part of the
husband,
lens. like-
Matt, and
On the
then
right?
on the right, and I think that's me on the left.
Okay. And if you can go down the table to the left, Ms. Gilman. You recognize who that might be from the clothing?
I'd have to take a guess that
Okay,
it could.
don't guess. It's
Okay.
okay if you don't. Anybody else at the table more to the left do you recognize?
Not from this picture.
Ms. Gilman, could you highlight where Ms. McCabe thinks that she is on that video with that circle you just had and play the video?
Maybe. We'll try.
If you could stop. Is that you clapping, Miss McCabe?
Yes, it is.
Why are you clapping?
Because I was happy to see them.
Both of them.
Yes.
Okay. Could you continue, please? And who's that person walking right to left, hugging people?
That is John O'Keefe.
Can you continue, please, Ms. Gilman?
Is he wearing a coat? He's wearing some kind of coat. And this is a big deal, right? About the coat and the
Are
arm
you
and the
interacting
cuts.
with anybody?
I can't see where I am.
Okay. If you could stop the video, please. Could you
I have NASA footage from 1968
move
that's
ahead
better
to
quality.
11:26:50, please?
11:26.
11:26:50.
That's probably when they're leaving.
Is that your group still at the waterfall?
Yes, it is.
If you could stop there, Ms. Gilman. If we could hone in or circle where you were previously, where we saw Ms. McCabe.
Why does it look like there's someone playing violin on the
No,
wall?
it's a bit blurry. If you can, and if you can, please let me know. Can you see whether you're in that area?
I believe I am, yes.
Could you put the circle down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman? Okay. If you could play from 11:26:50 to 11:27, please. We're a little bit ahead right now.
Back.
Who are you hugging there?
I believe that's Miss Reed.
Satan.
Thank you. One more, Ms. Gilman. I'm going to ask you to move forward to 11:46.
As the band finished playing.
Here I am dropping bangers about Boston, muted. Just completely
Could you
terrible
pause,
at
Ms.
this.
Gilman? Could you circle in that same area where Ms. McCabe was?
I didn't realize those were real
last
people. I
describing?
legitimately thought it was a mural on
Can
the
you make
wall.
anything out in this video?
Yes, it looks like they're all, toasting or doing a cheer before they do a shot.
Can you see whether or not the defendant's in that part of the video?
Yes, it looks like she is in front of the man in the plaid coat.
Plaid. I only
Were
see
you
a plaid coat.
participating, with the drinking at this moment,
Striped shirt.
I don't see myself in the video. I don't believe I was.
but you were drinking separately that night, weren't you?
Yes, I was drinking beer.
I do that every
Can you
night.
please?
Oh, that's nice and bright.
Yeah, that's better.
They're playing Closing Time by Semisonic, guaranteed right now.
That's not actually about a bar closing, you know.
Thank you.
It's about life opening.
Something like that. I don't know. There's a whole poetic thing behind it, supposedly.
Shortly after the shot, was there conversation about leaving the waterfall as a group?
Yes, there was.
Was there any discussion about where the group should go?
At first, Miss Reed was asking if we could go up the street to D&E.
What's D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that's owned by Chris Albert.
Was it open that late at night?
No, it wasn't.
Had you in the past gone to that pizza shop after hours to eat?
Yes, we had.
And tell us what the defendant was saying?
She just kept asking, can we go up to D&E? Can we go up to D&E? She wanted just to go up and, Chris makes food and then we were going to go she wanted us all just to go up there and eat and hang out.
That wasn't an uncommon occurrence for the group to sometimes go to that pizza shop after hours, was it?
No.
Did the group decide to go to the pizza shop?
They decided they weren't going to go.
Was there a different plan made?
Before Brian Albert left, he said to the group, hey, we're going to go back home and have a beer with Brian Jr. If anyone wants to come by.
Brian Jr. is.
When you received the invitation to the group to go back to Brian Albert's house, did you decide whether you're going to go home or go back to your sister's house?
Yes, I decided I was going to go to my sister's house.
Without saying what was said, was there any discussion in the group among the participants about going back to your sister and Brian Albert's house?
Everybody seemed to want to go back.
Did anybody object to going back?
No.
Had you been to your sister's house before?
Yes.
Many times?
Yes.
Do you know the address of where your sister lived?
Yes.
And so after that conversation, did you stay at the waterfall for a little bit or did you leave immediately?
Probably left after maybe 5-10 minutes.
Without saying what was said, before you left, did you have a chance to speak to John O'Keefe?
I did, yes.
You spoke to him inside the waterfall?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
He said, Karen's trying to kill me.
And was your plan to go back to your sister's house?
Yes.
Before you left, did you have any understanding whether or not Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant were going to join you?
Do you have an understanding regarding that?
Yes.
And what was your understanding?
They were coming.
Who else was going to go back to your nephew and your sister's house?
Brian Higgins and my niece Caitlin.
A little after 12, did you leave the waterfall?
Yes.
Do you remember that night leaving?
Yes.
Before you left, did you talk to anybody in particular?
Yes. Miss Reed and then Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you speak to them inside the waterfall?
I walked out with Miss Reed and we spoke at the doorway and then John joined us.
Did you invite Miss Reed to come with you?
I did, yes.
Did she decline?
Yes.
And who did you go to your sister's house with? Who drove?
I drove and I went with my husband, Matt.
Anybody else?
No.
Do you remember what time it was that you were speaking to Miss Reed about going to your sister's house?
After midnight.
If I could have Exhibit 22 again.
I feel like she and Karen Reed
Take us
sound the
to
same.
12:10:36.
It's a Boston thing.
Someone in chat said her top lip is Arkansas and her bottom lip is Wisconsin. I don't know what it means, but I'm dying from it anyway. Here we go. She has ashtray eyeballs.
Okay. You can stop it there, please. Did you have a chance to talk to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant outside of the waterfall?
Yes.
And do you know specifically what time you left the waterfall?
It was after midnight.
When you left the waterfall with your husband, you said you were driving. Did you stop anywhere along the way before you got to your sister's house?
No.
Tell us what you see when you get to your sister's house. What are the weather conditions like as you're driving there?
It's starting to snow to the point where it's starting to like accumulate. It's on your car. It's just, getting on the street.
Is it light? Is it heavy?
It's light at this point.
I'd be like
How long
sleeping
does
with
it take
Peter
to get from
Griffin.
the waterfall to your sister's house?
5 to 8 minutes, depending on lights and weather, etc.
When you first get to your sister's house, while you're still in the car, describe what you see.
My wipers are on. I'm just looking out the window and it's snowing. It's dark.
Anybody in the driveway? Any cars in the driveway that you see?
Oh, when I pull up to my sister's?
Yes.
As I pull down the street, I take a left into the driveway and there is a Jeep that's parked on the street. And there's maybe a couple of cars in my sister's driveway.
What do you do when you arrive at your sister's house?
I go in the house.
Now, there are a couple doors at your sister's house.
Yes.
Is there a front door?
Yes.
Is there a side door?
Yes,
Which one's closer to the driveway?
the side door,
Which door do you go in when you get to your sister's house?
the front door.
Was anybody with you when you went in?
My husband, Matt.
You walked in together?
Yes.
Tell us the first person you remember meeting.
When I went in the house?
Yes.
Probably my niece was at the table, and then I saw my nephew, Brian.
Was there anybody else you saw at the table?
Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
So when you walk in the front door of the house,
I prefer Sarah
what
Unlevinson.
table? Is this a living room table, a kitchen table?
Oh, you walk in and then you go to the right and it's into the kitchen and there's a table there.
Is
The face is
kitchen
worth
separate
it.
from the living room, or is it open?
It's open, but they're separate.
Can you see the kitchen table when you walk in the door if you turn and look right?
Yes.
And when you go into the kitchen, you said there was a woman by the name of Julie Nagel,
Yes.
and then another woman, Sarah.
Yes.
You know her last name?
Levinson.
Okay. Julie Nagel, did you know her when you walked in the house that night?
I had met her a few times.
Had you spent time with her? Were you friends with her?
No, I just had met her a few times, and she had watched my dog for me when my nephew couldn't.
When you would go away, would your nephew be responsible to watch your dog?
Yes.
Did you understand that Julie Nagel had watched your dog a couple of times?
Yes.
Had you ever socialized with her before that night?
No, I may have seen her at a graduation party, but never beyond that.
Were you friends with her at that point?
No.
Friendly enough that she watched your dogs?
Yes, through my nephew. He just said my friend's going to do it, and I trusted his judgment.
And there was another woman by the name of Sarah. Did you know her before you saw her that night?
I knew of her. If I were to see her, I'd say hi, but that's the extent of it.
How did you know of her?
Just from being in the town, going to different sporting activities and just being around.
You said your nephew Brian was there as well in the kitchen?
Yes.
This was his birthday?
Yes.
How old was he?
I think he was turning 23.
Was there anybody else in the house when you and your husband first got there?
Yes, my sister and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins.
So Mr. Higgins, Brian Albert, and your sister were there before you?
Yes.
Where was everybody when you first came in?
My niece Caitlin, Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, and Brian Jr. were all at the kitchen table. My sister was over, I think, cleaning the counters, and Brian were off in that TV room that you can see from
Brian
the
and
kitchen
Brian?
because there's a wide opening.
It's a
Walk
loft
in the
room.
front door. Would I look left or right to see the TV room?
You look right to the kitchen, and then through the kitchen's the TV room, but you could look and when you walk in, you can see because it's open.
Is the TV room in any way have a relationship with that side door?
Yes, it does.
If you were to walk in the side door, would you be walking into the TV room?
Yes.
When you saw your nephew Brian Jr. and his friends, are his friends about the same age as him?
Yes.
Were they drinking?
Yes.
Was there music?
Yes.
And when you went in, did you spend time with the group?
Yes, I sat right down and started talking to them.
And when you were speaking to them, did you have any drinks that night?
I believe they brought me over a White Claw, but I didn't have more than a sip of it. I really wasn't. It was at that point where I just didn't want another drink.
Look at you.
As
You
you were in
drank
the
2
kitchen,
White Claws.
Were you
Easy.
expecting anybody else?
We had mentioned it to Karen and John, and I had actually just spoken to John, so I was expecting them.
So when you saw John O'Keefe in the waterfall, that wasn't the last time you spoke to him.
No.
You had spoken to him. Was it on the ride to your nieces? I mean, to your sisters?
Yes.
Did you call him or did he call you?
He texted me and I believe asked something like, where to? And since I was driving, I called him.
When you called him, what did you tell him? What did you guys say?
I just said they live 34 Fairview Road off of Chapman.
Do you know if John O'Keefe had ever been to the Albert home before?
I don't believe he had.
In that conversation, how long did that conversation take?
It was quick.
Was there any other conversation that you had with him other than that one conversation?
Yes, he called me back and he was trying to find it.
Trying to find the address?
Try to find the house on Fairview.
Did he ask you for help trying to find the address?
He, not sure his exact words, but yes, he needed help. And so I just said, I told him, just go down the street, go by Bella's house. It's at the bottom of the street.
So you used Bella's house as a point of designation to try to guide him to get to your sister's house?
Yes.
Tell us who Bella was to John.
Bella is my daughter and John's niece friend. So Bella is friends with my daughter, John's niece.
Okay. And was there any
Is he using Waze? Why does he
relationship
need
between
directions?
Bella's mother and John that you knew of?
Hey, Joe.
How you doing?
Pretty well, man.
I've been looking forward to Jen McCabe. I've been looking forward to this since opening day, because I think that the cross-examination here is going to be fascinating. I mean, all the questions about her Google search, what did you take out of this guy today? Did you buy his explanation as to the search being really 6 o'clock in the morning?
No, I mean, that was obviously insane. It's like, no. When it was generated at 2:27 a.m., it actually didn't happen until 6 a.m. That's just how the phone logs it. It's about the dumbest explanation I've ever heard. Like, that doesn't make sense. And if he wasn't trying to say that, that's what it sounded like he was saying.
What I got from him on that was when he said yesterday on direct was that when you open the tab, and then no matter how many times you search, when you search, and when you close the tab and it goes into the formal memory cache, it's going to show the last thing you searched and what time you opened the tab.
Yeah, but he testified today that it's not actually the last thing you searched, or the last time you viewed it, right? Like, because that was the value that was in the field called last viewed time or whatever. He's like, but that's not actually the last viewed time. It's just a misnomer. For whatever reason, they named it that. I don't know. He came across as not credible to me. And I think Alessi opening the day by just saying, what about the white circle right here that shows in the house? And then all those steps that happened that weren't in your report. And he's like, well,
yeah, and that's the thing.
Interpret the data.
That's the thing about the geolocation. He was very careful yesterday on direct to basically say, I only show the dots where we can get within 10 meters. I'm not showing any other dots. He doesn't tell you what time those dots are. The first of those dots might have been at 3 o'clock in the morning. You don't know when those dots came up there, and you don't know how many dots that had a wider circle that he eliminated, which might have been smack dab in the middle of the house, which were going on for an hour and a half. So it's really cherry picking, and he's claiming he's cherry picking because this is the most centralized location that we can verify. But it also could be your cherry picking based on the time that he's there laying dead on the lawn. It doesn't really explain anything. He also doesn't explain why some of those dots seem like they're a good 20 yards away, 20 meters away from each other. Those are the zoned in ones. I thought that Alessi did a really good job of picking him apart today, and he spent 2 to 3 hours just completely shredding his direct testimony. And that whole, I put a battery in the freezer just to see if batteries get cold. That was hilarious to me. Like, there was no point to that little stupid freezer experiment at all. I was dying of laughter when I was watching this.
Well, it's like, okay, so he puts the battery in the freezer to see if it'll get cold, and presumably you'd think that he'd be seeing if it would get cold at a consistent rate that was along with the thing. But then it's like, well, I don't know what temperature the freezer was. I don't know what temperature it was outside. I don't know where the phone is. It's like, then why'd you throw it in the freezer in the first place? Like, if the data that you're collecting doesn't matter because you're not going to use comparative data or comparative circumstances, what are you doing?
He's establishing that ice is colder than water. That he's establishing that people see better when it's light outside than when it's dark. He's a real scientist. He's zeroing in on the things that humanity is desperate to solve. I couldn't. It was a joke because, and here's the thing. This is, I think, is on Brennan. I mean, Brennan tried saying he's all independent. Yeah, he's independent. He's just incompetent. That's how it came across to me. Because at the end of the day, Brennan should have been yelling at him, saying, "Why are you showing this whole freezer data when that's going to look like that O'Keefe's phone should have gotten cold much faster. Because your phone data there, your stupid freezer experiment, like a second grader, let's put a battery in the freezer and see if it gets colder. So your stupid experiment will make the jury think that that's how fast it should have been getting cold if John O'Keefe was outside. And we know it didn't get cold nearly that fast. And there are good explanations why it wouldn't get cold that fast, even if he was outside the whole time. If he's outside the entire time, it's in his coat, it's against his body, it's not exposed to this crazy cold freezer. We have no idea how cold the freezer was compared to Canton, Massachusetts. So the whole experiment is not just stupid, it's misleading the jury and setting a lessee up to cross-examine and say, oh, you see, John must not have been outside the whole time because he didn't get cold as fast as your battery did in the freezer. It was a terrible, terrible thing for him to have been testing, to including in there. Everything was just
it made no sense. It made them look really bad too. Alessi did very well. It was long and boring though.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure Hank is used to hearing from his wife.
Did you notice when he called him Hank?
May I?
Yes.
That second
that was funny.
phone conversation you
Hank,
had with
Hank,
John.
Hank.
Do you know about what time that was?
I don't. It would be after 12:15, but before 12:30, approximately between that.
Were you still driving when you had that conversation?
Yes.
And at some point, you told us you arrived at your sister's home and went in.
Yes.
I'd like to move forward now to when you were inside the house. Tell us generally when you first got there and saw everybody, what were you doing?
I just sat down at the table. I started talking to them. We were listening to music. Typical night.
Okay. Anything stand out as far as music or interaction with the group?
No, we were just laughing, telling stories. At one point, I'm not sure if it was at some point, my other nephew had been over my house and had shown me this video on his phone, and it was a family inside joke. The video, it was a music video from a long time ago. And so I was telling my other niece and nephew, oh my gosh, you have to see this video. It's hysterical. And then we started playing it and watching it.
What was the video?
It's Raining Men.
Did that get a lot of playtime during that get together?
Well, I have one sister who sometimes has a little too much to drink, takes out an umbrella and will dance. So it's a family joke.
While you were at your sister's house, what area of the house were you spending time in?
And I was in the kitchen.
What was the mood of everybody in the house as far as you remember?
Everybody was in a great mood.
Was there any fighting?
No.
Any arguing?
No.
Any violence?
No.
Was it a
I
celebratory
sat around
mood?
watching
Yes.
Raining Men.
As you were in the house, were you waiting for anybody else that you expected to come?
Way behind on that one.
White trash.
Yes, I was expecting John and Karen to come.
At some point when you're in the kitchen, or let me ask you a little background. As you're in the kitchen of that house, can you see outside from the kitchen area?
They had blinds or something down, but if the blinds were up, you could see out.
Were the blinds up?
No.
At any point, were you able to see outside from inside the house?
From the front door, yes.
Does the front door, is it glass?
Yes.
At some point when you were with everybody in the celebration, did you have a chance to look outside?
Yes.
And when you looked outside, what did you see?
I saw a dark SUV out front.
Did you know whose SUV that was?
I believed it was Karen's.
Could you see who was in it?
No.
At that point of night, what does the weather look like from the front door?
It's dark and it's snowing, and I could see, brake lights.
Did you see if that SUV moved at all?
I didn't see the SUV actually move, but I saw it in a few different locations.
How many times did you look out?
Can't give you an exact number of how many times I looked out. I can tell you I saw the vehicle first straight out from the front door. Then I saw it up at the flagpole, and then I saw it further up from the flagpole.
Were you studying the car at all?
No, it was quick glances.
Did you have any reason to study it?
No,
What were you expecting was going to happen?
I was expecting John and Karen to come into the house.
Did they ever make it in the house?
No, they did not.
As you were waiting, were you doing anything else in addition to waiting for them to come in?
Yes, so I was sitting at the table. Someone made mention of a car out front, so I got up, went to the door, looked out, and then I would go back to the table, and where we were just all laughing, talking, playing music, just hanging out, not really thinking much about anything.
Did you ever reach out to John when you thought the car out front was the defendant's car with John in it? Did you ever reach out to him?
Yes, I did.
How did you reach out to him?
I texted him.
Not
Do
like
you know
the
if there was
good
a
make
phone
way.
call that was made to you before 12:30?
I know.
7-second phone call?
Looks like someone who's using.
From John?
Yes.
I don't.
You mentioned you had
8-second
spoken to
call
him
with
about
them.
directions. Is that the last time you heard his voice?
Yes.
When the car was out front, did you exchange text messages or were you simply texting him?
I was texting him.
Do you remember what you were texting him?
The first time I said here,
What do you mean by here? Was that
like
exclamation point?
hair question mark, because that's when I saw the car.
Yeah.
You were wondering whether that was him?
Yes.
Did you send any other text messages that you can remember?
After I saw the car move locations, when I saw it go up to the flagpole, I said, pull behind me.
And do you remember any other communications you had with him? Was he texting you anything?
No,
Did he ever text you again that night?
he never texted me again.
Never called again?
No,
Did you continue to text him over the next 15, 20 minutes?
I did, yes.
And so at some point, did you realize that John O'Keefe and the defendant weren't coming in the house?
Yes, when the car was gone.
Did you ever go outside through the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
I was just asking.
Oh, whoa, calm down.
I had no reason to.
So when you were in the house, at some point, did you notice that that car was gone?
Yes.
Were you marking the time or keeping track of it?
No.
After you didn't see the defendant's car anymore, did you stay?
Yes.
How long do you think you stayed for at the house?
I stayed till about around 1:30, 1:45-ish.
Did anybody else come in the house up until 1:45?
No.
Did people leave at certain times?
Yes, people did leave.
Who was the first to leave?
Brian Higgins.
Do you remember about what time he left?
I don't.
And after Mr. Higgins left, do you know who left?
I'm not sure. I believe it was us, and then my niece Caitlin was also like at the door. It was kind of in a row. Brian left, and then a little bit later, I think it was, myself, Matt, Julie, and Sarah left, but Caitlin was at the door. I believe she was waiting for her ride.
How much longer after Mr. Higgins left did you leave?
Maybe half. I honestly can't say. I think he was there for a while I was there. So maybe he left anywhere from 15 minutes, approximately 15, 20 minutes before I did, or maybe a little more.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall after midnight,
Yes.
and you had phone calls with Mr. O'Keefe along the way.
Yes.
Do you know that there are phone records with your text messages and phone calls in them?
Yes.
And do you know whether your phone records reflect the time of your calls with Mr. O'Keefe
Yes.
and your text messages?
Yes.
When you were texting Mr. O'Keefe, when the Lexus or the car was in front of the house, rather, was Mr. Higgins still there?
Yes.
What are some of the things that everybody did along that night before you left? What happened in there?
Drugs.
What happened inside the house?
Yeah.
Nothing.
probably.
We basically just sat around the table, talked, laughed, listened to music, chit-chatted.
Celebratory?
Yes.
Was there ever any fighting?
No, none at all.
Any arguing?
None at all.
Any physical
None of
interaction?
The state's
No,
entire
no.
case is a defense
Where
of
did
what
you
they know
decide
the
to leave that
defense
night?
is
Did you
going
say
to
around
bring.
1:45ish?
Yes.
When you left around 1:45, was there any events that happened that night that would cause you unrest or excitement or your heartbeat to raise?
No.
What about
you
when
decided to
John looked
leave,
deep
you and
into
your
your
husband,
eyes?
where were you going to go?
We were dropping off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, and then we were going home.
Had you planned on dropping them off earlier in the night?
No, when we got there, Julie's brother had pulled up to pick them up, and
I
we
won't
just.
ask you what was
oh.
said because you weren't there.
Oh,
but
okay.
At some point, did you come to an understanding that you would give them a ride home?
Yes.
Did you offer?
Yes.
Who was going to drive home between you and your husband?
Matt drove home.
When you left, I want you to describe as you step out into the driveway or the walkway. Was it the front door or side door, if you remember?
I walked out the front door.
Is the weather like it was when you first got there?
No, it's picked up.
Tell us what you mean by it's picked up.
So as I walk out, you kind of go, the walkway is to the left. So I walk down the steps, I go to the left. The snow was coming, it was cold, the wind was picking up. So I kind of just like curled up and ran to my car quick to get in.
What part of the car did you get into?
Front passenger.
Who was driving?
Matt.
And where were the other two people?
Sarah and Julie were in the back seat.
Who was in what spot?
I'm not exactly sure.
So both of the young women were in the back seat?
Yes.
Was there any conversation when you got into the car?
We got in the car and they were teasing me
Why were they teasing you?
because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why did you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I had my niece for the week, and I was dragging her like to all my kids' sporting events. So we'd go from like one game to another game to a practice. So sometimes
bread
instead
and
of
peanut
always
butter in
giving
your
her
car,
McDonald's
Lamau?
or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her a peanut butter sandwich.
Oh my
And they were making
God.
fun of you?
Yeah.
How did that
As
make
the
you
car
feel?
backs out of the driveway, tell us what you're doing.
I'm talking to the girls.
You just moved your head.
There's a lot
Yes.
of people
Does
to
that mean
corroborate.
anything?
Yes.
Tell us.
They were both sitting behind me. So I was like turning and, chatting and talking.
You're making fun of her because she looks like an
After
event
your
chair.
husband pulls out of the
Fabric
driveway, do you
stretched
start
over
to
a
drive
metal
home?
frame.
Yes.
If the house is on my right and you're driving, are you in the passenger seat closest to the house or furthest away?
Passenger seat closest.
So you're driving, if you look at a picture of the house, you would be driving from right to left.
But a cat sandwich.
So as you start to drive or your husband starts to drive the car, what direction are you looking in if you remember?
The back seat.
Did you drive by the front of the house, do you know?
We pulled out of the driveway and went up Chapman.
Okay. And your husband and you passed by the front of the house?
Yes.
Did you pass by the flagpole?
Yes.
Were you looking at the flagpole?
No.
And how dark was it at that point?
It was dark.
Snow?
Yes.
The
As
point
you're
is
passing
that
the flagpole,
you're like, why
do
are you
hear or
not
see
see him?
anything remarkable?
No, I'm not really paying attention. I'm just chatting to the girls, and Matt's just focusing on driving.
You
When you're
established
talking
she's
to the
making
girls
peanut
and
butter
making fun of you,
sandwiches.
what's the mood in the car?
We're all laughing and joking.
Where do you go next?
We drive Julie Nagel home.
After you drop off in Snego, where do you go?
We drop off Sarah Levinson.
Is the weather constant?
Yes.
After you drop off the young woman in separate spots, where do you go?
We went home.
Can you tell us when you get home what happens next?
We go in the house. I go up to bed. Matt makes himself a snack and then joins me upstairs.
Do you have a telephone?
Yes.
An iPhone?
Yes.
When you go to bed, do you stay up at all?
Yes.
Do you use
Barely
your iPhone?
containing herself.
Yes, I do.
What were you doing?
I texted a few people and then I did a couple of Google searches.
And what were the searches for?
One, my daughter had played in a basketball game earlier in the night and it was a very good game. So I went and I read the report on it. And then my other daughter had an offer to play on a basketball team. So we had to make a decision about whether or not we were going to accept the spot. So I was just looking up that basketball club.
Other than those regular searches that one would do, was there anything remarkable about what you were searching at 2:27, that time frame?
No.
After you were looking at websites for your child's sports, what did you do?
I put my phone down and went to sleep.
And up to that point, had there been any discord or fighting or arguments in your world?
No.
Peaceful night?
Yes.
Did you go to sleep, Miss McCabe?
Yes.
Did you sleep through the night?
I typically get up to go to the bathroom, so that I could have gotten up possibly to go to the bathroom.
Did anything remarkable happen in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022 that changed that peaceful mood into something else?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to share with the jury the first thing that happens that changes everything.
At 4:53, my phone rings and I look at my caller ID. I look at the phone and it's Kaylee,
And
John's
who's Kaylee?
niece. John's niece. And I say hello, and she said, yeah, well, basically she relayed to me that
Next question.
Hearsay.
When you pick up the phone, could you hear a voice on the other end?
I heard a voice and a lot of screaming.
And the voice you heard, is that Kaylee, John's niece?
Yes,
And the screaming, was it a man or a woman screaming?
it was a woman,
How loud was that person screaming?
very loud.
Could you make out anything that person was saying as they were screaming?
My name was screamed a lot. And then
First
the
thing
other
she thought
individual
of.
ended up getting on the phone with me.
Okay. And who was that person that was screaming in the background?
Miss Reed,
How long was she screaming for while you were speaking to your niece before you spoke to her?
the entire time I was speaking to Kaylee, she was screaming.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's.
Yes.
Screaming.
Jen! Jen! And then she's screaming that John didn't come home. She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical.
She
It was
left at the
very hard to
waterfall?
follow what she was saying.
How long did that first call last for?
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes, but it was loud enough and long enough that my husband shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come in the room screaming.
When, without saying what your niece said, could you describe your niece's demeanor when you first spoke to her? I mean, John's niece's demeanor.
I would say Kaylee sounded concerned, uneasy.
During that phone call, other than the screaming and the screaming of your name, did the defendant give you any information other than she had dropped John off at the waterfall?
They had gotten into a fight. She had left him there and he didn't come home.
And when you were woken up, were you in a sleep when you were woken up?
Yes, I was sound asleep.
What was your mental state like when you first woke up and got that call?
Well, I had been up late. I had taken my medication that I take for my MS, so I was definitely a bit groggy when I first woke up. So immediately I just wanted to help her. She was hysterical. Kaylee was upset. So I went into that kind of mom mode of what can I do? How can I help? So I immediately was like thinking, okay, well, if you left him at the waterfall, let me think who was still there, or you know, how can I help you? How can we find John?
Did you have a plan when you ended that first call?
I did. I knew Chris Albert had still been at the waterfall when I left. So I thought if Karen and John had gotten into a fight, maybe Chris had walked out of the bar and Chris lived local to the bar, thought maybe they walked back to Chris's together.
So what did you do?
So I called Chris Albert's wife, Julie.
Did you speak
Her
to her?
head shape is
No,
like
she never
Moon
answered.
Man.
After you had a moment to make a phone call and think about things, did your head become any more clearer?
It did. And I was, reminded by my husband that we had seen Karen in John's car outside of Fairview.
When he reminded you, did you independently remember the text messages that you sent to John earlier that evening?
Immediately, I was like, oh my God, you're right.
Did you remember that you had seen what you believed to be the defendant's car in front of the house and near the flagpole? Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form.
Okay. What did you remember? What came to mind after you spoke to your husband about your memory from earlier that evening?
The minute he said it, I remember seeing the SUV and then all the text messages that I had and the phone conversation with John.
So after the defendant spoke to you and said she had left the defendant at the waterfall and you had time to think about your memories, did you react or do anything with that?
Yes, I believe I called Kaylee back.
Why did you call Kaylee?
I didn't have Miss Reed's phone number.
When you called Kaylee back, did you speak to anybody?
Yes, I believe Kaylee and then Miss Reed.
When you first spoke to Kaylee, could you hear anything other than Kaylee?
The screaming.
Was it any different or was it similar to the first time you spoke by phone?
Similar to the first time.
Regarding the demeanor or intensity, had it changed at all?
Not at all.
You mentioned the first time that you had that phone call, the defendant was screaming your name. Jen,
Yes.
Jen, Jen. Was she saying your name in the second call or was it just general screaming?
My name. And then when she got on the phone, I had told her, Karen, I saw you guys outside of my sister's house. And then she told me she didn't remember being there. And then she went on to say, she started saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I don't. And then she just was just all over the place, like screaming my name, screaming so many different things. She was hard to follow or understand.
When she was saying to you, did I hit him? Could have I hit him? Was that before or after you informed her that you had seen her out front of your sister's house?
It was after I told her that. She also informed me that she had cracked her taillight.
In that conversation, she told you that?
In one of the conversations I had with her in my bedroom, yes.
That's very convenient.
When you told her that you had seen her out front, and she
Mhm.
had said that she didn't remember that night, was that before or after she was saying, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
Can you repeat the question?
When
Sorry.
she was telling you about that she didn't remember that night,
Mhm.
was that before or after you had told her about seeing her car?
When I said I saw her at Fairview, then her response was she didn't even remember going there.
Did she ever deny that she came to Mr. O'Keefe's house? I mean, to your sister's house?
No.
When she told you or said to you, did I hit him or could have I hit him or something like that, did you have any idea what she was talking about?
No, I didn't pay attention to it.
When she told you that she had cracked her taillight the night before, did that have any significance at that time to you?
No.
So in telling you these different things, did you ever piece them together at that time?
No.
What was your primary motivation at that point?
I just wanted to help her because she was hysterical. Kaylee was very upset, so I wanted to help her and I wanted to find John.
So after she told you these things about whether she could or did hit her and the light and not remembering, did the conversation end or did it progress?
At some point I was then going into like, okay, well, if she brought him there and left him there, where was he? Because he never came in the house and she doesn't know where he is. So now where could he be?
In the
So I
house.
started thinking there was
Got
another
it.
gentleman that was supposed to meet
Got it.
us out at the bar who John was friends with. So I thought, okay, well, in my head, I'm thinking maybe they got into a fight. John got out of the car and he connected with this guy because he was at a party on the street.
What was that
over.
person's name?
His name is Tom Beatty.
Did you call him?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him that night?
That morning?
Yes.
No.
Did you call around anywhere else?
I believe I called my sister. I called John. I called Tom Beatty. I called his daughter.
You called John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
Did he answer?
No.
Did it go right to voicemail?
I don't remember.
Did you text anybody?
I honestly don't remember if I texted. I primarily think I was just trying to call as many people as I could and try to figure out what happened.
So you had two conversations at this point with the defendant while you were
Mhm.
still home.
Yes.
Was there any further phone calls that you had before you did something?
I'm not sure if I know I went downstairs to make coffee because my plan was to go with my husband. I said, come on, let's just go over to Tom Beatty's. Let's see. Maybe John's there. He passed it on the couch. I'm not sure if Karen called me again or not. It's a little foggy because there was so many calls and everything.
And so that morning when you're receiving calls, did something happen?
Karen showed up at my house.
How did you know Karen showed up at your house?
I could hear her screaming out front.
And about what time is this?
Approximately 5:20, 5:30. I can't be
Were
sure.
you worried for John at this point?
Not particularly, no.
Were you screaming?
No.
Now at this point, at this moment when you hear her outside of your house yelling, early morning hours, did you know a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
I knew of her. I'd met her once.
Were you friends with her at that time?
No.
Had you socialized with her at that time?
No.
Had you ever seen her before with John?
Once.
Tell me about that.
Years earlier, as I said earlier, I used to take Kaylee on Friday nights, and Kerry was the one who would take Patrick on Friday night. So we would each have the kids. And to thank us, one day John told us how he got a discount at Reebok and to get our kids' shoe sizes, and he was going to buy us all sneakers, just as a way to say thank you for helping. So we all went to the store together, and then John took Kerry and myself to the hillside for lunch.
How many years before this moment was that?
Oh, gosh. Well, I think that's when my daughter was in kindergarten or first grade, and at this point she was in 8th grade. So like 7 years.
Had you ever spent any other time with Kerry Roberts before this morning?
No.
Were you friends at that point?
No.
How would you consider your relationship with Miss Roberts on that morning when Miss Reed arrived to your home?
I had met her once, and that was the extent of it. I wouldn't say I knew her at all beyond that one time I went out with her.
I want you to take us back now to when you first hear the defendant in your driveway yelling. When you hear that, do you hear any words, or is it general yelling?
So I hear yelling. So I was downstairs making coffee. I go to my front door and I open it, and she's screaming, Jen, Jen. She's screaming that 3 times. And then she was saying,
She screams everything 3 times.
We have to go to Fairview.
Hit him, Jen.
You know, a lot of the, could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
3 is powerful,
Just, she was on repeat.
mnemonic.
What did you do?
My husband came running down the hall and was like, tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the neighbors. And then I said, I'm just going to go with her. I'm going to go look for John. And then he yelled down saying something like, you can't be driving around in this weather, with a broken taillight.
When you saw
He knew about the broken taillight also now?
Front door, had the weather changed overnight?
Yes.
Was it different?
Yes. Now the snow had intensified. It was almost like it was dark outside, but it was like whiteout conditions.
How dark?
Dark. I mean, it was dark. It was like 5:30 in the morning.
What was the visibility like?
Not good.
After you meet the defendant at your door, do you let her in, or does she stay outside?
I'm not sure if I just grabbed my coffee and ran out,
Where did you
or
go?
whether she came in. So we went down my walkway. She was just kind of running all around. The driver's door was open. So I told her I was going to drive because I thought she was too hysterical to drive. In the meantime, all of a sudden there was a car at the end of my street and there was a plow behind it.
The car that came to the end of your street, do you know where it went?
I meant the end of my driveway. I'm sorry.
When you say at the end of your driveway, did it pull into your driveway?
No, it just kind of stopped right at the base of my driveway.
Okay. How far behind your car was that car?
Not far, not too far.
Okay. Did you know who was in that car?
No.
Did you learn who was in that car?
Yes,
How did you learn who was in the car?
because I said, "Who is that?" And
Did you ask the defendant, or did you walk
I
up?
asked the defendant, and she told me it was Carrie Roberts.
Did you meet Carrie Roberts face to face in your driveway that morning?
Yes, I wouldn't say we met. It was more of a the plow was coming, so then she was having to like move down the street, and then either Karen called her or she called Karen, but they were on the phone, Karen's phone over the car, so they started talking.
Did you get into the defendant's car?
Yes, we did. I got in the car with Miss Reed.
When you got in the car, you were in the driver's seat. Was Miss Reed in the passenger front?
Yes,
You said there was an open call. Is this something you could hear on a speaker?
yes,
At that point, had you had a chance to go and look at the taillight of that car?
no,
Did you have any interest in the taillight at that point?
no.
I thought
There
your
was an
husband
open
just warned
call
you
between
about it.
who?
Karen and Carrie Roberts.
Can you describe what you heard in that call?
Karen was saying that she wanted to go to Fairview, and Carrie Roberts was instructing her that no, we weren't going to be going to Fairview, and she kept saying, "We got to go to your sister's house." And Carrie Roberts said, "No, we're not going to be driving around in this weather in two cars. Let's go back to John's. Let's go to Meadows. Let's go see if he's there." That was kind of the conversation. And then Karen was doing a lot of screaming, and Carrie was kind of yelling back at her to shut up.
Who was taking charge of the situation that morning?
Carrie Roberts.
Were you in charge of it?
No,
Did you weigh in or make any decisions on where you were going to go next, or were you just a listener?
I just listened. Carrie said that Carrie's kind of a take charge person. She said, "We're going to Meadows." So I said, okay. I drove to Meadows.
Now, at this point, you didn't know Carrie Roberts other
No.
than that meeting.
Yes, correct.
And
This
you
is so
agreed
not
to
making
follow
sense
her?
to me.
Yes.
So tell us what happens. Take
I'm
us
really
through the
struggling
ride.
to understand.
She might have followed me. I'm not sure, but we drove back to Meadows, pulled into the driveway.
So you knew where Meadows was. You had been there many times for the kids.
Yes,
You think Miss Roberts may have followed you?
yes.
What was the weather conditions as you were driving?
They were awful. It was, I was driving very slow, cautiously. It was dark. It was hard to see. It was that type where the snow is like coming at your window.
How long of a ride was it from your home to John's home?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
Was there any other phone calls while you were in the car with Miss Roberts, or did the phone calls end?
I believe that was it.
Can you describe the defendant's demeanor on the trip from your house to John's house?
She was
Murderous.
just screaming, yelling
Sorry.
things. It was almost like everything she
Can't
said,
take
she
it.
said 3 times.
Apparently,
And she
everything.
just went from one thing to the next. She was quite hysterical.
Do you remember what she was yelling about?
About
hit him,
going
I
to
hit him,
Fairview, asking, could she have hit him? Did I hit him?
About how much
How
she
many
murdered
times did
someone.
She raised the question, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
A good amount.
Did you ever speak to her about that?
No.
No, and I didn't think to
At
look
some
in the
point, did
last
you
place
finally
that
get
she
to
dropped
John's
them off.
home?
Yes,
When you got to John's home, who pulled in the driveway first?
I did.
Where did you pull in respect to the driveway?
I just pulled straight in next to the garage.
Did you see where Miss Roberts went?
I believe she pulled in behind me.
After you pulled into Meadows, John's home, and you stopped, what happened next?
We go into John's house.
When you went into John's house, did you all go in the same way?
Yes, we went through the garage.
And before going into John's home, did you do anything?
Before entering into the house,
Yes.
I took off my shoes.
You took off your shoes?
Yes,
Why did you do that?
because you always had to take your shoes off at John's. He didn't want you to track. He would have yelled at me for tracking snow in his house.
Did you see if Carrie took her shoes off or not?
I get
I
it.
believe she did.
Did
Knowing
you
your
see
house
whether
is so
the defendant
irritating.
took her shoes off?
Carrie Roberts said,
She just walked right in
How would you remember that?
because I thought it was strange.
Carrie Roberts said Karen didn't.
What was your
He
purpose
thought it
when
was
you went into
strange.
the house? What
What
was
does
the
that
number
mean?
one thing
She's a girlfriend.
that
She's
you were
not
worried
you.
about?
We were looking for John.
Anything else on your mind when you went
They
into
both
his
thought it
house?
was strange.
Also, I knew Kaylee was there.
Now, at this point, did you have a close relationship with Kaylee?
Yes,
Do you still?
Yes.
What did you do when you went in the house? Where did you go?
I walked through the kitchen and then I kind of peeked into the TV room. I walked through the dining room, and then before I went up the stairs, I kind of peeked into a living room. I went up to the top of the stairs. I peeked into John's room, and then I went into Kaylee's room.
Did you ever see John?
No,
Why did you go to Kaylee's room?
because I wanted to go check on Kaylee.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did, yes.
What was her demeanor at that point?
She was very, she was in the bed. She was holding on to her phone. She was terrified.
Was she screaming?
No,
Did you provide her any comfort?
yes. I told her that I was going to go out. I told Kaylee that I was going to go out with them and I was going to find John. And I promised her that everything would be okay.
I have so many questions on this
At some
testimony.
point you left Kaylee?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went back downstairs and then we went out to look for John.
Before you left John's house that morning, did the defendant show you anything?
Yes. When we were out in the driveway, I had thought it was when we went in, but I think it might have been when we came out. But regardless, at one point when we were in the driveway at Meadows, Karen showed myself and Kerry Roberts the cracked taillight.
Did you or Miss Roberts get close to the taillight at that point?
Yes, we walked over and the taillight was missing pieces.
Did Miss Roberts have any comment about it?
Yes, Miss Rob.
So she had a comment. Next question.
What was Miss Roberts' demeanor at that point?
She was frustrated.
He wants to ask what her comment was so bad.
Karen had said that.
Object. Allow what? Why?
You know,
Clear
had
hearsay.
said that Karen basically was telling her to shut up. You were so drunk. You could have hit anything last night. And then Kerry, I remember just thinking, all right, let's go. And I remember Kerry thinking, oh,
Well,
someone's
let me
going
not
to
ask
get.
you what Kerry.
Oh, sorry.
We don't want to think what somebody thought.
Okay.
I want to know what you heard and what you saw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. At some point when you were looking at the taillight with missing pieces with the defendant and Miss Roberts, did you see Miss Roberts point anything out?
Yes.
Share that with us.
She pointed a piece that was sticking out and was concerned that someone was going to catch their coat or something on it.
And during that time when the defendant is showing you the taillight with missing pieces, was she saying anything about it?
No, not that I can recall right now.
You mentioned at some point she was saying, did I or could I have hit him after you left John's house? Was that in the car or before you got in the car?
I know for a fact it was definitely in the car, was one of the times, yes.
Now, Miss Roberts' car is parked behind the defendant's car in John's driveway.
Yes.
Was there a decision made to take one or two cars?
One car.
What was the plan?
The plan was to get into Carrie's car and to go and look for John. I wanted to go thinking, let's go to Tom Beatty's, but Miss Reed was pretty adamant that we go to Fairview first.
You said that at
Damn.
times there was
Rowan,
some
that's
arguing or
brutal.
bickering, or Miss Roberts was raising her voice to the defendant.
Yes.
Who made the decision to go to Fairview?
Ultimately, Carrie said, all right, we'll go there, almost like to shut her up.
When you got in the car, where was everybody? When you got into Kerry Roberts' car, where
Yes.
was everybody sitting?
Carrie was driving. I was in the front and passenger. Karen was in the back, in the middle, kind of peeking her head through between us.
I want you to take us through the ride from John's house at Meadows until you first get to Fairview. So as you pull out of, or Kerry Roberts pulls out of John's driveway, what is the mood inside that car?
I'd say it was starting to get tense because Karen was just continuously screaming. Kerry was trying to focus on driving, and Karen's behavior in the back of the car was a bit erratic.
When you say erratic, can you just give some detail what you mean by that?
Yes, she would go from sitting back to leaning up in between us, and she would yell Kerry's name 3 times. Then she would yell my name's three times. And then she would yell, could I hit him? Did I hit him? Over and over again.
When she was repeating these questions or phrases that she was yelling, did you respond in any way?
I don't believe I did, no.
How about Kerry?
Kerry was telling her to shut up and to buckle up.
Was she buckled?
I don't believe so.
You began your drive from Mr. O'Keefe's home at Meadows to Fairview. Is the weather getting better?
No, it's getting worse.
Is the visibility still difficult?
It was terrible.
As you began that drive to Fairview, was there anything that you were doing on the way?
Yes, I was just kind of looking out the window intently to see if I saw anything.
What were you looking for?
I guess John, which I know it sounds crazy, but
a little
I
crazy.
didn't know where the hell he was.
Was it? Did you have any difficulty seeing from the car the side of the road?
Yes.
Did you see what direction Miss Roberts was looking when she was driving?
Well, she, it was hard because she needed to focus on driving because the conditions were that bad.
Did you have a chance to see the defendant on that drive at all?
Yes.
Was she looking out the windows with you?
No, she was popping back and forth and screaming.
Was it constant screaming or did it change at all?
She would scream and then kind of sit back and she'd almost be like quiet for a minute. It was like, okay, good. And then she'd start again.
In those quiet times, do you know what, if anything, she was doing?
I didn't know what she was doing that morning, no.
How long did it take to get to Fairview?
I don't know. I'm going to assume maybe 10 minutes, like with the weather, maybe 10 minutes. I'm not, give or take approximately.
As you're approaching 34 Fairview Road, before you get there, is Fairview going to be on your left side, driver's side, or on the right side?
As we're pulling up, it's on the driver's side. Carrie's going to take a left down Fairview off of Chapman.
I want you to take us back to that morning, about 20 or 30 yards before you get to Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the car with Miss Roberts and the defendant?
Yes.
What's happening in the car?
Karen's is screaming, and at that point she had asked if John could be cheating on her and if John could be with Bella's mom.
And then what happens?
I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? Why would he be with Bella's mom? And then Kerry said, well, do you think he could have walked to, there was another woman years before that John had dated who lived on the next street over to her house.
And as you approach that area before you get to the flagpole, does anything remarkable happen?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
As we're driving down the street, I just say to Kerry, because she doesn't know where my sister lives, oh, her house is just at the bottom of the street.
Visibility still difficult?
Yes, awful.
What happens next?
We continue, driving, and we're driving slowly past, the line of, I guess, bushes and the flagpole area. And all of a sudden, Karen's screaming from the back, there he is, or something to the effect of, there he is, let me out.
Did you know what she was talking about?
I had no idea.
When she was yelling that, did you look out the window?
Yeah, we had our eyes peeled out the window.
Did you see anything?
Nothing, but no.
How long was she yelling about whatever it is she was saying?
Kerry, she screamed, stop. So Kerry stopped pretty quickly. There he is. She could have kicked the door, like, let me out of here.
When she was kicking the door, what were you doing?
I was just like, what the heck? What is going on?
What happens next?
She gets out. Kerry looks at me and said something, said like she's batshit crazy.
Then what happens?
Then Kerry got out. Then I got out of the car, walked around the back of the car, and was walking like over to where I could see the girls were.
Now, at that point, you were in Kerry Roberts' car.
Yes.
It had its headlights on.
Yes.
Was it facing up the street of Fairview?
Well, we had come down the hill, so yes, up the street.
There was no other lighting in that area?
I do not believe so.
No fire engines or ambulances at that point?
No.
No police cars?
No.
Any street lights?
It was dark.
When you got out of the car, did you look towards the area of the flagpole?
Yes.
Could you see anything at that point?
No.
How close did you get to the area of the flagpole before you could first actually see something?
Well, I saw the shadowy figures of Carrie and Karen, and it wasn't until I got very close over to them that I saw Carrie removing the snow from John's face.
Is that the first moment you realized that that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
When you see Carrie removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there.
Tell us what you're seeing.
What do I see? I see Carrie just wiping the snow off. Karen had straddled him and had lifted her shirt and his shirt and was laying on him, and Carrie was screaming at her to get off of him. And I was literally just stunned. I mean, there he was.
What did John look like when you saw him?
I couldn't see much but his face, because the rest was snow and Karen was moving over him, but he just looked like just him, but just like frozen.
What did you do?
At first, I just stood there for a minute because I couldn't believe it was him. And then Kerry Roberts and I made eye contact. And I knew, I was like, all right, I'm going to call 911. But I think I knew in that moment that John, was dead.
Did you call 911?
Yeah, I started to call 911, and Kerry and Karen were just screaming. And so I walked back towards Kerry's car, and then Kerry was also yelling at me to go to the back of the car to look for blankets and towels. So as I was calling 911, I was at the back of the car looking for the towels and the blankets to bring over to Kerry. And while I was doing that, I believe 911 answered.
Did you speak to 911?
I did, yes.
Did you get the towels and blankets that Kerry had requested?
I did, yes.
After your phone call with 911, when you had the towels and blankets, tell us what happens next.
So after I called 911, I went back over to Kerry, Karen, and John. And at that point, Kerry asked if I would take over compressions. So she got up and I started doing compressions, and Karen was doing mouth to mouth.
When you started doing compressions, were you touching John over his clothes or touching his skin?
I don't remember.
We only did under the
Did you,
clothes
at
stuff.
that point, get a chance to touch John's body and see how it felt temperature-wise?
I just remember when I was doing the compressions, I don't really know how to explain it. It just felt very funny.
I'm sorry,
It just wasn't like normal.
Wow.
I don't.
Not every day.
I can't think of how to describe the way it felt when I was trying to press down, but it was like resistance.
How long did you try to give compressions and give aid to John for?
until the police came.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we end here?
Thank you.
Man, it's just getting good. I want to find out if she was going to the house. I want to.
Why are we ending here way early?
She closes at 4 normally.
Cautions, please do not discuss
No, she's
this
been closing at
case with
4:30,
anyone
hasn't she?
doing
No, 4.
independent research or
Oh.
investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And again,
Okay.
please be very careful with your social media. All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning.
I have so many questions.
Goodbye.
Is any lawyer stuff? I have so many questions. I have so many questions. Everything here just got tied in a neat little bow. You got to play in the background in case the lawyers have anything for the.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
I'm watching.
So I have so many questions here. Everything here just seems so perfectly neatly in a bow. It's like she tells me over and over again that she hit him. Over and over again, from the first time she called, I hit him. But we don't go to the last place that anyone's seen him. Instead, we're touring
Can
all
we close the
Hampton.
doors, please?
May be seated.
So I know it's shifting gears, but I want to address, I said I'd hear you today on the argument on the ARCA motion.
Ooh, we're
Mr.
arguing
Brennan,
ARCA
do you need
now.
a minute, or can you argue that?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was looking at my notebook. What issue would you like to address?
Your motion yesterday. We had the motion, and I told you that I would hear you on argument, and it's very brief. 10 minutes, please.
Your Honor, before we begin, my client needs to use the restroom.
Oh, I didn't notice she wasn't here.
Yes,
Okay,
if you could just have 5 minutes, she'll be right back.
sure. All right,
Thank
5 minutes.
All right, please.
No, so
No, there you are.
we get to hear ARCA arguments. That should be fun. You think she's going to grant ARCA?
I think she's going to grant ARCA, but give them a really, really aggressive timeline on finishing the report. They are saying like they could maybe barely get it done by May 7th, and she's going to.
Yeah, her question
May
of could you
1st.
get it done quicker? He's like, well, if you make me, but like,
I'll be surprised if she says
May 7th,
later than May 5th.
May 5th is pretty good. That's a pretty good guess. That's a pretty good guess. Let me look at a calendar here. So what day of the week May 5th is? May 5th is a Monday. That's a pretty good guess. I like that guess a lot. Yeah.
So
give him to the weekend. Give him May 5th. I think she's going to say May. I'm going to go with May 7th. I think she is going to grant it also because when she's asking like how soon can you get it done?
Yeah.
That's implying that she's going to grant this motion to me at least. But I have a lot of questions about this testimony and being so neatly rehearsed. Just as far as they both Jen and Carrie Roberts both happen to think that it was weird that they're taking off their shoes. The whole she's telling me she's volunteering about the taillight. How many times did she talk about this stupid cracked taillight? That she even knew that she cracked her taillight. Everything about this is like so neatly in a bow. All the holes, all the things we need to bring the case together is very neatly comprised in admissions that Karen happens to make to these people. I have a real, it's just like, that's not the way normal conversations happen. That's not the way, everything here is just all in a neat little bow. Like, wow, this is really convenient that she like says I hit him, says I broke my taillight. We didn't really investigate the fact that we looked at her taillight. Oh, and then I remember what Carrie was thinking or whatever ridiculousness that was supposed to be coming down the pike. That it was object to because of hearsay. And everything here and over again screaming that she's the one who identifies the body before either of the other ones can see it. Everything here just seems so neatly packaged and so perfectly consistent with Carrie Roberts' testimony.
Yep.
That's just not the way two different people remember it. And I know that they went over their testimony together and then wrote it down, which I don't know why you'd be writing it down. The whole thing is, unless you're planning to sell a story. And this is not to say, I don't think that they went out there and tried killing I don't think they went out there and try. You know, I'm not at a place where I'm saying that they went out there and killed John O'Keefe. I'm saying that Jen and her people, you know, were all, you know, in on this thing. I will say this for the state, though. I mean, a lot of people in that house that the defense wants us to believe John walked into that house instead of getting hit by a car. And there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be cross-examined and who are all going to have to say John never came in there. John, there was no fight there. John never came in there. And that really is already a conspiracy. If they're really all going to come in at some point during this trial and testify that he never set foot in the house and there was no argument, right? I mean, that's a lot of people if you buy the defense's theory. But
yes and no. Because of the group of people, it's a group of co-working cops and their spouses. So while it is a lot, I mean, it's people who know the score in criminal prosecution. They know, like, these are people who would know that they have to be consistent. Their stories have to match up. I do want to offer a little apologetic for the two women writing down things. Having been around two women who both organize things with written notes and calendars, sometimes that's how some people communicate about things, and that's how they organize their thoughts. They bring a notebook or a calendar or a planner or whatever to the discussion. And I have watched two women sit down and have a discussion about what happened at various things or what was going to happen, or what a plan was. And it's very foreign to me because I just talk about whatever is going to happen, and I might text myself if I really need to remember something. But they would sit down and write down these notes and coordinate thoughts, coordinate memories about what happened. This is nothing nefarious in this case. So if you've got the loss of a loved one and you're both tangentially involved in, and when I say loved one, I mean just a friend, jokes aside, but you're both tangentially involved in the loss of someone who, is important to you. I don't find it that weird automatically that they're sitting down, comparing notes and organizing their thoughts and writing down, what happened that night? What were you doing? What was I doing? And as they talk about stuff and think about it, they might write it down. Does that mean that they're not conspiring? No, they might be, but I don't think it means they're automatically conspiring, because there is a logical, reasonable explanation, because some people just organize their thoughts better when they have notes that they can take or reference.
Okay, that's a fair counter.
Just figuring
but
out.
I'll counter to you about I'll counter to you about the cops and their wives, which is they weren't all cops and their wives. I mean, there were kids of cops and their wives also, and girlfriends and fiancés and stuff like that. There were other people there, from what I understood her testifying about, who are not all politically connected. I get that they're all gonna just come on board. It's tough. I mean, look, we need to hear from them first, but there's a lot of people there who could have seen John come in, and presumably not a single one of them are going to admit to it, right? I mean,
yeah, I mean, it's there's never a guarantee in getting everybody to agree, certainly, and it is difficult if it's a conspiracy, but it doesn't have to be a conspiracy. It really depends on who encountered him. What if he just got in the door? Only 3 people see him.
Yesterday's hearing with the ARCA witnesses, the Commonwealth is going to ask the court to preclude the ARCA witnesses from testifying both about any new testing and any new opinions, and secondly, from testifying about their original opinions turned over in a report prior to last year's trial. To be brief, what we learned or confirmed is that we do not have all of the discovery of communications. There was a court order for the ARCA witnesses to provide Your Honor with all of their information, phone records, text messages, communications about this case. Instead of providing their information to the court, they instead chose to send it to the defense, and then it was summarized and provided by the defense to the court and to the Commonwealth. It appears to me that is not in compliance with the court's order. What we learned during the hearing yesterday is that Dr. Wolf admittedly destroyed over 100 text messages. Now, he mentioned that he changed phone carriers, but then later admitted that he actually intentionally, for no apparent reason, destroyed the text messages in this case. And so what is left for Your Honor to look at is a summary of phone records from the defense and Archer's information that is passed through the defense to the court. You do not have the text messages. You do not have the content of the text messages. There is no summary of the conversations, dozens and dozens of calls between the defense and the experts. It is difficult to believe that all of those text messages and all of those phone conversations dealt with simply logistics. In fact, we later learned during the questioning of Dr. Renschler, there is much more involved than simply logistics. But to get back to Dr. Wolf, he did not disclose to the court that he was communicating and having conversations on Signal. How odd. An expert using Signal. Never used it before. Dr. Renschler said would not use Signal, never use Signal. But Signal, as we know, is an application that does not create a record of communications. Dr. Wolf maintained on his direct that everything he did was logistics, even when we showed him the direct examinations with comments that asked for input from the defense to questions in a way that would be advantageous to the defense and to thwart the Commonwealth. Dr. Wolf actually still continued to testify.
The same
that
comments-
that was simply procedure and logistics.
The same
Never
comments
admitting
would be
the fact
made
that there
to the
was, in
prosecution.
fact, conversations or information exchanged about bettering the presentation for the defense. Inevitably, I asked him about the sequestration order and how evasive he was. You simply have to compare him to
Evasive?
Dr. Renschler, who was quite candid. An hour or 45 minutes with Dr. Wolf, difficult getting a straight answer. Dr. Renschler told us more in 5
No,
minutes.
You
than
just
Dr. Wolf
decided
told us
he
the
wasn't
entire
answering you when he
examination.
did.
And what we unfortunately learned is that during the trial, when this court had a sequestration order, information was being passed to the experts about witness testimony, in this case, unknown to the Commonwealth, unknown to the court, information, particular information, not general information, witness testimony, issues in the case. We have no idea who is deciding or identifying the issues and who the advantage is given to in describing those issues. But that is witnesses being prepped through an intermediary. So we know the Department of Justice, at least, is violating the order, helping the witnesses along, and then they testify unbeknownst to the Commonwealth that they have this information, but obviously is reflected in the testimony. In addition, I provided some clips to Your Honor for review.
Yes, do you want me to mark these as an exhibit?
I do.
Oh my God.
This was an exhibit from
I made some clips, Your Honor. We've got some clips for you.
Some PowerPoints.
I did have the opportunity to look at them.
I suggest that the relationship was not resigned to mere logistics. And so from that subterfuge,
Oh, I'm
what
starving.
we stand with today is that we know that the witnesses were well prepared. We know that there was not true independence. And what we know is that they are refusing to provide the necessary information to support their original opinions that they gave at the first trial. They cited that it was a protective order. Perhaps it is. That has nothing to do with the issue. By calling the ARCA witnesses as their witnesses, they then have the obligation to comply with Rule 14. Unlike the first trial, where the Commonwealth had no ability to do any testing, review, vet the reliability of the information, properly prepare for cross-examination, this trial, that should not occur. Just because it happened last trial and the Commonwealth was disadvantaged does not mean it should happen this trial. And that is precisely why I began moving for discovery in this case early on. Inevitably, if these witnesses cannot provide information because it's under a protective order, it may not be the defendant's fault in its inception, but it is their problem and difficulty because they chose to hire the ARCA witnesses. They could have chosen any witnesses they want. Rule 14 is not obviated because they made a strategic decision to call the ARCA witnesses. So now going into this trial, even Dr. Renschler admitted that an expert should have time, in their opinion, a month or more, to review the raw materials. It's not enough simply to have a report, as Attorney Alisi preached during his argument. We should have the opportunity to go through the raw data, the history, the videos, determine whether there's any failed testing. We don't have that benefit. And so my position has changed, that those early opinions should not come in because we have no ability to fairly cross-examine. As for the new opinions, the report may not be done till May 7th. We are in the middle of trial. Concedingly by the defense, or at least their witnesses, it takes a month to go through the discovery. When I filed my motion on the eve of trial that we would be unable to prepare or we would want a continuance in this case, I appreciate why this case wasn't continued. But I knew, given our scheduling, our experts will not be able to look at this material. Our expert is away until after the first week of May. He is going to be testifying shortly after. He will have no ability to digest this enormous amount of materials, vet whether it's accurate or not, conduct tests to combat it if he thinks that it's inaccurate or unfair. And so the discovery violations, regardless of the state of mind, are upon the defendant. There is no exception that you used ARCA witnesses. There is no exception that you hired.
The delay
somebody that
isn't
used
the
to be under a
defendant's
federal
fault.
protective order. They chose them, and I would suggest it seems strategically. When we noticed we'd have new experts in October, the defense from past experience and probably other experience, but we know from this case, knows the process. They would have to file a TUI letter and wait for a response. And yet they waited until February to seek permission, which then extended their permission past February into March. And then they didn't even start the review until late March. And so it's fundamentally unfair. We should not be placed in the position of cross-examining experts without the fair ability as any participant, defendant, Commonwealth, any participant would have in a case to consider and then to rebut. And so for that reason, I ask you to exclude both the new opinions and new testing, and also to exclude the earlier opinions that we will never at this point receive the proper discovery with to prepare.
Thank you. Mr. Lassie, I only have one question for you. So would you stand, please? You're arguing this, right? This was your motion. So my question is, how do I reconcile the fact that 100 text messages were deleted by counsel? And we heard yesterday counsel's preferred method of dealing with Dr. Wolf was via Signal. How do we reconcile that with the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct 1.15?
What is it?
I don't see how you reconcile
rejecting.
that, where all correspondence related to the matter, whether in physical or electronic form, must be saved for 10 years minimum. How do you reconcile that? How do I reconcile that?
Should I go to the podium?
Right there, and I expect a short answer.
Short answer, Your Honor, is the rule that you're citing has absolutely no applicability to this proceeding. Can I finish my answer, Your Honor?
Right ahead.
Has no applicability. That rule is intended to be between an attorney and the client. The court has no jurisdiction to enforce that rule.
I agree. I agree. That's a different body, but I'm asking you how I reconcile that when I'm trying to figure this out. Mr. Lessie, you know what? You're going to win this, so why don't you just let me make my ruling, okay? So I understand there have been repeated violations
At least
of the
I was about to
reciprocal
be
discovery
livid.
orders and my orders, repeated and deliberate. But, and Mr. Brennan, I understand completely the Commonwealth's argument, completely the ambush that
She knows if she
has been
does
set
this,
upon here. However,
that gets
a
overturned on
defendant's
appeal.
right to a fair trial is paramount.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
everything. So I'm going to allow the ARCA witnesses to testify. I am going to allow what I expect to be a very robust cross-examination. And I'm going to allow them to testify to everything that they said up until yesterday. So you'll get the report May 7th. And I know that's late. And if you need anything as a result
Nice.
of that being late, I'll hear you on
I am
whatever motion you
surprised.
have. But that's where we stand. And I expect counsel to comply with all rulings and rules of the court and all rules of professional conduct, and no more nonsense. Let's just try this case. All right, that's it. I'll see you
It's
tomorrow.
not nonsense that they don't have messages that were deleted a year ago. Like you just
ridiculous.
can't get them back sometimes.
It's ridiculous, and it's such a stupid question that he basically embarrassed the judge. He's like, the answer to your question is that rule's got no applicability to attorney work product. It's only about between attorney and client. What are you talking about?
She thought she was gonna judges do this. All right. Judges like to lecture and pontificate towards towards whoever they're talking to when they're upset, or not even when they're upset. They do this in sentencing hearings, not like I know about this at all, but they speak with authority on a matter that they don't actually know. Like in my case, it was funny because the judge is like, I don't know why you made these decisions, but let me tell you why you shouldn't make these decisions. I'm like, but you don't know why I made the decisions. So how can your advice have any actual merit to me? Like, your general advice of you shouldn't have made these decisions is sufficient, but trying to get into specifics right after saying that you don't know the cause is silly. Here, she was going to do the thing. I think she thought Alessi wouldn't have that answer. And so she thought he was going to say, you know what, Your Honor, we shouldn't have deleted them, blah, blah, blah. And she was going to say, and this is exactly how these discovery violations occur. And this is why these rules exist. And she was going to take a moment to lecture, but he just went, actually, these are between a lawyer and a client, not a lawyer and an expert.
Yeah.
And that's that. I think she got hoodwinked by her own question.
Yeah, I think that was really really weird. I don't think she was expecting him to shoot back at her the way he did, and it really goes to show how important it is to have local counsel who's very familiar with rules of procedure. How that's such a critical part here. If he was unfamiliar, some out of town guy brought in who was unfamiliar with the peculiarities of this, certain rules of procedure in this local jurisdiction, I think he gets skunked right there. And he'd be like, we're really sorry. We didn't, whatever. But he understood where the applicability of the rule that she was citing as soon as she cited the number to him. And he just shot right back at her. And that's the advantage of having someone who's genuinely experienced in that locality, that they're going to be, this guy was on top of his game in a critical moment there. Because I agree with you. I think that she was like really either way. I do expect that she's likely going to try and remedy for the Commonwealth any way she can. Like even allowing them to bring in witnesses in prosecution, like expert witnesses to rebut them, which she may not normally allow in a criminal trial, to let the prosecution bring back new witnesses later on. If that's what Hank Brennan asks for, I think that she will allow for whatever it is that they want to try and give the state a chance to rebut and basically knock off anything that they get from ARCA. But yeah, I think she might have been worried. The other thing, she might have been worried that this would be appealable.
Absolutely. It's a strong appeal point because, and I mean, she says it. She says the right to a fair trial is paramount. If you take away the experts from the defense outside of egregious violations, you've abridged their right to a fair trial. Like that, how can you, if you allow the state to have experts and the defense in the 11th hour, you tell the defense, who's been prepping with this company as much as they can, you tell them, sorry, nope, you don't get it. The violations have to be egregious to justify that. She knows that that's appealable. And that's appealable to the point where, that could be that could overturn a conviction, like to the point of her being not guilty. So, like that's highly prejudicial.
Yeah.
And so
I am being corrected, by the way, that Alessi is from New York. He's in their Prague Beach. I say kudos to him that he boned up on that he was so ready to go. But yeah, I think that, and you imagine if she had to try this case a third time because she made, she made judicial error. Like, my God, I think that's
I'm looking at the rule, which is, I mean, this is all about, it's rule 1.15, Massachusetts, right? Yeah. Safekeeping property. This is mostly about trust accounts, mostly about IOLTAs and client trust accounts. But there is documentation stuff. I haven't read the rule. The rule is really long, actually. But yeah, he was ready for it. And I think there's nothing in this that just from my skim, that indicates that there would have to be a record of all communications between any vendors from the lawyer that are preserved. And that's crazy because the rules of professional conduct and the preservation of client communication involve the rules themselves. Like the part of the purpose of having law firms keep client communications between an attorney and a client is that if the client comes out later and has a problem with how the attorney represented the client, or if there's an allegation of malpractice, or if there's some sort of dispute, those attorneys are being required to keep that for that purpose as well. That's part of the safekeeping for the for clients out there, that the rules are designed to create a reliable system of professionals. It doesn't work as well as they want it to, but the rules are designed to create a reliable system of professionals who have some industry standard that they're following, so that when someone goes and hires a lawyer, that license that they have means something, that license guarantees some level of protection and assurances from the state in exchange for the right to practice.
The other part of his professionalism is as soon as he says, I'm going to rule in your favor, zip.
Sit
you
down.
Shut your mouth. As soon as you hear you won, you shut your mouth, you sit down, and you wait for it to come in. Nothing good can happen from opening your mouth. So that was, unless he had a very good day today. He had it between his cross-examination and winning this motion. This was a great day for Alessi.
Absolutely. He seems like he's funny because he's, God built him without a volume control. So he's just always on loud, but he's very prepared. He's very well put together. His cross-examination of the expert was just methodical. And you saw his binder that he pulls out, his trial binder, and that may be that witness's trial binder, the way that guy works. I mean, he pulls out his trial binder and it's just pages and pages and pages that he was prepped to the max. And they seem to be prepped to the max for every witness. It's not, this isn't a slapdash job.
No, he was really, really methodical in breaking down. There were 3 points that this guy was using to put together to try to establish his timeline. And he started by basically attacking the basis of his timeline. And then he started going point by point from the geolocation and the different circles that he had there, and then attacking him on
which
the
was
battery.
Devastating. The circles thing was, when I heard the circles thing, I'm like, oh, well, there's like a massive amount of reasonable doubt here. And he opens with it. It's straight up the gate. And he's like, so the phone could have been in the house.
Right.
He's like, well, with the less accurate data. The answer is yes. Yes. It's like that. Oh, sometimes it's better to just answer yes instead of trying to repair the damage that's being done by that answer, because the emphasis on the answer is yes was probably more devastating than the actual answer itself. And, but I mean, just having to come out of the gate and be like, yeah, actually, no, he could have been in the house. I know the state's entire case is that he wasn't. And I really tried to make it look like there was no possible way for him to be in the house by taking away the one circle that shows he could have been in the house. But no, he could have been, though.
Although on redirect, with respect to that issue, I thought that Hank Brennan made a good point, which was, if in fact it went into the house, it had to come back out at some point with respect to the steps. You talk about, that one of the great questions that Alessi asked is like, so you're basically saying he walked around between 70 and 84 feet to away from the car. The car is by the flagpole. Are you aware of the fact that Nicholas Guarino measured that as being 70 feet from the flagpole to the car to the front door? And so once you have that, you're like, okay, well, now he's inside. And once he's inside, you don't expect to have geolocation be really very good at tracking him as when he's outdoors. Right?
It gets worse really quickly.
Yeah, so it's not surprising that they can't get any firm circles inside the house. And he's only counting firm circles, tight, small circles. So it wouldn't be surprising that you can't get them when he's inside the Albert home. But the one thing that the only question I have left though is, still when he comes outside, you would have the steps back to wherever he's found dead on the front lawn. Now you might say that maybe that in that moment the reception wasn't so good or whatever. Even when he first came outside, it might have taken 20 seconds or 30 seconds for the geolocation to kick in and start counting his steps once his reception got better outside the Albert home. But
so
yeah,
let
go
me
ahead.
briefly, he's talking about health data, and health data is interpretation of a couple things. And he misrepresented it from my understanding a little bit, because you have the location data from your GPS chip. You have the less accurate, and this is probably where the white circle comes into play. You have the location data from attaching to a Wi-Fi router. Wi-Fi routers know roughly where they are. They have a physical they know what physical address they're at. And so, phones, gosh, I want to say it was about 6 or 7 years ago, started incorporating Wi-Fi data into location data because these routers know about where they are. But it's hard for them to tell where a phone is inside the Wi-Fi area. But if you have the Wi-Fi data and a limited GPS data, as the phone moves inside, you have this maybe less accurate circle, and it's like, okay, well, I know the phone was out here, but now it could be in here, so the circle broadens out, right? That makes some sense on that. So we have that. But phones also do have an internal gyroscope that measures their orientation. It's why when you turn, your phone knows to turn the map, right? Like the guy said that the phones don't orient themselves very well. And it's like, well, they actually, phones, that's partially true. The gyroscope doesn't tell the phone which way it's facing, but the phone is really quickly able to infer which way it's facing or moving based on the movement of the gyroscope, plus incorporating other data. So part of that though is, steps are measured not just by the distance traveled. It's distance traveled, it's time, and then it is changes in the gyroscope or the gyroscope's response. So including altitude changes up and down as you step. That matters. The phone wants to know if you're taking a step or not when it's incorporating health data. I say all of this because of something simple. If they're dragging a body, it's not moving like someone who walks.
Right.
Or if you're carrying a body, it's not moving like someone who walks. It's not moving at the same speed. You're not getting the same level of up and down travel. It's not noticing an actual gait. And these devices do that. Like if you get a Fitbit and you get in a golf cart, you don't get the steps. You have to have some sort of accompanying motion to let the pedometer inside a Fitbit know that it's actually steps that are happening and not just slow movement on like a Segway. Same with phones, and they've gotten more and more accurate over the years from when they first started. So I think he's a little dishonest in how he presented that. But there is a way that someone could walk to a door, have their phone measure the walking, be carried back to a location and put down, and not have the phone register that movement in the same way, because it doesn't register the way a walk registers. And phones are not, they're not, especially with things like health data. That health data is valuable to the phone company. It's valuable to the consumer as well. So getting it right matters. And they've put a ton of money into getting this right from when they first started getting pedometers on phones. It's weird that these guys keep insisting like that this data is like just erased or not stored right or whatever. It's like the data is what makes these phones cost $1,000 versus $3,000. Like these are amazing devices, but the amount of information that Apple and Google and whoever get to collect out of our usage of them is valuable enough to them to sell phones either at at significantly close to cost or even at a loss from time to time. So,
what questions did you have about Jen McCabe's testimony?
I don't have any questions yet. I mean, she's telling her story. I'm waiting for Cross. I just want to see. I don't know her. I don't know her thing other than she sounds explosive. I don't see what the relevance of like, oh, they made fun of me because I had peanut butter and bread in the car. No, they didn't. I was making fun of you for having peanut butter and bread. It's
The
very,
reason
very neurotic woman thing.
I think the reason she gave the peanut butter and bread thing was because she was explaining why she's looking back in the car and not looking outside and noticing that, oh my God, there's John laying on our front lawn. So they sort of wanted to explain how she's distracted in this moment while they're pulling out. So the first thing when they get in the car, they're all joking with her about the peanut butter and bread in the car. And that would help justify why she didn't see John on the front lawn. So I think that's what that was definitely about. But everything here just feels so neat. Like the husband is even saying to her, "Don't forget about her broken tail light. You can't drive. You can't drive out in her car with that broken tail." Like what? But he heard her talking about the broken tail light. She's on the phone with Jen. I know she supposedly is yelling, but he hears about the broken tail light and then is having concerns. Like everyone just is talking about the broken tail light all night long. No, and I'm sorry, it just is very. I found her testimony to be incredibly convenient. Everything is said 3 times. Everything that she's thinking is the same thing that Carrie Roberts is thinking. They're all ignoring her when she's like, I think I hit him, but let's not check the last place that we saw the two of you together.
Right.
Until let's start going to John's house and going here and going there. Let's check Waterfall. Like, let's just drive all over the freaking Boston Canton area. And we'll hit Fenway. We'll see if he's there. What about this other person's house? When this woman is screaming the entire time, supposedly, I hit him. My taillight's broken. I hit him. My taillight's broken. I hit him. Let's all look at my taillight. Now let's everyone circle around and take a whole examination and have a conversation about my broken taillight. That's just not the way anything ever happens. And it just seems so convenient that, like, because if she didn't say any of those things, there's really no reason to think she hit him. But because she said all those things and she even admitted the broken taillight, which definitely she said it before the police took her car, and she definitely said it's broken and everyone knew, because of this is how we know she's guilty. To me, this is just it's a very, very convenient thing that everyone it feels off. I don't know.
I agree. The insistence that everything happened in 3s sounds like we want people to remember something more than this is how it happened. Because why she stopped screaming after the 3rd time? Like that 3 is a representative number in literature and in psychology. Again, it's a powerful thing. Repetition 3 times is something that people do in prayer and meditation. 3 times matters. 4 times loses its import symbolically, but people don't act symbolically. They just act,
Right.
like, so
Yep.
4, 5, 6, 7 times that she says, I hit him. Like, I cannot imagine she says it 3 times and then stops unless something interrupts her speaking. It seems like something that would keep coming up. Or maybe she only said it once or maybe twice, who knows? But the 3 times would be less of a weird occurrence if it wasn't everything that she said was 3 times. And I think that's more of a prosecutorial tactic than it is reality, in my opinion. I have problems with the taillight thing as you mention it. Who cares? It's a fucking taillight.
Yeah, why is everyone
Like
talking
just
about
in general, like, oh, your taillight's out. Like, yeah, I know. That's it. I got it. It's a bunch of cops. Like, are they just joking constantly about how they're going to have to pull her over the second she leaves because her taillight's out? Or
Look, we're all worried about John, but let's take a moment to stop and stare at the taillight.
Yeah,
And let's take time to pull off our shoes, and let's both make note of the fact that Karen didn't take off her shoes. And we're both thinking about that.
That's a thing where it's like, that fact is so out of place. She didn't take off her shoes. She goes there all the time. It's her boyfriend's house. Yeah. It's like her long-term serious boyfriend, who she's just having a fight with that entire time about, like, wanting to stay together and needing more out of the relationship and things being kind of strained lately. It's like, this isn't a throwaway relationship. I cannot imagine that every time that chick walked in the door, he's like, take your boots off, bitch. Like, I don't I don't see that, but that's just like John would yell at you if you didn't take your shoes off. No, John would yell at you if you didn't take your shoes off.
Right.
But is
And
John
I
gonna
think-
is
I
he
think
gonna
it-
yell at his girlfriend?
I only just realized now that the reason that I think that the state has them both saying this and how they both took note of it was to basically imply that Karen knew John's not coming back, and that's why she felt safe to not take her shoes off because she knew that yeah. I think that's why they're conveniently both remembering that this is the funny thought I had through my head.
And she's disrespectful to him.
Right.
Which means because this is indifferent murder, right? Like it's reckless, it's like reckless indifference or something like that. It's not intentional murder.
Right.
So the state needs to show her as being disregarding the import of his life in any way that they can. One of the ways is, look, he has this rule that really matters to him. Didn't want people tracking snow all over the house. I get it. I hate snow. If I could ban snow from the earth, I would. And I hate that in winter, you cannot walk in, like you have to take off your shoes or else you track these little ice mines all over that will become these puddles with dirt in them. And there's nothing you can do. So you're walking around in socks later and you step in one. They're freezing cold. I hate it. So I know it. I know the exact feeling. But like, and so like, I tell my kids, I'm like, take off your shoes. I don't want you walking through my kitchen with your shoes on because I'm going to walk through the kitchen. I don't want to go, ew, my feet are wet. And it's like that. That is the thing. He has this rule. It's the thing he doesn't like. And then she doesn't care. She doesn't care about it. She's indifferent to his opinion on it. And I think that's part of the setup there as well.
Which is consistent with the mentality of this is my world. I'll do whatever the hell I want in it. And it's my world. I'll back up and, in your direction. And I'll do whatever the hell I want in it. I think you're right that it's showing it's designed to show a certain type of mindset that she has, which is a reckless indifference to the needs or wants of others. And I think that this all because it's such a weird thing for them both to happen to remember thinking about during this crisis moment where no one knows where the hell John is.
The thing that I'm and that's the thing. No one knows where he is, which means they may be starting to get concerned, but they shouldn't be assuming he's like dead and in like a crazy pain. Like, oh my gosh, like, oh, she just couldn't take her boots off, or they hyper focused on the boots because they were so worried about him being like dead and gone. It's like they'd be mildly worried at this point. Like, yeah, John's not around. This is a grown ass man, right? Like he didn't come home.
But he had kids to take care of, and supposedly that type of irresponsibility is something, as far as leaving them alone, is not anything he normally would do.
Right.
So in that sense,
I mean, they start to get worried, certainly. But I'm just saying, like, I don't see them accelerating all the way to the point of like having these weird behaviors because or weird observations because they're in shock type thing. God, there was something I was going to say about it. I don't know. I just I don't see how her story tells anything actually about the crime other than, and this I think I said yesterday, I think I'm starting to come around to your opinion about Hank Brennan's opening statement that it was better than I first thought. I still think it's disorganized narratively. I started rewatching it yesterday, but the one thing that the state has, the only case I can see is the actions of Karen Reed as consciousness of guilt of one way or another. It's her statements, which are admissions, and her actions, which show her as being, indifferent to his life, and then also conscious of her own guilt and her own thing. That's their case, because their forensic case is weak, and they know they're going to get blown out of the water by ARCA. Like they know that the ARCA stuff is going to kick the crap out of their expert. So they're worried about that, the forensics of it, and the witness testimony. These witnesses are getting torn apart on cross. Like they don't come across as credible. They don't tell me that I'm hearing like a fully accurate story about it. However, if you could just get to stick it in the mind of the jury that Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, it doesn't really matter what forensic data they have.
Yep.
Like an admission, even if it's not an official confession, is the most powerful tool in any prosecutor's arsenal.
Yep.
That's why every cop in every interview wants an admission of something. And that's all they're going for. That's what they're questioning you about is looking for one admission that can tie you enough to a crime to prosecute, because those words will carry more than any amount of forensic data they can come up with. They're just going to. They'll override forensic data to the contrary and very effectively. And so I think the state is doing really well getting that actually into the record and probably cementing that into the minds of the jury. And I think it's very dangerous for the defense. And so that's where, Jen McCabe's testimony, which completely corroborates with the first witness. I can't remember her name. Christy. What was her name?
Carrie Roberts.
Carrie Roberts. Yeah. So like having those two's testimony line up, having them reemphasize the I hit him statements, and again, just being consistent on the boots, like that consistency says this is how Karen Reed was acting. She acted with indifference. And then we also saw the clips where she's making up statements about that the mother made, that
leaning over the islands.
Right. And all of that stuff. So that, to me, that's the push of their case. That's where they believe that they win this case. And I think that that's correct, mainly because I don't think they have good facts or law on their side.
And in general, making her look like a psycho. I mean, the entire testimony of Jen McCabe is that Karen Reed is a psycho. And that
Karen Reed kind of comes across as a psycho in those interviews, though. Like, I get it.
And those text messages, too. Those text messages also.
She's fighting for her life in the interviews, right? Like, she just went through this thing. It's a hung jury. She knows she could be retried. And she's got to get out there and tell people that she didn't kill this guy. Like, that's what her brain is doing. She's like, I didn't kill him. See how much I didn't kill him. Like, that's how it comes out. But if if she doesn't sell it, she's going to prison forever. I mean, that not in the interview, but at trial. But that her mindset is like, I need to start. Like, I can't believe people didn't believe me all the way at trial, that I just didn't win. Like, she didn't lose it, but she didn't win it with the hung jury. And so she goes out and does these interviews. She's got to want to represent that she didn't kill this guy. And she looks crazy, because you got to feel crazy, especially if you didn't do it and you're being set up. Like, the amount of self, and eventually self-doubt, right? Like, because if she's being set up, her entire life is being gaslit right now. Like, that's her day, is being gaslit by a judicial system that is setting her up to take the fall for something she didn't do. And no matter what she does, there's nothing she can do outside of winning at trial about it.
And it's so weird when you look at her text messaging, like right after she drops him off, like from 12:33 till 12:40, she's calling, won't stop calling. The phone is ringing. And then and then she texts, says, I'm leaving. Now, the state would have us believe that she's left. She's on her way home. She backed up and got the hell on out of there, right? I mean, she's not sitting there with the engine idling, texting him. So why would she say, I'm leaving, if she's already on her way home and has left by now? She should be a good, 5-10 miles away. And she's saying, I'm leaving, unless the reason she was calling was to basically say, you're supposed to come back out. You're only supposed to go in there for a minute. And now you're still in there. What the hell is going on? And then when he doesn't pick up, she's like, F this, I'm leaving. To me, that's a lot more logical explanation for the forensic data that came out over the course of Ian Whiffen's testimony, that like, that's someone who's actually out idling outside, not someone, why would she say I'm leaving? Unless she meant I'm leaving you, which doesn't seem
that. I mean, after a long day of the fighting that they had, but she was the one trying to hold on to the relationship.
Yep.
In the thing. So I'm that doesn't sell me. It's like, but I could see that as like a grander I'm leaving. I don't think in this case that's what happened.
It's not consistent with anything she said the entire day, that she was threatening to be leaving him at any point. it does seem more likely that she was frustrated and saying, "I'm leaving this house, like I'm driving away now." That's certainly how I would take that. Yeah, but again, you're gonna have all these people going to come up there saying he never set foot in the house, and
it's going to be powerful for the state, like
yeah.
that, because that is, I mean, and it's it seems that consistency has become part of the mantra of the state's theory of the case now, and what they need to do. And so having these witnesses whose all their testimony starts to line up, and that's why we got. It's funny because that's why we're getting such good impeachment on Cross. It's like, wait a minute. You didn't say this a year ago.
Yep.
Your memory's better now than back then. And they have so much of that because the state went through and said, this part of your testimony has to change. Maybe not the state, but somebody.
You forgot something. You must have gotten something. Think it through again. I'll tell you right now, the testimonies I'm really looking forward to are, I'm looking forward to the cross-examination of Jen McCabe. I think that's going to be tomorrow, which is going to be awesome. I'm very much looking forward to Michael Proctor, now that he's been fired, to hear what he has to say. And I'm curious whether the state calls him or whether he ends up getting called by defense. I'm sure someone's going to call this guy. And I'm very curious what he has to say. I'm very much looking forward to see Brian Albert getting drilled by the defense here, and even Brian Higgins to some degree. I think there's so many juicy testimonies where we have like this. A trial is rarely a whodunit, but this one, the defense has certainly done a great job, certainly so far, of making us really question, like we're trying to figure out like who the actual murderers are, and whether and we feel like one of them is sitting in the courtroom, and I'm not sure which,
Yeah, and it's maybe Karen Reed.
But and it really could be. It really could. If you ask me right now, I'm actually leaning that she probably hit him. I think she probably hit him, but I also question some of the testimony and all the other stuff. While I think she may have hit him, I think that the state has a very poor case and has done a lot to try and bolster their evidence to try and establish that she's guilty. And that some people get away with murder, literally. And I think that she probably should, based on the lack of evidence that the state has.
I'm not convinced that she did it, mainly because unless it was by some other method, I just don't see a Lexus SUV hitting someone hard enough to knock them unconscious and die in the snow, and just having so little injury. Like, overall.
That's true. The whole lack of bruising is very, very.
I'm just like, how did this impact happen? Because I'm not seeing it. First of all, like, if it's the tail light that hit him, like, his head would have to be like way down, or he's down on his knees or something. But how does this vehicle just hit him here? Like, it's a vehicle moving at a significant clip. If it hits you here, it's going to hit your body too. Like, his neck isn't that strong.
Unless, okay. The only thing I can think, I'm just trying to come up with some way. I'm trying to be creative here. Unless maybe she starts going backwards really fast, and he jumps out of the road and slips and hits his head on the car. Right?
Yeah.
But that still doesn't really explain the arm.
Right. The arm makes no sense. The arm is completely inconsistent with anything that I've seen. They're going to have to sell me on the fact that somehow the light exploded outwards and caused the cuts, and didn't leave any shards inside of his body at all. He just somehow got it. The other explanation would be that, so the taillight is broken, and we do see a jagged edge, that jagged edge itself caused all of the injury to the arm. So which would mean his arm would have to be like this way, right? Like, it would have to be parallel.
Was it his right or left arm?
Right.
It was his right arm, and it's the right side of his face. So how do you get on the inside?
It's a right tail light.
How does he get on the right arm and the right side of his face, and there's the inside part of his arm? because the inside part of your arm is shielding your face. It should, unless you're like this.
Okay,
how is that happening?
Yeah,
you know,
so what
if it's the
what
left
I
arm,
think
I can
is
understand it more. Like he's sort of like this, and then it crashes this way and hits the face and the arm, and like whatever. That would make sense to me. The right arm is much harder to get the inside part of the arm and the right side of your face.
it's the outside of the arm on
Was it
the
outside of the
on
arm?
the injuries. Yeah, yes, because they're consistent with like defensive injuries from a dog bite.
I thought. Can we get pictures of that?
Had them the other day, but I don't have them at the moment. Let me see.
All right.
No, just give me a second. John O'Keefe arm wounds. We got the arm wounds. Here we go. Yep. Give me a second here. Ooh. So open image in a new tab. All right. Present screen. Here we go.
That's the inside of his arm.
That's the outside of his arm. His elbow's right here.
No, his arm is twisted.
This is the trench of his elbow, like where his elbow bends up there. So this is the outside.
If it's his right arm.
Yeah. His torso's up here. He's laying down. So this is the outside of his arm.
You're right. Yeah. That's his torso. Yeah. So that is the outside of his arm. So you're saying, his arm is up here, and it would be lower and hit his face. And then he has something in the back of his head also.
So I could see if somehow they can line up the jagged edge of the taillights with the furrows on his arm and show me that if his arm is bent at this the right angle, all of them are consistently horizontal, right? Because if he's getting hit by a jagged taillight or getting clipped, then it's gonna sweep across however his arm is.
Mm-hmm.
This spread looks too big, but I'm willing to be convinced that his arm was in a particular way and it tagged him, right? And then the only other thing I could see is like if the car is backing up and it's coming actually from that side because it's the right side taillight, so it has to come at him this way. If it's coming across, and actually I'll suggest he's turned around, it would have to hit him back to front is where it would make the scraping pattern. And then somewhere higher on the car hits him in the head at the same time. Like his, you know what I'm saying? So it clips his head here on the right, because the knob's on the right side, clips his head, which is where he gets the hematoma, and at the same time gouges some scrapes along his arm from the jagged thing. So therefore, the car doesn't actually make like full physical contact with his body. So you don't have the body wounds that you would expect from a large vehicle hitting him. So that's the clipping, hits him in the head. He falls unconscious, dies in the snow. That's the best I can do. And maybe they can show me that. But I do think if that's the case, if he gets hit by the car, they're going to have to show me that he's turned. The car hits him from the back, because it's got to be the right taillight hitting the right arm. And it doesn't make sense unless it's coming into him this way. And if his head is like leaned over or turning towards the car, his head could hit on the the back window.
I guess it's very hard to understand.
That's as close as I could get. I don't know that I haven't seen anything to suggest that that's what happened. That's just, to me, when I look at these wounds, that's the only way I can fathom that going on. But I don't think I think it's dog bites.
Yeah.
I think these are dog bites, defensive wounds. I think he went into the house. I think something happened. I don't think they necessarily, I have no idea if they meant to kill him or not, but it's a one hitter quitter. He gets clocked, he stumbles or falls unconscious, and his head hits a counter and in the back, and he's done. Lights out. Game over.
So let's work this through. Okay. You're Brian Albert in this situation. Okay. You just, and now you need to get everyone to lie with you. which that's not easy to have confidence that when they're facing a trial that they're going to have to lie about it. Now you're taking his body and you're carrying him outside, which would explain all the DNA on his shoes. And 5 people's DNA on his shoes is weird. I'm not going to dispute that.
Yep.
That's very, very weird. But you also, and that's also consistent with the snowplow guy not seeing him because it would be later at night. But he's not dead. He's not dead at this point. So, like, what
How
happens?
do we know he's not dead yet?
Because he's still alive when they find him at 6 o'clock in the morning.
No, I didn't think that he was alive. I thought they were doing resuscitative efforts. But I thought he was...
Supposedly he opened his eyes and he's like, "What happened?" That's the last thing he says at 6 o'clock in the morning. He dies on the way to the hospital. So
well, there you go.
If he's so they're gonna, and that's why people are thinking that
Yeah,
they're gonna leave him out in the cold to die. That's the whole search that Jen McCabe is doing there. So
Chad says no.
Chat says he was dead. They say
dead
he
when he
didn't have a
found him.
heartbeat. No, I think what happened, or maybe this is what happened. Maybe they thought he was dead, and then because Timothy Nunnall said that they thought that he knows that you're not dead until you're warm and dead, and that's why they were trying to resuscitate him. I thought they resuscitated him like briefly, like not like fully conscious or anything, but that he was just sort of that you're not dead until you're warm, but that he wasn't actually pronounced dead at the scene. Like he's pronounced dead later on. So you're saying that my audience is questioning. I don't know, because when I looked this up, when I first was looking at this case, they say he dies on the way to the hospital.
Maybe he was pronounced dead on the way to the hospital. That's different than when you die.
Right. I think I'll go for a walk. I'm not dead. What?
So my thing though is okay. I don't care when he died. Either
But if
way.
they think he's dead, then they might leave him outside.
If you fall and hit your head on a granite countertop or something, and all of a sudden they've got they've got blood pooling behind his eyes, the raccoon look, like they're like, oh shit, throw him outside.
If this is your theory, then why do you think that she's Googling at 2:30 in the morning? How long does it take to die in the cold?
She didn't. McCabe did.
I know. I'm saying, why is Jen McCabe doing that? If Jen McCabe is there and sees him get clocked and they're going to leave him out in the cold, why would she be Googling that at 2:30 in the morning if they think he's dead already?
Okay, hear me out. If it's going to take someone 2.5 hours to die at this temperature in the cold, then you need to not find that body for 2.5 hours before you call the cops. You know what I'm saying?
So you're saying put him in the back?
You gotta
and then bring him out front later?
No, I'm just like, they could throw him outside in the cold. They say, how long do we need to wait? You know what I'm like, before we find him, before people, like, it's 2:30 in the morning. No one is gonna just stumble upon him, or like it's possible, but it's unlikely. Snow's coming down heavily. They can throw him outside. They know that at some point he'll die if he's not already dead. But what they need to know is how long it would take him to die of hypothermia on his own before they find him. Because if it's going to take you 2 hours to die of hypothermia and you call 15 minutes after he, gets knocked unconscious and you're like, oh, he's dead.
They know it's not hypothermia. They'll rule out hypothermia.
Right. Then they're going to go, wait, so this guy, how did this guy die? Like, this doesn't make any sense. It would take way longer for him to die out here in the cold. That's my thought on why that text matters.
So they thought there would be no autopsy, the autopsy would show him dying of hypothermia. And that's that. Okay, so we know he died of blunt force trauma, but because they don't know at the time, that she's going backwards and reverse fast enough to kill him, presumably, right? I mean, it's unlikely they knew that. So, so are they thinking they're framing her or
I don't know if they're thinking of framing her. She might have just become convenient
because she was going backwards in reverse so fast.
And if she actually did say, maybe she's saying, I hit him. Like, maybe it's, it's hitting her right now that she may have hit him and killed him. Like, if they know she says that, it kind of, again, the conspiracy doesn't necessarily have to be intentional from the start. It forms out of a convenient set of facts.
Right. Right. In other words, now this, and that would explain why they're going to John's house first, which just seems to be like completely stupid. Like, why would they be? That's like, if they're looking to stall for time, that would explain why they would go back to John's house first.
Right. Like they need to keep Karen Reed from finding him until enough time has passed for him to have died from hypothermia.
Wow.
That's my working theory. I mean, it's rough because it's still early in the case, but I mean, that's
Yeah,
that's where
I
I'm
mean,
going at this point.
I gotta tell you, I cannot imagine I'll come to a place of beyond reasonable doubt, even on the accidental murder. Like I
Yeah.
cannot, I don't
I
see how I'm
don't
ever going to
either.
get there. But if there's a civil suit, I could see being coming to a preponderance of evidence and that she's guilty.
Yeah, possibly, but they have to sell me on the car making contact with him.
Yeah. Plus, in a civil suit, she would have to testify, and
Right.
that, and you can really screw her up if you get her on the stand. So, yeah, wow,
It's tough.
This is a great case. This is a fun case. Yeah. All right, my brother. I gotta. It's already now 5 o'clock.
No
and-
kidding. Thanks
yeah.
for joining. You're welcome anytime. I'm gonna.
I like
wrap up with some-
I like the whole I like coming here in the afternoon. I think it's good. I also like doing the little post game wrap with you. I think we do good work together. We have better clarity on the case. It can be like a little niche we have here.
When I send the link over, it's set up so that if you want to co-stream to your own channel, like you can.
Restream. Yeah,
So-
you stream all day. I can't do that. I need that like half hour, 45-minute break. So I basically stream in the morning, and then I learned this from EDB, where I'm just like, all right, you know what? I'll stream in the morning, take a lunch break with the thing, and then I'll just come out and do a lunch break, and then post lunch come out and pick up my streaming. I figure that way I'm also helping build my algorithm by having more Karen Reed trials and stuff like that. So I'm faster in the algorithms.
That's what I've been curious about, because I know Emily Baker did that, and it seemed to work really well for her during DEP and stuff like that. So it's I don't know because if you have the existing audience and then you get another notification going out, you could be pulling in more people for the return stream, in the afternoon. The other thing is, once you do it enough and people understand that that's what you're doing, that helps as well. But yeah, I think there's merit to it. I just stay on.
Yeah. No, so what I'm saying is maybe in my afternoon stream, I actually started, because I noticed that Beverly, when she says that it's going to be 45 minutes, it ends up being an hour. So I'm building that in because her lunch break can seem kind of short from what she describes. So like that's why I'm like, all right, I don't care what she says. I'm starting at 2 o'clock, and I end up starting like at 2:05, and then I had to catch up. And once I caught up to her, so then I jumped on over here and jumped in on you. Maybe I'll start my afternoon sometimes with you, and we'll see. I'm definitely planning on mixing up throughout the trial, but I like this. This was fun.
Yeah, man. Well, I'll send you a link tomorrow, and feel free to join me at any time.
All right.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Finish. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say I'm gonna read super chats and do these super tips. Oh wait, want to rate the super tip that I wrote here?
Yeah,
I am totally Kurt of uncivil law, and this is how I talk. I think legal action is the appropriate response to being sued. Also, I endorse BioFreeze Ass Edition, my ass cream of choice.
All righty. How do you get that? You have to hook me up with
I'll message
that
you.
program.
I'll
Yeah.
message you.
I definitely think if you can have super chats that you can like get read, that's actually out loud. That's actually cool.
Do you remember Ronnie O'Neill, the guy who represented himself down in Florida after axe murdering his girlfriend and baby?
Popcorn guy?
No. He was the guy who was he's in court and he's yelling at the jury. He's like, the evidence will show that I am not guilty. Like that guy. We got his voice is perfect. Here, listen to this real quick.
That's right, Nick. As a lawyer myself, I do not endorse murder. In fact, I despise murder. Down with the government. I did nothing wrong. I mean, my client did nothing wrong.
So anyway, it's just these things, and they're like you could just they're not too difficult to make, so it's great.
Cool.
But yeah, I'll message you about it and see so you can get it hooked up.
I'd be much obliged. I'm sure it's awesome. All right, I'm going to see you later this week. Well, all right, my brother.
All right, brother.
Thank
Peace.
You. Take care. I gotta leave over here.
Get out of here! Oh my gosh!
I gotta do this way. Let me leave the studio this way. All right.
He's our Boomer Joe. He's gotta go. Oh man, it's good to be back and hanging out with my friends. Again. We've got some of these super tips. If you guys are interested in contributing to the show with super tips, you certainly can. There are pinned chats on both YouTube and Rumble. supertip.gg/RL. And you can play. There's a bunch of different voices that you can mess around with. Like, there's this one.
Hey, don't judge. The blow up doll is working great now that I made the holes smaller with silicone. You know, micro penis and all that.
Hey, Nick, hope you're doing well on the recovery and staying healthy. Best of luck to you.
Hey, thanks, Daryl Brooks. I hope you're getting well on your ass's recovery. God, what a bad day he had.
Hey, Nick. It's been over a long road, but in the time that you were gone, I got dated and married. Hope you and the family all the best.
Hey, hope you the best, man. Good luck on your journey and your new life-changing events. That's fun.
For the love of God, Your Honor, bring back the British douchebag back. I can't stand this Boston accent.
The women in the trial so far, like, no offense meant, but man, they sound just it's horrifying.
I'm a retard. I am retard. Retard I am. Am I retard? I am retard. Too clumsy to fuck. Too ugly to fuck. Nicka, please find me a lady tonight. Micropeen with a degree seeks dom mommy with a dick.
Oh my God. Savages. Brutal people.
Have you seen my penis? I haven't been able to find it for a while. I am definitely the real uncivil law and not a silly parody.
I cloned him. I cloned him. I cloned him.
Oh my gosh. Here, 1 second. Sorry. I've got a I got a kid who needs something. One moment. Okay. All right. We've got oh my goodness. Couple more super chats coming in. I don't know. Finding out, someone said, and I don't know if this is true, but someone said that Kurt was talking about taking legal action in his Discord with regard to those things. Research the issue, Kurt. I don't think you'll find it favorable, but you know, it's do whatever you want to do. Ray says it's Michael Jackson on the stand with that face. It's like a live action South Park episode. All we need is for her to hold her BFF that she influenced the testimony of out of the witness box for everyone to see. Florida Dad says, wait, Jennifer McCabe changed her whole look to look like Karen Reed. This is a plot point in Basic Instinct to show how crazy Sharon Stone's character was when she started dressing like Beth back in college. Yeah, that's a great movie, by the way. That movie is so overshadowed by Sharon Stone's vagina, which is really a fucking shame because like that scene's terrific. Just Paul Verhoeven has that scene, the power exchange between Sharon Stone and then like Wayne Knight and Michael Douglas and the other dudes in the room is so good and it's so well executed. And then all everybody ever thinks about is like, oh, you can get like a blurry glimpse of vagina if you pause it just right, remembering that this came out on VHS tape, so it was even worse back in the day. But it's like that takes that took over the whole movie, and it's like that movie is phenomenal, and not because of that scene at all. Let's see. Debbie says, Aloha Joe, can you move Joe vertically? We did. I had to do it on the fly. NM190, you see your old acquaintance Yellow Flash is not going to get the $1 million you wished him. Well, that's too bad. Net Trip and just for funsies, welcome back, Uncle Nicky. Hey, thanks. Blitz and gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much. Winton Dupree, can previous testimony be referenced in a retrial? Yes, only for impeachment purposes. So they can only go back and say, you said something different under oath before. What the hell? Like what are we doing here? So that's the only way previous testimony can be referenced in a retrial. Well, I shouldn't say that. If for some reason a witness in this became unavailable in this trial, like they died or something, it's possible that you could reintroduce some of their statements from the prior trial that were made under oath, since the unavailability of the witness would make the hearsay issue impossible to alleviate. Rowan Cowart says Jen looks like a less bangable version of Caitlyn Jenner. Brutal. Heather Whitaker, Jen is a lot of additions from the last testimony. Lies. From one Adam, Allie McCabe, Jen's daughter, testified that her brother Colin was not in the house when John was there that night. Whoops. That was in the last trial, right? So now we have to do this trial. Nicholas Zernal says, how often did the taillight come up in the first trial? Was it talked about by these witnesses like this before? I have no idea. Sorry. Brian Oldenkamp, welcome to Lawyer Status. And also thank you for gifting 20 subs. Whoa, awesome. Very cool. Very much appreciated. That's 40 new subscribers there today. Thank you for the gifted subs. It's a great way to get people to have a little extra access to the channel if not everybody can afford a membership. So it's really cool when people send those gifts. And, to me, it's the same as a super chat. So I love it. It's awesome. Queefer Bronca gets super tips. Stutterland says Negan is wrong. Gotten to fight and left outside to die. Yeah, that's right now. That's where I think it's a fight and he's brought outside. What do we have here?
Oh no! I was muted.
I was. Rascal on the Moon said she connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36, was texting that she would leave John's and go to her house, leaving the kids alone, trying to get him to answer. So there you go. Thank you for that. And we've got one here over on Rumble as well. Surviving the Strange says it's consistent with a dog bite, but the bite/scratches have an inward angle, like being attacked from the side, coming in from his left, looking at the drags in association to the point of puncture. So that is an opinion on that. I'm like, I don't know. To me, my first instinct is they look like defensive wounds from a dog. They look like how you would defend your face, like they're in that area. And then you tell me someone's got a hematoma over their eye and they may have been knocked unconscious and they've got those things. That doesn't look like a car hit to me. It looks like maybe a fight gone bad. I don't think it's an intentional hit or anything like that. I think people ended up in a very bad situation and got really scared. And had one of them probably had a fixer moment. Hey guys, I know how to do this. We can solve this problem type thing. So that being said, Matt Chapman says, what has been the best cross-examination so far of this trial? I mean, the cross-exam today was great. Alessi tore the guy apart, made him look like a fool. But I really think it was the... Shit, that's a good question. This one was good. The cross-exam of the blood doctor was really great. Actually, I think that's where I'm going with right now. I don't know the woman's name who's the female lawyer, but she took that guy to school in his own field. Like, it was brutal. It was brutal. So that's my answer there. And I think that's it. I think that's what we've got for today, guys. I may get a recap video out later. Check out my summary video of Hank Brennan doing voir dire of of Crash Daddy or whatever, Dr. Wolf from ARCA. It shows just kind of what level of lawyering Hank Brennan was at with that voir dire. Also, smash the like button on your way out. We're over 1,400 likes. Thank you so much for watching. And we will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Central Time. If I can get the stream up sooner, I will. Still getting in the swing of, again, of streaming at this time. It's been a long time since I have. I'll see you guys, I'll see you guys around. Hope you have a great day. And thanks for watching. Tell your friends. Tell your bosses, tell your prisoners and your victims. Okay, look, if you have victims before they go, make sure they get subscribed. I mean, what do they care? Just unlock their phones. You know what? If they have biometrics, you can unlock their phones afterwards. Just saying. All right, guys. Catch you very soon. Peace. Peace.